the Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning, dipshits and retards. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. What? Was that not the right way to do that?
It's very fun.
It's going to be a good day today. I'm wearing my puffy jersey. I'm not wearing my skinny jersey. I'm wearing my puffy jersey.
How come?
I always feel fat in this one. Because this one's a size bigger than the other one. My Kirk Cousins, I think, is a large.
Oh.
And this is an XL, and it just, I feel like I look like I'm swimming in it.
Yeah, me too. Look.
Yeah. See, this one's an XL, and my Kirk is a large.
Yeah.
And it fits me very nice. It fits me it's very form-fitting.
Well, I did.
But I wear my XL, and I feel a little Stay Puft Marshmallow Manny.
I did hand deliver your Kirk Cousins jersey this morning.
Did you? I had already changed by the time that happened.
Oh, what a tragedy.
I had already changed.
Now we're going to lose.
I'm sorry. Well,
just kidding.
I wasn't really worried about the outcome before I put the jersey on, nor am I worried about it afterwards.
Oh.
I'm just really hoping Jalen Hurts tears his quad. It's our big shot.
It's your new thing. You're rooting for tears.
Yeah, it just tears all the time, except our quarterback. Everybody's quarterback but ours.
You're hoping that Cousins goes on a tear.
Yes, I'm hoping he goes on a tear and Jalen Hurts suffers a tear. You know what? I feel like I should pick one other quarterback not to do it, and that's like better karma. I really hope Kirk Cousins and Dak Prescott
I was thinking about him.
don't tear their quads.
There
He
you go.
seems like a nice enough fella.
He's a dude.
Welcome to the show, guys. It's going to be a fun one today. Hey, MSO. I'm sorry, buddy. But you were there last night. The evening show audience went a little nutty. We got a new VIP, and the person who won our VIP drawing last night said, give it to the goal. So that was weird, and that was really nice, and that was very cool.
Yes.
And it also means that today we are a whopping 1:30 away. Hey, it's Thursday. I put Wednesday in the thing. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm a big, dumb, stupid head.
Why do you suck?
Thursday morning. There we go. In fact, today's goal is so small that I considered actually combining tomorrow's and today's and just start chipping away at it. And then instead of half of everything going to Redbeard, everything we go over goes to Redbeard. I thought of just maybe doing it that way, but I thought, why complicate shit?
Yeah.
One day at a time.
Well, and it probably makes these guys feel good to have like a one today.
Look at that. We barely need you. Everybody, you know what? Everybody who's not a member, become a member, and then we got this thing knocked out.
We love members.
Easy enough. I'm a big member guy. I'm a big member guy. Commas are important. I'm a big member guy. You know, member in quotes.
Oh, I got it.
Instead of, I'm a big member guy.
Now, if you insert the word black in that sentence, where would you put it?
I'm a big member black guy. Means I'm a black guy with a giant cock, is what that means. MSO says, I know, you got this. So are we declaring a peace between us today? And then we'll pick it back up tomorrow. Rumble Friday, you've always got a good chance because it's harder for people to donate because, as Mersh would say, Rumble sucks dick with Android.
That's true, but he's also got time today. You don't know.
We don't know. Roots Bobo I'm not supposed to say that word apparently. But thank you, Roots. He says, I've never seen a jersey make somebody look like even more of a fat dork.
Aw.
Isn't that what all jerseys do?
I think he was talking about me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. No, I look great. I was going to say, because I look fantastic. April's mid as fuck.
Hey, guess what size this jersey is?
What?
We all found out I had a kid's jersey yesterday.
Yes, you had a kid's large on yesterday. What's that one?
This is a men's small.
Men's small. Look at that. Okay.
Yes. That's interesting. Now see. Stitched and everything.
That would explain the tits.
Justin Jefferson's going to carry us to the promised land.
He can't do that without Kirk Cousins. Can't do it without Kirk, baby.
Kirk can't catch those passes himself.
Right, because he doesn't. He throws them. Kirk can't catch them. Oh, Justin Jefferson does. Delco Lou says, we'll have some cheesesteaks saved for both of you tonight at the tailgate. Fly, Eagles, fly.
Ugh.
For the record, I am not confident about tonight's game. One thing I am confident about, I may stop watching early.
No, you're not, because we're gonna pull through this one.
We need to win this one.
Yeah, we do, for morale.
I know you can't have, you can't go, oh, it's must win 2 games in. Like, sometimes teams start 0-2 and they rally. But, I don't know. This one just feels like you have to have it. You can't go down 0-2. We got to win 10 games to go to the playoffs, and I had 11 wins picked on our schedule at the beginning of the year, and one of those wins was Tampa. So we're kind of in a can't fuck up situation.
It just kind of feels like you're going to be smothered if you don't pull this one off.
Yeah.
It's going to go by the wayside.
And I forgot, it's Kirk in primetime.
Oh, yeah, he's not good at primetime. Why is that?
Well, I'll tell you why he's not good in primetime this year. Because he doesn't have any time to throw because his offensive line sucks a fat dick.
Oh, I think that was the reasoning last year, too.
And the year before. I don't think we've ever given him good protection. He's the most hit quarterback in the NFL. Because fuck. Last week, actually, Kirk Cousins had 2 fumbles. Let's make that technically he had 1 fumble. And then on the other fumble, he was stripped by his right guard.
You want to know what? I don't like stripping it down, to all the nitty gritty. Yeah. It's just, no, we sucked.
His right guard literally smacked the ball out of his hands. His own offensive lineman.
It's on the coach to start screaming at these people.
If his offensive lineman isn't letting guys through to crucify him, he's literally smacking the ball out of his own quarterback's hands.
He's being stripped.
Corey Schaefer says the Vikings need this one bad, but not very confident about this one. You know what? I think that about says it all. Welcome, guys. Dub says quarterback Jets either had bad luck or a win-win. Dub also says Aaron likely has wife insurance and plans to get someone drive-through vaccinated today. Right, there you go. Of course, Sean Raz is a huge Eagles fan, so he's in the Rumble chat telling us in so many words that we're fucked. There you go.
I don't agree. They lost their first game last week, didn't they? The Eagles?
The Eagles? No, they beat New England.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
Why did I think they lost?
Because you wanted them to.
Oh, maybe I dreamt it.
I don't know if you guys saw this news yesterday. Red Fox Matt is correct. Baker Mayfield says he knew the Vikings' plays, that he had cracked our signals.
I told everybody that. After the game, I'm like, we are obvious. We are easy to figure out. We try the same stupid shit every time.
He said he cracked the Vikings' signals, and he knew what defenses we were playing.
Yeah, very smart man. Good job.
Scarface, becoming a member for his 9th month, says your former RG3 backup better beat the Eagles tonight because Philly is a terrible place full of overcompensating F-slurs. And trank addicts.
Oh, can we just sneak some trank into the Phillies water?
Let's get Jalen Hurts all fucked up on trank.
That'd be so funny.
Said hut.
They're all just standing out there like zombies.
That's a good idea. Get them some trank.
They just twitch every now and then.
Yeah, that's a good one. All the fans will be on it anyway.
Probably.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Fauci, it's got to be frustrating being one of the ushers, the ticket takers, at the Eagles Stadium. Is it Lincoln Financial Field? I can't remember.
It doesn't matter.
But could you imagine being one of the ticket takers? All right, folks, come on in. Doors are open. And everyone in Philly's just standing there like this.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. It's game time.
They sound like Joe Biden and look like Mitch McConnell.
Come on, guys. The game's about to start. Guys, we can't go through this every week. You've got to stop doing trank at the tailgates. Hung Solo says, think about the positive about the Vikings. Possible we won't make it to the big game. Gee, you think? You know, if we suck come December when we go watch them in Las Vegas, we can save a shitload of money on tickets and just gamble a lot in the sports book.
Oh, my God. I don't even want to think about that. Can we be competitive in December? Would that be cool? You guys?
Yeah, it sounds a little beggy.
Is that beggy?
Yeah. Pool scam, but we know all about beggy over here. Pool scam Sam says Aaron's the type of guy that brings a baseball mitt to a Twins game, allegedly. What, is that wrong? What if I want to catch a foul ball and I'm sitting down the third baseline? What if I bring my son to a game and I want to teach him the finer points of catching foul balls?
But you
Piece of shit.
You did that once this summer. You both brought your gloves, right?
No.
Oh. Just
not.
him?
He brought his. I got big old mitts. I can catch it. We were sitting behind the plate. It's a foul ball. It goes way up in the air. You can snag one of those bad boys with your mitts.
Just wondering.
My hands are bigger than his glove, for God's sake. Anybody want a peanut? Mr. Tony Soprano, good morning. It looks weird when you don't have a membership. Somebody get Tony Soprano a goddamn membership. He's a good man and he deserves it. All right, guys, let's get into today's show. We've got, I'm fucking up because it's dark out all the time now in the morning. I keep saying this morning.
It makes me feel sleepy, too.
You guys only have a 1:30 goal today. I think you'll knock it out. Links in the chat. You know the drill. Thank you very much. We have a lot of different stuff to talk about today. We get to trash the shit out of boomers, which is always fun.
Good.
I don't trash the shit out of boomers unless I have a reason to. And the New York Post always gives me a reason to play intergenerational warfare.
Right, so really you're just obligated now.
Yeah, so the baby boomers are crying and complaining that we hate them, and I think the only reason they're doing that is because we hate them.
Yeah.
I think baby boomers are some of the biggest pieces of shit who ever lived. Like during COVID. So here's a fun juxtaposition. The greatest generation, when the world said, hey, fascism and imperialism is knocking at the door and trying to conquer the world. And we all went, us in Britain went, hey, that's our job. And you think about it. You talk about how the winner writes history.
Hey, that's our job.
Yeah, well, think about it. You know how the winner writes history?
Yeah.
And in school you're taught, the big evil Nazis and Japanese wanted to conquer the world. And the brave Americans and Russians and the British, they stood athwart the big bullies and said no. That's so not what happened.
Right.
What happened was the people who ruled the world were fucking, when you rule the world, other people aren't getting as much as the people who rule the world. So then the people who didn't rule the world went, hey, fuck you guys. We want to rule the world. And then the people who rule the world went, well, fuck you. We rule the world. So we'll kick your ass for wanting to rule the world. And then, if you think that we were like the great guys and the Axis were like the terrible good guys, and that's the only way it goes, that's the only history you can be taught. What did the Americans and Russians do after World War II for the next 50 years?
Gloat, tiny?
No, they tried to rule the world.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. That was what. So Germany and Japan were terrible and awful because they were trying to rule the world. So to show how bad trying to rule the world is, the Americans and Russians divided the world 50-50 and kept trying to rule the other side of it. It's funny. It's the Norm Macdonald joke.
Boomers, guys.
It's the Norm Macdonald joke. Isn't it funny how the good guys always seem to win the war? Every war that's ever happened.
There can't be a different way, though. Whoever wins is always going to say that.
Union Jack says, my history book told me the good guys are. Thank you. Well, no, look, all I'm saying is if one side's trying to rule the world and the other side says, hey, once we beat you, we're going to give the world back to the world, that's one thing. But when one side tries to rule the world and you go, hey, knock that off, and then you immediately go back to ruling the world after they're done trying to rule the world, was there ever really a good guy?
No, when there's power, there's technically not a good guy.
We nuked innocent people twice. We killed 500,000 people with 2 bombs.
I'm not in favor of nukes for anybody.
And by the way, we nuked that country twice and killed 500,000 of their people after they were already fucked. Like, it wasn't like Japan was going to turn it around. We had them backed up. We had occupied 2 of their home islands.
That's true.
Like, we had pretty much had them, shit was to shoe level. If they never surrendered, we had them trapped inside their own home. And we went, you know what we have to do? We have to drop a nuclear weapon on these people. Because, I don't know, the result of this war is still a little up in the air. Nuke them. Union Jack says they wouldn't give up. Yes, they would. The Japanese wanted to surrender. The only problem was they were like, you guys keep asking us for an unconditional surrender. We will only surrender to you. Do you know the answer to this? What their condition was or no? They said, we will only surrender to you if you let our emperor stay on the throne. If we can keep our emperor, we'll surrender. And we said, no, fuck you. Unconditional surrender for what you did to us. And then after we dropped the 2 bombs, they surrendered. And you know what we let them do? Keep their emperor on the throne.
Just for funsies.
They got to keep their... Oh, my God.
Well, we asserted ourselves.
Guys, look, don't think too hard about history because you'll start to go to a dark place where you go, so we've always been imperialist pieces of dog shit. It's just been our imperialist pieces of dog shit, so we like them. But you know what I liken it to? When A.J. Pierzynski was the catcher for the Twins. You see, when he was the catcher for the Twins, everyone in the league hated him because he was a fucking asshole. We loved him. And then when he went to Chicago, we went, hey, I think this guy turned into an asshole. And the rest of the league went, no. He's always been an asshole. You just liked him because he was hitting .315 for you.
Don't you know that that's how that happens?
That's how it works.
Whenever things work out for you, that's when you start liking it.
To show you,
never different.
To show you that it was never about good guys and bad guys, who did we hire to run everything after the war was over? Who did we hire to run everything after the war was over?
A German?
Nazis. The Nazis are bad. They're evil. They're terrible, and they're awful. We should let them run. And they tried to run the world. You know what we should do after we beat them? Let them run the world for us.
Let them take us to space.
I'm sorry.
It'd be funny if they took all of our leaders to space and then it just blew up. That was their creative plan.
They're like, oh. All we got the Nazis to do was accept Jew money to go to space. Hobo Chili Recipes says, factions in the Imperial Army refused. We would have had to attack mainland Japan. It would have cost hundreds of thousands of lives. I'm still of the belief that we could have continued carpet bombing the shit out of them. I don't buy we would have had to step foot on Japanese soil. I think we could have beat them now without invading, and I'll tell you why. That's the story we tell ourselves to feel good about nuking 500,000 people.
Oh, I don't feel good about it.
Because you know what? Hiroshima and Nagasaki, you can't tell me that this nuking was not planned for a long time. There were 2 cities in Japan that we had left completely unscathed by our carpet bombing. We were dropping incendiary bombs, fire bombs, early model napalm on Japan for years. And there were 2, we'd flattened the entire country. There were 2 cities that we'd left untouched. They happened to be Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We were planning to do something awful to those cities.
Yeah, I don't think any of this is surprising.
J-Dub Production says Werner von Braun helped fake the moon landing. Yes, he was actually a movie producer, believe it or not. All right, so anyway, boomers.
What happened?
That's what I was getting at. I don't like boomers. Roots says, I love the fact that we dropped them damn bombs. I believe that from Roots. Nobody ever did it again because it was so fucking gnarly. That's true. I remember a Saturday Night Live sketch where Will Ferrell was playing Harry Carey. I think this was a sketch. Either that or I'm just totally fever dreaming a sketch that never happened.
Sure, why not?
But he was interviewing, I think, Jeff Goldblum as Harry Carey, and they were talking about space. And he went, hey, do you think that we dropped the A-bomb on Japan to defeat the Japanese or to scare the Russians? Discuss. I don't know if that was that sketch or it was a different one, but it was an SNL sketch. All right, guys. We're getting off on a tangent here.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy at this
guys,
point.
Try to reel it in a little bit, okay? Get your shit together. Hit like, hit subscribe. Let's do a show. What do you say? So, the boomers. When their parents were under threat from the great threat of imperialism and Nazism, they all signed up to go to war. They put their boots on. They put their uniforms on. And they marched and they went and they landed and they faced sudden death on the shores of Normandy and fought back the Nazis. When it was the boomers' turn to sacrifice for the rest of us, they all went, no, if we have to stay inside, you guys have to stay inside and we should everything should be shut down. My goodness, I don't want to get sick. Your fucking parents looked looked all the young people in the eye, looked all the children and the elderly in the eye, and they went, no. You will hide behind us. We will take the bullets and the artillery shells and the plane bombs and get run over by tanks and die in the mud on the beaches of a foreign country we've never been to. You guys live your life. And as soon as it came to the boomers, like, hey, boomers, we have a disease that seemingly only fucks with you guys. I mean, we can pretty much take it standing. It's not a big deal. The boomers went, no! That was the boomers' attitude.
Did they do that, or did people tell them to be that way?
Who's running shit?
I guess boomers. Okay.
And the boomers went, no! If I have to stay in, everybody has to stay in. I don't want to stay in, so they have to stay in.
Right.
All they had to do was let us go to the fucking beaches, let us go to the bars, let us do everything. And instead, those miserable, rotting, dying sea suckers we're on YouTube still, had to go, no, I don't want to miss out on everything. All of you stay home. You could get me sick. Oh, I wish we would have. If I had one wish, it would be that COVID was as real as they thought it was. And that those
having had it now, I'm good.
I mean, those boomers, just to watch them all rot, they really are a fucking cancer. They were handed the world, and what did they do? Sucked it all up for themselves and went, hey, our parents gave us low interest rates and $40,000 houses. Oh, what'd you do? Oh, we leveraged them all to the hilt and created inflation out the asshole. Here's a $300,000 two-bedroom house for 7.5%, you piece of shit. Fuck the boomers. Fuck them in their ass. I hate them. I can't wait until they're dead. Here's what we're going to do.
Your parents are boomers, aren't they?
Look, sacrifices must be made for the greater good. What I'm saying is, when the last boomer dies, we're throwing a cocaine and booze party.
I think you can still do that without them dying.
It's going to feel better.
The coke will be legal in a few years, I'm sure.
It's going to feel better when I know they're gone. Otherwise, it's just going to be fake. I need it to be real.
You could throw it in front of them, and they'll be too tired to,
Ooh, yeah. How about when the last boomer is dying in his bed, we throw a party in front of him? Because you know what he'll do? He'll suck up every last cent of medical care to buy himself 40 more days of life.
What if he just does coke with us?
Because he's a selfish cunt. Fuck him. He doesn't get any of our cocaine. He had enough.
Boy, you're in a mood today.
I hate boomers. J-Dub Production says the boomers loved their post-World War II prosperity. It's true. Yes. Aaron, hold on. I got to get this name right. Aaron Ganty Imholt. I think it's supposed to be gay, but it doesn't work as well. I'm always right and gay, he says. Well, look, a lot of people would say that.
And yeah, I do think you have to get your name right, though, to make this funny.
As long as I'm right, the gay part doesn't bother me. Grank Nutterbutter says, are you serious? What did we millennials do? Are you seriously saying Death Row Records is a proud legacy? What else? Prozac? Fucking gay.
Yeah, I don't know that we have
The millennials haven't had time to make their legacy yet. We're still working on that.
Somebody's going to talk about you the way you just talked about your parents that way, though. Someday.
Nah, I never talked about the greatest generation this way.
I don't think that's what this is.
The greatest generation, actually, like the boomers did shit to deserve their criticism. The greatest generation is cool.
Who came up with reverse mortgages?
Boomers. Boomers came up with reverse mortgages. Here's what they do. The boomers leverage everything. They're like, put it off. Easy monthly payments. We'll get it down the road. They're the kick the can down the road generation.
Who is the Medicare, Medicaid bunch?
Yeah, that, you know what? Medicare and Medicaid was started under FDR. You can't really blame the boomers for that one. Oh, God. Oh, sir. Oh, that's a really shitty name then. You can do better than that. He goes, it's arrogant, as in arrogant. Ugh. It was better when I thought it was a gay thing. Oh, dude, you got to do better than that.
Yeah, that's even worse.
If that's like a trolly name, I deserve a better class of troll than that. Come on, you can do better, buddy. Arrogant?
Teach them how to troll you.
I got to teach you how to hate properly, because what you're doing is you're putting your hatred and your emotion into it rather than being funny. You're just like, hate, hate, hate. Don't lean so much on the hate. Lean on the funny part. You'll figure it out, kiddo.
You seem very much full of piss and vinegar this morning. If you were going to troll you, like if you weren't you, but you were going to troll you, what would your name be?
Dude, I'd be so much better at trolling me than these people are. I mean, they're so bad at it. I giggle at them, I laugh at them, then they get madder and more upset. I mean, I've broken these people. I would be able to break me. I wouldn't be breaking my troll. I would be the troll breaking me, but they're not good enough at it.
I'll have to ask you off screen sometime what breaks you.
You know,
I don't know.
You know, if they decided to turn on me, you know who would do a good job of trolling me and probably get at least a draw?
I don't know.
The Aristococks. They're good.
Who the fuck are those?
It's like Friendo and Hobo and all those guys, like that little subgroup of Steel Toe fans. The Aristococks can fucking get it when it comes to trolling. They're very good.
I do like a good aristocrat.
Yeah. But yeah, Aaron Gint, you got to work on that, buddy. That's not good. That's proof that you're inside a lot. That's all. You got to...
Well, now that guy's not going to have a good morning.
We got to sharpen up.
Look what you've done.
Pool Scam Sam is good at it. He goes, fun fact, Aaron sells reverse mortgages, allegedly. I hear it's very lucrative, as boomers are fucking stupid. Somebody says Aaron breaks himself every time he hops on the scale. No one else can do that to him other than himself.
I have seen that very action really ruin your morning.
Never happened. Never happened. You know where I'm at this morning?
I don't.
Manageable, but a little up. Let's bring it down. Here's where I'm at. You know what? Let's bring that down and let's get that under control and take care of that today.
Well, seeing as the Vikings game is tonight, are you still doing boxing?
I'm going to box this morning. I'm not going to do it tonight. I'm going to watch I'm going to watch the Vikings game. No sparring tonight, but I will get my rounds in. I promise. Thank you very much, Fat Cody, starting us off with $5 today. Says, good morning, Aaron and April. Rough day, looking for smiles and laughs. All right, we're going to make fun of boomers later. I kind of got ahead of myself just a little bit.
You've been very angry so far this morning.
It feels good, though. It feels like a righteous anger. I like it.
I wasn't ready for it.
All right, well, I'm sorry for coming out of the gate hot, guys. Very exciting show today. Oh, man, Aaron, where'd you go? Did I make fun of you too hard?
He's fixing his name.
Sorry, buddy. Yeah, he's probably fixing his name right now.
Leave him alone.
Well, that's good. You should listen to me. I'm better at this than you. Coltrane says, hey, boss, are mod checks being automatically deposited or are we coming to pick up checks? I'm going to be facing a writer's strike pretty soon if we don't get this mod issue figured out. All right, so starting off today, I saw this on Twitter this morning. I just wanted to throw this out there real quick. And then I want to make fun of Oliver Anthony. I really don't like that so many of you like this guy. He's a weird autistic ginger. He's super fucked up. And we're going to find out he's been burying small animals in his backyard.
Yeah, I feel like he's got a Dahmer thing going on, like he's tortured cats.
Yeah, the Oliver Anthony story, guys, doesn't end with him being really cool. It ends with him being creepy as fuck. He's a weirdo. He's a weirdo he's like that kid in school who, like, he was the new kid, and you were like, oh, he could be pretty cool. He told a funny joke his first day, but then shit just kind of got darker and darker. Sure. Oliver Anthony is, for lack of a better word, a super stupid guy. Like, he's just kind of a big, dumb, orange retard.
And he looks that way, too.
Yeah.
Like, there's not one part of me that's like, oh, that guy's educated.
He's way too high-strung.
Yeah.
That song, I'm sorry, not good.
I don't like him.
Rich man, rich man. Just say Jews.
I don't even like his voice.
No, he's a shouty guy. He's a screamy fella.
It's shouty, but he's got like a stupid twang to it. I know I'm Midwest trash, and I'm not above him, but I still don't like his voice.
Yeah, he's just kind of a dipshit, and we'll get to that. He did a real dipshitty thing this week that I think he's doing it because he's like, oh, I'm one of the common folk. I'm one of the common people. But even the common people are looking at him and going, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, you're bothering me.
You are not us.
Yeah, Mr. Get in his own way. We'll talk about it. But first, I saw this article on Twitter this morning. Vivek Ramaswamy, who a lot of people like.
Okay.
The ABC News, the mainstream media has a real funny thing they do where they assume the rest of us think like them. And if we don't, they try really hard to create articles and they phrase things so that we will start to think like them just automatically. They put out an article that was supposed to scare the shit out of people and make them not like Vivek Ramaswamy. And all it made me do was whack off before the show started.
Oh, boy.
This article, GOP presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy wants to cut federal workforce by 75%.
Ooh.
Now, two things. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Right, that
Number
sounds like
one.
a party, right?
That sounds awesome. I thought this guy was a big pharma piece of shit.
Let's do a Coke and booze party for him.
Coke and booze party. No, look, I'm still very skeptical of this guy. He's like a Klaus Schwab, WEF, pharmaceutical guy.
Heard.
I don't trust him.
Yeah, I have heard that.
But 75% of the federal government, just thinking about it makes me happy. And I'll tell you why thinking about it makes me happy. Because all these Republicans, when they're running for that nomination, they all say shit like this. They all go, oh, I'm going to slash the shit out of the federal government. Mm-hmm. I'm going to get rid of this. They're like crazy furniture salesmen. Everything must go. We're having a liquidation sale. So come on down. We'll even sell you the light fixtures. That kind of thing.
Fire sale.
Right. And then when they get into office, the debt goes up another $5 trillion, and then they cash out and they go, all right, see you later, guys.
Okay, but what if one guy finally just does it? What if one guy finally does what he says?
Well, if we would have elected Ron Paul about 12 years ago, maybe we would have known what that looks like, because that man was out of his fucking mind, and he would have done it. He was our new Andrew Jackson. He would have been beating people with hickory canes.
Do you ever just sit back and think about how times could have just been better?
Oh,
it truly is like depressing.
Oh, I'm sorry. How things could have been better if we hadn't sold out to the people who run the country and just kept doing everything they wanted us to do. Yeah, it would have been great, but we don't take chances. This is America.
I had the news on in the background this morning, and Fox is like, oh, Biden today will be pivoting to the economy once again. Talking about it, and I was just like, oh. Okay, that's good, right? No, and they're like, oh, as gas prices soar above $4 a gallon, I'm like, yeah, it doesn't have to be that way,
Pivoting.
But it is.
Biden will be pivoting toward the economy. I would physically be standing there as he starts to turn, going, "Sir, you don't want to look." It's his fault. I would not pivot to the economy right now.
You should.
And I don't want him to pivot to the economy. I'll tell you why. I don't need him touching anything, because even though it's all on fire, there's a giant shelf full of hay bales sitting above his head, and I don't want him to reach for them because it's just going to make the fire worse. So,
and then I forget another old white grandpa guy who talks for Biden, on economy and shit. He has white hair. I don't know his name.
Go ahead.
But he's sitting up there talking about, how Bidenomics is just so great and how trickle down has never worked for any working American family.
No, I never.
And I'm like, you're not working for American families either.
Trickle down is bullshit. Let's check on Reagan and Trump's economy versus Biden's economy. Okay, as we take a look here, it looks like
hurt, dude.
It looks like it may be shit. Okay, let's say that trickle down is garbage. Let's accept your argument.
Sure.
Still looking better than what you're doing.
I know. His quote was, trickle down has failed working American families every time it's been tried. Bidenomics is the way. And I'm like,
what?
Bidenomics is not helping a single person that I know right now.
Here's what trickle-down economics. First of all, nobody's actually tried real trickle-down economics, because real trickle-down economics is you cut taxes and you cut the shit out of government. All Republicans like Reagan and Trump ever did was they cut the shit out of taxes and then hiked the fuck out of spending. So they never really tried actual trickle down or Reaganomics, as it's called.
The old college try, they didn't really give it.
What you do is you cut the shit out of taxes, and yeah, rich people get the biggest chunk because you cut it as a percentage. You drop all the taxes, like every tax level there is, you drop them all down. So naturally, the people who pay more are going to get more. But guess what those people do? Those people run businesses, and then they reinvest in their business. They hire more people. They're able to cut prices because their costs go down. They're able to grow what they already have, and that ends up being better for the economy as a whole. Their stock price goes up, which helps the retirement account of all these working fucks. Wages go up and prices go down. It's what happens every time we try that shit. Trickle-down economics got us over 25% interest rates from the Carter administration. So I'm sorry. Let's say it doesn't work. Fine. It works a hell of a lot better than whatever the hell you're doing.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that guy must be getting paid so much to sit up there and lie and say that Bidenomics is for the working American family and that it's helping us.
That's their agenda, and they can't say that their agenda's wrong. It'll ruin the whole, Globetrotters versus generals thing we got going.
I don't know one family, though. Like, one that is doing well right now economy-wise or feels good about things.
I know one. They came here from China like 6 months ago. They claim they're doing great.
Oh, you hang out with those,
Got to keep them close. I got to know what they're up to.
I just keep distance.
I got to know what they're up to.
Interesting.
Hobo Chili says, to Trump's credit, he came the closest to doing what you're supposed to do, which helped improve people's 401k and small business. Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
I was really disappointed that he didn't do the spending cut part. He did. Look, he cut taxes. That was awesome. That was great. Revenues actually went up from 17% of GDP to 20%. That's the other thing that Biden people don't want to talk about. When you cut taxes, tax revenues actually go up because, you're getting, instead of getting 39% of a shit economy, you're getting 31% of a really good economy, and that ends up actually being more money than your way would have been.
I just remember what our retirement accounts looked like when Trump was around.
Sure.
Just everything.
It's growing
Gas
a lot.
prices.
Growing a lot faster.
It was very nice.
You know what's growing now?
I was excited to look at it.
Yeah, you know what's growing now? Inflation. Last month was the report came out this week. Last month was the highest inflation percentage of the year so far. And remember, that's on the back of the year before, which was all-time record inflation. So year to year, it's gone up another 3.9%. So last year when it was going up 8%, oh my God, that was terrible. So here's what the Biden administration does. When the numbers come out and they go 3.8% inflation year over year, this month, this time to this month last year, the Biden administration goes, hey guys, inflation is going down.
Right. Corinne Jean-Pierre gets on her little stupid podium. And, ooh, the jobs are up.
No. Stay with me on this inflation thing. She goes, no, guys, inflation is down. And we go, what the fuck are you talking about? She goes, no. Last year, it was an 8.8% inflation increase. This year, it's a 3.5% inflation increase. Hey, dummy, it's up 3.5 from the 8.8.
But then she'll just tell you, no, it's all how you look at it.
No, we understand that. You had a record jump, and now it's higher than the record jump. Do you understand?
She's like a few sentences away from just telling us, oh, no, it's all about having a positive attitude, guys. You sound very negative to me.
Coltrane says, I'm not hurting yet, but shit is definitely bad and everything is costing so much. It makes it harder to save or put in my 401k, but the 401k is garbage anyway. I hear you, man. I mean, we're throwing money into these retirement accounts and you look at them and like, oh, stagnant. Turns out I don't need to look at it.
I quite literally don't remember the last time I looked at them. I remember my last phone conversation with my financial advisor, and even he's like, probably, not super worth looking at it right now.
Yeah, he's like,
and that's a weird thing to hear from your guy.
Just don't look.
But
that's the advice of financial advisors
isn't
right
that
now.
Weird?
Just don't look. All right, guys, I want to stop being mad. Let's make fun of Oliver Anthony a little bit. Everybody hit like, everybody hit subscribe. Let's have a solid number day. I got to remember to unplug that fucking thing. My KBS is still jumping around a little bit, but it's not as bad as last night. Everybody hit like, everybody hit subscribe. I want to see my show grow. I want to see it go well. I want to see us get some solid numbers this week. We're a little down this week, but not a ton.
Okay.
Mostly on the Rumble side of things, we're a little down, and I'm one of those you're only as good as your last show guys. So if it goes down, I'm like, oh, it's never gonna go back up again. No, it always goes up, it always goes down. But I'm a panicky Pete, so do what you can. Hit like, hit share, hit subscribe. We do appreciate that. It's a small goal today, 125. So go ahead and bang that out over on the PayPal, the Venmo, the Streamlabs, the Super Chats, all that. And we'll do a half hour of overtime for you today and be one show away from having a successful week, which is great. So this Oliver Anthony guy, the Rich Men North of Richmond guy, I even think the title of that song is stupid. I'm not a big fan. I always hate when America makes these unvetted guys super famous.
Just grab onto him and throw him at everything.
You're like, guys, he lives in the deep woods with that crazy ginger beard for a reason. Like
he's not cut out for society.
Right. Like there's a reason he hasn't come to find us.
Sure.
Just let's take it. Like, remember when we made that deep voice homeless guy really famous?
Oh, yeah.
We're like, hey, everybody, you're sitting here. And he's like a dirty, filthy bum.
Right.
But he's got a really golden radio voice. So everyone's like, oh, isn't he the greatest? And then they found out he's like got domestic abuse charges out the ass. He's been beating the shit out of bitches forever.
It's never what we want him to be.
Yeah, maybe. Hey, guys, I got a quick tip for you. Maybe the crazy, dirty, greasy bum on the street corner with the golden voice isn't super famous for a reason.
There's a chance.
There's a chance that maybe that's the case. So the same thing with Oliver Anthony. I see this Rich Men North of Richmond, and people are like, oh, man, this guy's really saying it. I'm like, saying what? The same thing the rest of us are saying it, but taking 5 minutes longer than the rest of us do to say it? Yeah, we get it. Shit's fucked up and not good, and these people are dirty, filthy, rotten criminals. You don't see us screaming our ginger faces off about it, although that's all I've been doing so far today.
But unfortunately, I see like a small town, like extra small town drunks just screaming this at the top of their lungs at like 1:30 in the morning together.
Man, that's a man. All right. So now this Tormund Giantsbane looking motherfucker is out there doing shows. Yeah. And he's so autistic and he's so just socially retarded that he can't stop tripping over his own dick and getting in his own way and even fucking over his own fans because he's such a fucking dummy. He lives out under a carport in the woods somewhere,
with probably like 300 guns.
Eating the bones of abandoned neighborhood children, with small animals buried in the backyard, allegedly. These are just things I've heard.
I like to picture him as having a rudimentary bunker.
Yeah, well, like Zach O says, he's out in the woods fucking deer. I mean, that's a visual I can see.
Right, he doesn't hunt him, he fucks them.
So this Oliver Anthony guy has been doing shows. They've been selling tickets. Like, he's super hot right now. Venues want to book him. People are, sing the Richmond song again. Hey, can you do the Richmond song? He's like, I want to cover Cotton Eye Joe. Fuck you. Play the Richmond song.
I thought he only had 2 songs.
He pretty much, well, I'm sure he's written other ones. Like, Why the Darks Can't Drive My Car, I think is an Oliver Anthony.
He really channels his inner David Allen Coe.
Yeah, he really dives in. That's the thing about not vetting these people is like, do you really want to go through his notebook and see the songs he's written?
Oh, he's got shit about black people, trans.
There's one in there called The Voices in My Head Don't Like You. There's another one called Bitch Can't Be Buried in My Backyard If She's Burnt.
There's some illegal immigrant shit in there.
Yeah, there's always illegal immigrant songs for sure. Well, he was going to do a show at a place called Cotton Eye Joe Nightclub in Knoxville, Tennessee, because of course he was.
How fitting.
And it was going to be on September 27th. Well, people were buying up their tickets. They were excited to go see Oliver Anthony because they're dumb. And he canceled the show.
Dude, you can't do that. You probably needed that money.
He canceled the... No. That's actually the opposite of the reason why he canceled the show.
What?
He canceled a scheduled show and told the venue he can't play there because the prices they were charging for tickets were too high.
I literally hate everything about him.
You fucking idiot.
If the people are paying, clearly it's not too much.
Right. This is kind of that shit Democrats do to black people, where they're like, no, you don't really want that. We'll tell you what you want and then you'll do it. Don't betray what we're... That's what Oliver Anthony's doing. He's like, oh, no, I'm a working man, and I'm for the working people, and you charge too much for the tickets.
You got to keep kayfabe, Aaron.
And then...
You should appreciate that about him.
The people who bought tickets are like, what do you think I am, retarded? Now, I think you're retarded. You bought an Oliver Anthony ticket. But they wanted to spend that money on their distraction. You were their distraction from how shitty things were, and they were willing to pay good money to go see you.
And ironically, they're probably upset with him now for canceling.
Right, but then there's a bunch of people on the internet because they're dumb who go, oh no, he's a man of the people. I love Oliver Anthony. He's looking out. No, he's just a crazy autistic weirdo who's doing shit on a whim.
Yeah.
He's sitting there just like reacting instead of thinking. First of all, you're fucking the venue over because in tough times, they could have made a buck. They could have made a little money. The people agreeing to pay these prices want to pay that much to go see you. So the guy who owns the venue gets to put a little more distance between him and closing the doors. Mm-hmm. And the people who are there paid money that they can allegedly afford to pay to come see you. And they were going to feel good. The only one having a problem with this was you.
That's actually but that is interesting, though. So people are going to see him for 2 specific songs that he has, though. That's $50 per song. That's great. Yeah. You should be thankful.
Good for, but that's what, if you're a successful musician, that's what's going to happen. People are going to want to pay good money to see you.
Yeah, any concert I've ever been to, I don't think I complained later about the ticket price I paid.
I had to pay $300 one time to sit in the nosebleeds to see Eric Church.
Oh, I don't want to talk about what we paid for something.
Whacked off in that back seat.
Oh, you needed the back seat.
I was so happy because he was, he's just singing, oh, my Chattanooga Lucy. And I was like, oh, yeah, tell me all about it, Church. Whacking off in the back. I was like, best $300 I've ever spent.
It's a little PTSD throwback to your sleep jacking days.
Yeah, I was weight jacking it for that one. So this guy, Mr. Autistic Ginger Babysitter of people's feelings, Oliver Anthony, says the ticket prices were too high. It was $99 per ticket and $200 for VIP meet and greet tickets. Okay, cool. So now that venue has no entertainment that night. They're going to have to eat it. They don't get any money. And the people who wanted to pay to come see you don't get to come see you now.
Yeah, this is all dumb.
But I'm a man of the people. I don't like it when they're charging too much. Then go play the county fair at the karaoke stand for free, you fucking dipshit. I don't like this guy.
Just the bar down the street, but don't just do a free show.
Go do open mic nights then. Apparently, he had a friend booking venues for him and got hooked up with Cotton Eye Joe, who literally just did their job and booked him for the agreed price. So this is not about that. See, even Not the Bee is against him on this one. They're like, dude, you're just being you know what he's doing?
What?
He's trying. If you guys think this guy's genuine, I've got a bridge to sell you. Now he's gotten a little bit of attention and fame. He's trying to lean in on the aw shucks good guy gimmick and man of the people gimmick. Well, you know what the people like? I'm sorry. We got to stop pretending that we, the people, are so fucking smart. I mean, we let our country get this way. We, the people, have not changed since the Roman times. Do you know what we like? Bread and circuses. That's what we like. We like entertainment and distraction. That's our thing. Better or worse, good or bad, rich or poorer. We like bread and circuses.
That's true.
And so this guy was the circus, and then he goes, no, I don't like the amount of money the people were paying for the circus. And then he thought he was going to be hailed as some kind of working class hero. They're like, I just saved y'all money on them tickets. They're like, no, asshole, we wanted to come see you.
Yeah, I bet you there's dumb small brain people that hear his songs and like, oh my God, that's it. And they hadn't spent money on anything this year. Like they hadn't gone to any concerts. And they're like, this is the one. I kind of want to go meet that guy.
One guy sold 4 of his prized chickens just to come see you.
Right. 3 of them were the cockfighting ones.
And you fucked him over. And you fucked up your buddy. you fucked him. Oh, he was making a little bit of cash on the whole
It
deal.
sounds like the booker did a good job.
Literally nobody was complaining about this.
Except him. Sounds a bit, like a diva to
I
me.
don't know. It's a little rich men north of Richmond. I'm just kidding. Michael Pitt says you can't complain. I only want to take the people who hate me on this one. Michael Pitt says you can't complain about the government and then be greedy like them. He's not that dumb to be a hypocrite like you, Aaron, LOL.
That's not even being greedy, though. Like, in my opinion, if somebody is willing to pay for something, that's on them. They don't have to buy that ticket.
It's
right?
Basic capitalism.
Exactly. Like
you are worth what people say you're worth. If people will pay $99 to come see you, which for concerts nowadays is actually pretty middle of the road.
Dirt cheap. In my opinion.
If someone's willing to pay $99 to come see you, guess what you're worth? You're worth $99. If you think you're worth $1,000, that doesn't make you worth $1,000. If someone says I'll pay $200, then you're worth $200.
Yeah.
I mean, stop. I mean, if anything, Oliver Anthony's being kind of a liberal here, where he's thinking for people. He's treating people like they're stupid, like they're victims somehow, and then telling them what's good for them.
Although he already had people buying tickets.
Yeah.
Like if the consumer is telling you like, no, I'm fine, and obviously we're buying this thing and we want to come do this thing, like it's shouldn't be in your court to tell them that they can't.
SC Motorsports says $300 for an Eric Church nosebleed and Oliver is a mental patient.
See, that is kind of obnoxious.
When have I ever said that I'm not a mental patient?
Did you actually do that, though?
It was a Christmas gift, but I bought one of them. I got another one. So it wasn't, I mean, the ticket was 300 something, but what do you do? Anyway, back to Ginger Dipshit.
Enough about me.
This is him. Now, first of all, look at the eyes.
Yeah, there's
Come
something
on,
wrong
guys.
there, yeah. I agree.
We should have done our research on this,
Those
dude.
are some dead eyes, if I've ever seen them.
I mean, this is... The Unabomber looked into a camera like this once. More than once, probably. But all right, let's look. I've been shitting on him this entire time. Let's hear him out. $99 a ticket is too much for simple folk to come and see my message. Now, if you want to come see me and what I really think about queers and blacks, I want you to only pay $20.
I had to pull.
As a matter of fact, if people want to barter for their tickets, I believe in the barter system. You bring me your finest chicken eggs, and I'll let you in the show, and then I'll donate them to local neighborhood children.
I had to pull off on the side of the road and make this video.
No, you didn't.
I don't think so.
No, you didn't. I disagree with you right off the bat.
He's letting this fame get to his head. He was so anxious in the car, he just had to go make this.
Wouldn't it be funny if Mr. Don't Charge $99 for a ticket was like, I had to pull off the road in my new ultra jacked up, super souped up Dodge Ram in order to tell you guys that I'm a man of the people.
He's definitely got a too jacked up Dodge Ram with the big towing things, the tow mirrors, but he doesn't use them.
I will give you this. This guy still drives a retard red pickup truck, and it's busted up. And
That's
a color.
Color patent?
Yeah, if you go to GM and you look through the color swatches, there's retard red. It's actually, it used to be one of their most famous options until the PC police got involved.
Okay.
All right, continue on, fucking Tormund Giantsbane.
I had to pull off on the side of the road and make this video. My adrenaline's pumping, man. I'm pissed off right now. And
Uh-oh, a little deer's about to get its neck broken in the woods.
I told you, he's anxious.
He's about to snap a small woodland creature in half with his bare hands. I'm so angry I had to fuck a squirrel.
don't buy Cotton Eye Joe tickets for $99 a piece, and sure as hell don't buy VIP passes for whatever bullshit price they're on.
Wow, fuck the venue, I guess. Fuck your buddy. Fuck everybody who bought tickets.
Fuck your bank account, right?
Yeah, fuck.
I have a buddy of mine who's not a booking agent. He's a friend of mine. He's a full-time plumber, and I'm trying to hire him full-time as my booking agent.
And he's killing it. He's doing a great job, you retard. I don't get it. He's trying to get out of the goddamn plumbing business where he probably...
Yeah, I want to repeat what this man just said. I'm trying to get a full-time booker. But don't hire an actual booker. That's for pussies and gay F words. Hire your plumber buddy.
But the plumber buddy sounds like he's killing it.
No, we're not hiring the plumber buddy. If you want to have a career, you get a booking agent. This guy tries to do everything like man of the people wise, and he just comes out looking like a ginger idiot.
Doesn't everybody need a shtick? Without that shtick, nobody would know
But
him.
I'm worried it's not shtick with this guy. He's just super stupid.
And
I got my buddy who's a plumber, and he's my booker now. I have a guy, he was a veteran. Well, he's not really a veterinarian, but he sticks his finger up my dog's ass and tells him that he's good every 6 months. I got him as my manager and my PR guy. I think I got a good team around me. And then my dog actually is working out some endorsement deals for me.
he agreed to the show, I guess, without asking for what the ticket prices are. Don't pay $100 for a ticket. That's horseshit. If we've got to cancel the venue and play somewhere else, we will. I didn't agree to it, and I don't want you to pay it. So please don't. I'm just trying to get the word out now. I don't know when the event got posted, but
he's too autistic to do this.
Yeah, that actually disgusts me. Like, if somebody decides that price had been too much to go see him, they'll go see you at the next venue. That doesn't cost that much.
I do want to see Not the Bee's take on this, because this is one of those like baity things that people do, and then dumb people eat it up, and they're like, oh, mine, he's really thinking about me. No, he's not thinking at all. This guy just kind of, robot does shit.
Okay, consider this. People were going to pay $200 for a VIP meet and greet. What does that look like, by the way?
Yeah, if you're
pure autism.
If you're charging too much for your product, do you know what will happen?
People won't buy it.
People won't buy it. If people want to buy it, they will. Matt Melt with $4.99 says he is pretty much a liberal. He comes out and said that on interviews, so this makes sense. I mean, yeah, there is kind of that. You're like you're trying to take care of people,
Yeah, but that's not up to
them.
you. You know.
Yeah, Toastmaster says the venue said we can do your $20 tickets if you don't get paid. Exactly.
Like, do you get like just a basic flip phone for like $50 at Verizon too instead of this thing? Just because, prices and shit.
Optic Nerve says, why not just add another show, dumbass? Yeah, why? Because he's got a plumber doing his booking for him.
But no, you got to stop fixating on that. It sounds like that plumber guy booked a great show.
Yes,
he booked a good venue with good prices that was going to help him out.
Could you imagine any real musician, like any artist who actually has a career, talking to their booking agent, and the booking agent goes, hey, I got you a deal where you get $99 a ticket at Cotton Eye Joe's and a $200 meet and greet, and the show's filling up, and then the artist goes, you're fired.
Can you imagine?
What?
Your plumber buddy was killing it, and now he's probably got to go plunge a toilet somewhere because he's fired.
I got to go snake a drain because we can't do Cotton Eye Joe's this weekend.
Ironically, he probably makes more doing the plumbing.
I got to go to a school and clean up. Some kid had a massive chicken nugget diarrhea shit, and I got to go clean that up because Oliver Anthony won't let me book gigs for him because I made him too much money. God. Freedom's Lunch says Aaron Imholt hates the poors. I don't. I'm saying let capitalism work. Do your show. Let the club worry about the ticket prices, and if people want to come in and pay that much,
it's basically
great.
Let the people decide for themselves. Why is that up to you? Right?
Because you know what? Because we pick our hero. In the digital age, in the viral age, we pick our heroes. We never vet them, and then we're surprised when they turn out to be crazy dipshits. I'm trying to think of how many.
A bit crazy.
I'm trying to think of how many crazy dipshits that I think of the homeless guy right away, the Tony Williams or whatever his name was, the radio voice homeless guy who ended up being a domestic abuser. Oh, here's an old school one, Charles Ramsey.
Okay.
Do you remember?
I know this name.
Charles Ramsey was the guy who that girl in Cleveland was abducted for like 13 years, Amanda Berry, and he's like, oh man, we always barbecuing together, and she was Amanda Berry. I thought that girl was dead. And everyone's like, oh, what a funny, uneducated black fella. He's our new black friend. America's black friend, Charles Ramsey. And then we found out that he'd beaten the shit out of bitches before, and he had a rap sheet and everything else. He was going to get an endorsement deal with McDonald's because he was talking about McDonald's in the interview a bunch and how much he loved his McDonald's. And then they went, oh, we're going to give you a big endorsement deal. This will be great. And they looked into his history, and they went, Oh, this guy's a piece of shit. Oh, really? You think the guy living in Section 8 housing who could barely hold down a job until today when the media spoke to him, you think this guy had a checkered past? That's amazing.
How about a slightly more recent one? Saint George Floyd, the hero that died for all of us. You know, he had a gun pointed at a pregnant woman's belly once.
But
and
at
he was
least
a
George.
criminal.
Okay, but at least he died for his sins. Like these other guys.
Oh, his family got plenty for it.
Right, but at least he died.
But he was a criminal. He was a bad dude. And now he is Saint George, and he's on shirts, he's on flags, he's on murals, he's a statue.
And that's just the stuff we have in our bedroom.
Yeah. I actually have a big mural of him painted on the ceiling, so when we're laying there, we can stare at him. Shirtless. We had
my message to Oliver Anthony is this. As the great poet laureate Lil Wayne once said, get money. There you go. That's all I got for you, bud. That's all I got.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I think I've heard some other people like Anthony Cumia talk about this before too. But like, how long is that guy really, Oliver Anthony? How long is he going to be hot? He really should be milking that for all it's worth while he's on fire right now. Right?
Yes.
Like, make your money because that shit's not going to last. Just make your shows.
Ian says, how about you let capitalism work, Aaron, and let the guy wreck his own shows so people hate him and quit listening to him? You know how I respond to you, Ian? You're absolutely right, actually. That's a perfect point. That's a wonderful way to wrap this one up. Thank you, sir.
Oh my God, Derek Fitzpatrick says, never forget 3 funerals in a gold casket. Did they have 3 funerals for George Floyd?
Not enough.
That man was not a good dude.
Freedom's Lunch
Not
says,
good.
Freedom's Lunch says, Aaron's going to lose the goat lover crowd. Sad. I don't want to lose. Look, if you love goats, I love them too. I think they're great.
But how hard do you love them?
Not as hard as Oliver Anthony. That's for sure. Over on Rumble, Hobo Chili Recipe with $2 says, April, who won the Rays Twins game yesterday? I'll hang up and wait. Take that, numbnuts. Look, we play in the American League Central. You don't need to win games.
Couldn't even watch my loss yesterday.
Winning games is overrated in the American League Central. You just wait until everyone else around you turns to shit, and then you just get handed a division title at the end of the year. It's fucking great.
We can sit back and wait.
How about you Rays? You guys have to win to earn your shit and get into the... You guys have to get into the playoffs by winning. We just have to get into the playoffs by not being as shitty as the Cleveland Guardians.
Right.
Congratulations. Work hard. We'll work smart. And then we get to go to the playoffs, so we're looked at as a quote-unquote good team. And you know what we do in the playoffs? Play the least amount of games possible and then head out for the winter.
Shit the bed.
We just shit the bed in the playoffs and go home. That's it. All right, everybody hit like. Everybody hit subscribe. We're in the 400s at the moment. Ew. That's not good. We're having a rough day viewership-wise, but it's a short goal today. Let's knock that out, but let's all come in here.
What'd you do?
Yeah, why aren't we watching the show anymore? What the fuck's going on with Steel Toe here? Steel Toe's shit in the bed. Nobody likes it.
Did you anger somebody?
It's all over. What have I done? Was it all the shouting in that first hour? We're 1 hour into the show. Was it the screaming?
It could have been that you came out of the gate raging.
I was a little hot. As Hobo says, Aaron has the eyes of a goat. I do have goat eyes at the moment. Everybody hit like, everybody hit subscribe, share the show. Let's knock out that 120. You got 3 hours yet to do it. Thank you very much for any and all of your contributions. Okay, let's stop yelling at people. Let's watch a crazy Florida teacher wig out on the children in a video where watching someone else project can be fun.
Of course.
But watching someone project like spot on and just keep going and never have a moment of realization, that almost gets uncomfortable at some point. Yeah, it gets awkward. So there's this new thing with teachers where they get on TikTok and they sit in their car and they start screaming about shit. Like that, you started seeing these like right after they got back from COVID. Is they would go in their car after school and they could not wait. They would fire up the phone, they'd set it up, they'd film a TikTok video, And it would just be about the cheering and the school.
Not getting paid enough.
The school sucks and being a teacher really sucks balls and everything else.
Nobody supports you.
But then a lot of these teachers who are on TikTok making these videos, you look at them and you go, really not so sure you should have been licensed to educate young minds. You look not so put together yourself.
Right. How did you slip through the cracks?
Yeah. So this teacher, Dee Dee Duffy, which I'm sorry, but use your gut, use your instincts. Red flag as far as I'm concerned.
Just the name alone.
Dee Dee Duffy. I already see attention.
That name comes with a personality.
She's a preschool teacher in Cape Coral, Florida. So she gets them young. This is going to be good. Miss D, I'm sure she has herself called Miss Dee Dee or Mix Dee Dee or I don't know what the pronoun is for Dee Dee. A preschool teacher in Cape Coral, Florida. She says she teaches her students that if they don't like their parents, they can find another family.
No.
She also says she teaches them to be gay.
Oh.
In preschool.
They're tiny.
We're not supposed to be telling 4 and 5-year-olds about wee-wees and vaginas and sex and gay. There's no gay or straight preschool kids.
Not only that, even in high school, you don't teach students to be gay. You just teach them about their genitals and what to do with them and not to do, right?
Even in what school did you say?
High school.
Oh, okay. I thought you said preschool. I thought you said in preschool, you just teach kids about their genitals and what to do with them and not do with them.
Even in high school, you don't teach students to be gay.
No, you don't teach them to be gay. You teach them to be obedient masters to their corporate overlords. That's how you know.
Why did you do that to me? Now I'm sweaty.
I know.
I would never say that.
I think I was getting ready to play this and I was reading the thing.
Okay.
And you said high school and I read preschool.
Yeah, I did not say preschool.
And my lines got crossed a little bit. So here's Dee Dee Duffy. Let's take a good look at her first. What do you guys think? Is she
Oh, no concern.
You think that she's put together? I'm glad that she's teaching children.
She's wearing a necklace made of old buttons.
She's got that. Okay, this arm tattoo right here, these are red flags every time. Demi Lovato has one of these where there's a little sentence.
I think a lot
on
of
the
people,
inner arm.
Yeah, people that get like little sayings here and there. Just, oh, I'm so deep.
I have a friend who I think the year after high school ended, and we laughed at him right away. This wasn't like a tattoo where we're like, you're going to regret that later. We told him to regret it immediately because it was fucking stupid.
Were you with him when he got it?
No, I would never be seen near him.
Well, you should have been there yelling at him.
Getting this tattoo. He had a tattoo. It's on his arm. He still has it. And it says like, oh God, it's so, I don't even want to say what it says. It says,
Uh-oh.
Am I dying to live?
Oh, no. Or living to die.
Or living to die.
Oh my God, no.
I'm tearing up at how fucking terrible that tattoo is. And before anyone says that it was me, it's not me. I'm tattooless. It's not my tattoo. It is so bad. I got so sad when the rest of us would laugh behind his back because I just wanted him to be there so we could laugh at him to his face.
Do I know this person?
Hold on a second, everyone. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh God. That's too much man to have that on him.
But now,
right?
But he had to make a decision on that day.
He totally did. He said to get it.
Was he dying to live?
Oh God.
Or living to die?
I still don't know regarding that person.
After he got that tattoo, I didn't really care. I was just more rooting for the die part.
You know, he's lucky. I see why he has so many tattoos now because it probably takes away from that one. I've never seen that tattoo on him, just the large, huge ones.
He had to find a way to make it into a skull because it was just embarrassing.
I was going to say, he definitely covered that up.
Yeah. So now this girl is a preschool teacher in Florida. And she has a really unique way. You know, in preschool, you're supposed to teach kids, tie your shoes, draw some pictures, be nice to each other. Like
Manners.
Preschool is basically socialization.
It can't be that hard.
At their age, you can't really absorb too much in terms of like reading, writing, shit like that. If you can read when you're in preschool, you're a stud. You're doing great.
We're like we're like learning like about like different animals, and they kind of know colors and shapes by now.
Yeah.
But like putting them together and things,
Counting's a
we
big
have a
one in
preschool
preschool.
age girl. She's counting.
Yeah, they're counting now. So this teacher goes and tells us what her judgment call is when it comes to the kids.
I feel like I had to learn the concept of chosen families.
No way. You mean that the family that birthed you doesn't fully embrace you and you had to go find like-minded people? I don't believe you.
Is she telling us no one loved her?
Are you trying to say that you were unloved? Why do you have, like, what is this?
I was trying to figure out the makeup. I don't know if she's trying to look like David Bowie, but brunette.
That had better be a bruise, sister.
I feel like I had to learn the concept of chosen families really young, and it wasn't anything to do with my queerness, but just based on the fact that I didn't have the love at home that I needed, and I knew that
Ma'am, first of all, slow the fuck down.
Okay.
Anyone who talks this way has done this to themselves.
Right.
This is not someone else's fault. When you're a grown up and you have an actual job as a teacher and you're talking like this, nobody did this to you. This is 100% your perception of how things are.
You've worked yourself into a lather, ma'am.
Yes.
Like maybe she
Or
like,
a blather.
lather, yeah. She definitely shouldn't be a teacher, but maybe a few more hugs from dad would have been good for her.
She's like, this has nothing to do with my queerness. I'm like, I'm pretty sure if we
Yeah.
asked your parents, it has a lot to do with your queerness.
I'm guessing your dad wasn't big on the queerness thing and probably didn't give you much attention. And this is what we're getting.
And nobody this unstable. Like, this is a problem with schools. They need to start exercising a little bit better judgment. There needs to be just a stability clause in your contract where if I just get a faint whiff that you're batshit, I can't have you instructing children.
Like just my basic like knowledge, like small children, like preschool age, are semi-unstable. Like they get set off easily, they get upset,
Yeah.
they cry. You can't be somebody who's also unstable trying to teach unstable children.
You could not have the emotional stability of your preschoolers
Yeah.
and then teach them.
You can't. That's not going to work.
If you come to school hungover, it will be a fucking problem. But yet you can come to school looking like this and like, we don't want to touch her. There might be a lawsuit.
Yeah, I would wager that hungover is less of a problem than this.
Yeah.
I was valuable and deserved it, so I found it on my own early on. And, I shouldn't be blamed for that.
Do people not understand that when they make themselves this unbearable, nobody wants to love them?
That's what I've always, it's always bothered me, especially about, and this isn't a queer thing, gender thing,
No.
sexuality thing. This is a mental illness thing. The mentally ill that want to do everything they want to do, behave the way they want to, say the things they want to say, do what they want to do. Great, awesome. There's consequences for that. And you don't get to be a victim of the consequences that you created.
No.
You don't get to, and then you teach. I'm having a hard time getting over that this teaches children, and I'm worried about what she says in the classroom.
Right, she does look like a character, like a clown or something that should have been dressed up to come entertain the children for 10 minutes.
She looks like a Mad TV sketch.
Sure.
I shouldn't be blamed for that because blood still exists. You were never there for me, and I found my own love, and that's okay. And I think everybody should be allowed to do that, and that's what I fucking teach in the classroom. Okay,
I'm afraid
Whoa!
that face is gonna haunt.
Her head just did the hokey pokey.
It turned itself around.
What the fuck
Okay,
was that?
that teddy bear in the back's freaking me out.
Oh
now.
no! Yeah,
She's got something hidden at home.
That's her new dad. Is the teddy bear?
Oh.
I love, like, you can't, this is the difference between someone having a tough time and mental illness. If someone's having a tough time, you can show them this video a day later and they'll go, I need to get my shit together.
Right, there's memes about that. Like, I think it was a little out of control.
Got a little out of control. If you're mentally ill, you watch this and you go, yeah, why can't people? And you're like, oh, okay, so there's no helping you.
But you know what else troubles me? And it goes back to what I said earlier
Her
this
makeup?
week about, like, people can't have private moments to themselves anymore.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay sometimes to feel like shit's just completely fallen apart, but, like, you don't broadcast that to people. Like, she had to decide that this looked good enough to put out on TikTok.
Right. And that's the problem, is that when you're a teacher, you have to be selfless and it has to be all about the kids. you will never make anything more about you than anything. Like nothing else will be more about it than it is about you.
Right.
That's the problem.
None of this applies to those kids.
That's just it. That's what I meant when I said, have you ever watched someone project really hard and then just continue to like ramp it up and keep it going? And that like it's to the point of uncomfortability where you're like, okay, we like stop. Like,
well,
no.
She's going to try really hard to make it sound like it is relevant to the children and that they do need to choose their own families. Whereas the reason those kids are even in preschool is because their families care about them and their well-being, and they put them in school. But
then a woman like this, she's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to help all those fucked up kids out there. No, you're going to fuck the kids up and then help, quote unquote, help them. You're going to create your own patience.
They're not screwed up yet.
Yeah. I mean, we got to stare at you for the next 9 months. We'll see, but
I don't think
that's
so.
okay, and I think everybody should be allowed to do that, and that's what I fucking teach in the classroom, okay? I always say give it to your friend, not your mom, because fuck your mom. And
that's a wonderful thing to teach 4-year-olds. Fuck your mom. That's
no,
good.
I don't think we should be doing that. I think we should lean on moms and dads when things go bad.
I had a fucked up childhood. Let me fuck up your childhood. This is a much pared down version of like the molestation victim becoming a molester. Like to try and normalize what happened to you.
Right. Yes, that is exactly it. How long do we see the victim, or how long before we see a victim turn into the abuser?
Is it that hard to just follow this one rule? Like I'm 36 years old. I don't try to save fucked up people anymore. I'm not 22. I don't care about fucked up people. If they're fucked up, they're fucked up. If they're going to save themselves, they'll save themselves. All I'm asking, I'm Truman when it comes to mental illness. I'm Harry Truman. Containment. What I want is containment. I don't want the rot to spread. So be nuts, be insane, hate your parents, have a teddy bear in your backseat as you're pushing 30. I don't give a shit. Just don't be in a position where you can put that on other people. And when you do put it on other people, we need to confront people like this.
Most definitely keep it away from young, malleable brains.
Right.
Because they don't understand how to process that you're crazy. They're going to hear your crazy rants and think that you're serious.
Children have a lot of empathy.
They do. Oh, God, they do.
And so they're going to see this and go, I want to care for
I want to help this person.
Too much blush.
be allowed to do that, and that's what I fucking teach in the classroom, okay? I always say give it to your friend, not your mom, because fuck your mom. And I don't know, I just am so sad. I am
What?
Okay, that noise is where we fire her. Where she goes, I'm so sad. The nervous laughter after I'm so sad is that's where we wash our hands of people.
Yeah, this person has a mental break going on, and like people that do that are like seconds away from doing bad things, are they not?
She's in the middle of a mental breakdown, and she teaches children every day, and she goes, I tell it, give it to your friends, not your mom, because fuck your mom. Great. So these kids are going to school. These parents are, and preschool is usually paid. Like you have to pay for preschool.
Yeah.
So you're sending your kids to preschool. You're paying money to send them here for someone to say, fuck you. That's the equivalent of going to a gas station. And as you pay for your gas, the owner goes, you piece of shit, you're wrecking the environment. I fucking hate you, suck a dick. Like, I'm trying to pay your salary.
It's like going to a Dick's Last Resort restaurant where they scream at you while you're, paying for food.
She's the Dick's Last Resorts of preschool.
so sad, and I hate my sister. She's a fucking cunt. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Can I make a prediction about that sister?
Except in a second here, because the mentally, this is the difference between normal people and mentally ill people. A lot of not mentally ill people have problems with their family, but there's also a saying they live by. Leave it at the door. Do you know how many of your teachers went into class with serious family problems that day? I mean, earth-shattering shit they had to deal with. A lot of them. And they left it right at the door, and they taught the class.
I bet her sister is probably not queer, first of all. She probably has a good relationship with her parents. She's probably got a solid job, or she's married, or has a family, or something like that. A normal, what is the word?
Human.
You're a human. You've adapted, you've
grown up.
There's a word, I can't find it, but you're normal, and you hate her for it.
Well, that's just it. Is she talks about her parents and her sister and everything else. And it's like, I'm sure your family loves you. I'm sure but you probably are just like, they probably gave birth to a little girl.
Well adjusted.
And they want, there you go. And they want their little girl to just be the little girl that they love. And then she's like, no, I identify as this. And they're like, okay, that's really hard for us to let go because we raised you and you've always been this. So it feels like our child's dying a little bit. And then she yells at them and they're terrible and they're evil and they're awful. And she's clearly the normal one.
I mean, we've seen this in our lives before. Like it.
No. This is not. This I don't relate to.
Oh,
at
not
all.
that
I don't
specifically.
relate to this whatsoever. Oh, now we go. Okay, now we go from the car into the classroom. Get ready, because now she goes from where she should be living to where she's working.
Sad, and I hate my sister. She's a fucking cunt. That's all I have to say.
The only thing these Florida kids are learning from me is be gay.
She has to be fired as soon as her bosses see this, right?
She has to be, right?
You can't keep this person.
That's my major problem with school. I really don't do anything unless I actually want to do it.
So she goes to school like that. Well, at least she's wearing an apron. That's a plus.
This behavior has to scare some kids.
Yes.
And most of the time, I don't want to do anything at all.
Oh, boy. You get stabbed in your sleep when you date someone like that.
I don't think that person dates.
That's, well,
They
All right,
they
fine.
try, but I don't think it, makes it there.
All right, fine. Needs coke. How's that? They maybe don't date, but at some point they need cocaine.
Okay.
Is that fair?
I get it.
There we go. 120 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Papa Dan says she needs to speak to Dylan Mulvaney for makeup tips. Yeah, I mean, Dylan Mulvaney can make her pretty. Wouldn't that be funny if she goes to Dylan Mulvaney and Dylan Mulvaney's whole thing is, girl, you need to practice more subtlety.
Wow. You need to calm down.
Dylan Mulvaney's like, you're throwing it out there a little too much. How fucking
Right, because even
dare
Dylan
you.
Mulvaney, like, oh, let me just pull up my dress so my tits don't fall out. And,
My tits that don't exist.
oh, God.
Yeah. And instead you just go, Dylan, you're just out there and you're flamboyant. What would you say to someone like me who teaches preschool? And Dylan Mulvaney becomes based meeting this chick. She's like, oh no, you shouldn't be around children ever. Oh my God, that's terrible. You're going to queerify them. No, girl, stop. And also tone down the makeup a little bit. And how about a little bit of subtlety? Jesus.
Can you imagine if that lady, like, hugged a dude with a white shirt on? Like, I always, that is an idea, like, about people that wear foundation and stuff that freaks me out. Like, what if you hug someone and it all comes off on them?
It's just like,
Jesus.
And it's just in a sad face. She's like, Forrest Gump when he wiped the mud off his face and it was the smiley face?
Yeah.
Hers is just a twisted grin. It's like up and down and
Kind of
all
looks like the
over.
Joker.
It just spells out daddy.
No.
Oh, that chick is awful.
I really, like, if
You
there's
can't,
ever,
you're not, she only should be allowed to have plastic cutlery in her home.
most likely.
Yeah.
And even that's kind of dangerous.
Don't worry, I don't think girls like her eat.
Spoons only.
Yeah, only spoons. You know what, though? A girl like her could probably dig your dick off with a spoon.
She just used her teeth.
She's probably trained. She trains in degenitalizing men. Guys, we're pushing 600 at the moment. Thank you. It's a slow build today, but we're getting there. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show. Thank you very much. We appreciate all of your support this morning. Just 120 away today. We'll knock that out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, all that stuff. Go ahead and throw it in yourself if you want to. If you want to just knock that out now. Half of everything we go over this week is going to our rest in peace Redbeard, one of our listeners who passed away. After tomorrow's show, we're going to be throwing in his $250 VIP that he had. And right now, 40, 45, 60, 70, 75, we're $80 extra from you guys going to Redbeard. So thank you very much. 120 away for today. Everybody like, everybody join, everybody subscribe. And everybody keep filtering in. And let's continue with a great show. I have a new, well, this isn't new, I guess, but I'm definitely leaning into my conspiracy theory. It was something I was thinking about before. And now I'm committed to it. Now I'm going to, there's no turning back. This is a full-blown prediction.
Okay.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. What are you going to do? The liberal portions of the media have now turned on Joe Biden, and what I think people inside the Democratic Party and the White House, because we know they talk to the MSNBCs and the CNNs and the ABCs, they talk to all of them and tell them what to talk about. I do believe that the Democratic Party and even people inside the White House are telling the media, hey, get your knives out for Joe Biden. Bury this fossil. We got to get somebody new in there because we're going to get our ass kicked in 2024. We got to get a young, hip-looking, because remember, female voters are stupid, and if they're good-looking and they have some charisma, they will vote for them. We need to get like a Gavin. I'm telling you, a Gavin Newsom is a threat. I know he's dog shit. You guys know he's dog shit. The majority of voters don't know how he's doing in California.
And they just vote based on how he looks.
He looks nice. He talks all hopeful. He's very smooth. He's like the salesman they fucked when their husband is over the road trucking. So they will vote for that man. So I'm leaning in. This is my prediction. The knives are out for Joe Biden. They are campaigning right now on the media on behalf of the Democratic Party to get this guy to not run for re-election so they can have somebody else. The reason I bring this up is because I have two stories right in a row. CNN is now fact-checking Joe Biden on the air and calling out multiple lies he's told throughout his administration.
Oh, that's not normal.
That's not normal at all. Remember,
Jeez.
Trump is the liar.
Yeah, Trump's bad man. He lies about everything.
Biden is, remember, the adults are in charge. That's what they said. The adults are back in charge when Biden got in there. And everything's going great under Biden. And Bidenomics is fantastic. And now, all of a sudden, as the poll numbers are now under 40, and he in all the polls, he's losing to every Republican candidate. Now, all of a sudden, he's a lying piece of shit.
It's very interesting.
It's very interesting how all of a sudden they figure this stuff out. And still, people like to say, legacy media is dead. It's totally not, guys.
No.
I'm telling you, way more people get their news from this type of shit. I'm not saying CNN, they don't do well. But more people get their news from legacy media than get from like the internet and stuff. Way more. It's not even close. You guys are maybe more tuned in and hipper and whatever.
And you know where to go.
But the vast majority of people still just eat this slop.
He has done, I don't know if it's similar things, but he's sort of told some stories that don't line up quite like this before.
Yeah, this president has a pattern at this point of either inventing or embellishing stories about his own past.
Are they talking about George Santos?
I was just going to say, if you would have told me this was a report from 4 years ago and they were talking about Trump, I would believe you.
Okay.
So this is kind of interesting.
Biography. Yeah. He did it 3 times in one speech last month alone. He claimed he had witnessed a bridge collapse in Pittsburgh when he actually showed up about 6 hours later. He claimed that his grandfather had died just days before he was born himself at the same hospital. In fact, his grandpa died more than a year before in a different state, not the same hospital.
Why even lie about that?
Right, why even lie about that? And not only that, this is soft shit that CNN's reporting.
But they're starting.
Give me the stuff he's really lied about.
Give him time.
Give me the laptop. Give me Burisma. Give me Russia. Right. Like, if you guys were real journalists, you would be talking about the money Ukraine has given his family and that China has given his family and that, boy, our policies towards Ukraine and China have really changed since the administration switched over.
Maybe now that they're starting, we can hope that one day that chick in the red there will be like, why are we hiding that laptop?
Right.
Why are we being so close with, Ukraine? And why is all the connections there?
They'll start bringing up the Azov battalion and shit once it gets... Okay, so this is how they're going to treat him when he gets to 39%. When he gets to 32%, they're going to be like, Nazis in the Ukrainian army, why are our tax dollars going towards the Fourth Reich?
They're going to put Biden's picture up with swastikas.
Yeah, exactly. Is Joe Biden an anti-Semite and why we need a new candidate? He'll turn into their Trump because not because they dislike him, but because they want to keep Trump or another Republican out of there, so they need to get another Democrat in.
They'll compare him.
Yes.
And he also repeated a favorite false story that I and others have debunked over and over again about a supposed conversation with an Amtrak train conductor he was friends with, who was actually deceased at the time the conversation would have had to take place. And
wait a minute. That doesn't mean it's a lie. I could totally see Joe Biden talking to a dead guy.
He obviously does talk to the dead.
Joe Biden's aides have been talking to a dead guy for 3 years now. I mean, it is possible. So
doesn't he still try to talk to his son Bo? Sometimes too.
Yeah, the one who he claims was killed in Iraq.
Yeah, right.
When he died of brain cancer.
Oh.
And that's not all. There are some more serious ones in my view. Previously in his presidency, he claimed at one point he'd been arrested during a civil rights protest when, in other versions of the story, he just said...
When in reality, he was kicking black people out of a lunch counter. I was arrested during a civil rights march. You were arrested for trying to lynch a black boy for staring at a white woman. I know, but there was a civil rights march going on at the time.
Right. In another state.
Yeah.
So, you know.
I was arrested during a civil rights march. You were arrested because you were butt fingering black women. It's like, but there was a march. They were marching.
Oh.
Said an officer had taken him home from a protest. He said he had visited the Pittsburgh synagogue where worshippers were killed in a 2018 mass shooting. In fact, he had actually spoken to the rabbi, but never went.
Tomato. You know, I am kind of getting mad at CNN here because, like I said earlier, they're doing a thing. This is like copping a plea where you plead to the lesser charge, so then they forget about the bigger ones.
Okay, but the part of me that's kind of like the better late than never part is getting there where I'm like, okay, but they're opening the door a little bit. You gotta, the whole breeze doesn't rush through. It's just a little, you know.
We're establishing the pattern that he's a lying sack of shit.
Right, they're showing their work.
Exactly.
And he's made a whole bunch of others, too. He said at one point, Republicans like to bring this up, he said that he used to drive a tractor trailer, he used to drive an 18-wheeler. Never happened. The White House later clarified he used to drive a school bus at one point as a job brief.
School bus, tractor trailer, kids, chickens.
See, I figured it was going to be like one of those toy little semi things as a kid. Right. Then you drove around the yard.
Yeah, maybe Joe Biden, you guys got to remember, he's 81 now? You guys have to remember that maybe at his age, he does mistake school buses for tractor trailers. You ever see when they drive, you know, the Beast, they call it, that big SUV that they drive the president in? Have you ever noticed that whenever he goes by a school bus, he keeps going like this to the driver? I mean, maybe he just doesn't know the difference.
Maybe he's longing for his childhood.
Yeah.
School bus, of course, not an 18-wheeler. So whatever his intentions, whether it's, you know, foggy memory about stuff that's going on decades ago or deliberate embellishment, this is an unfortunate pattern that keeps coming up again and again with Joe Biden.
Now, call me crazy.
You're
call
crazy.
Thank you. Call me Machiavellian.
You're Machiavellian.
Thank you. But I would rather my politicians know they're lying.
Well,
this guy's like, I don't know if he's embellishing for on purpose or if he just has a fuzzy memory.
Yeah.
It's like, he's got the guy who's got the nuclear codes. I hope he's lying because he's a piece of shit. I hope he's not lying because he's just all batty up there.
Well, in fairness, maybe he'll forget the code. Like, he won't put it in correctly.
All right, we got to nuke China. What is it? What's my ATM number? Yeah, he goes.
What's my social security number?
He goes to fire nukes, but he forgets in the middle, and he's like, "Why isn't there any cash coming out of this goddamn thing?" Motherfucker.
He actually goes to the nuke button thinking it's the ATM.
Yeah.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, no. We just started World War III because the president was short on cash. What have we done?
You fired nukes at somebody who doesn't do anything to anyone.
Sorry, but oh, my God, we just nuked Ecuador. Why? What did Ecuador do to deserve that? And nobody retaliates to what we did because they're still trying to figure out why the fuck we just nuked Ecuador.
Our brains are exploding.
But now, ironically, nobody ever fucks with the United States again because they're like, dude, they did nothing to them and they just buried them under nuclear waste.
They are unstable.
I am not going to fuck with these guys. You want to be Ecuador?
Poor Haiti got nuked.
And then the whole world agrees. They're like, that's for the best.
Right? We didn't need that.
We nuke Haiti and the rest of the world goes, they're in a better place.
You know how Haiti's always going through it? And like, do you remember those little rubber bracelets back in the day? Like, oh, pray for Haiti and all these like mission groups. let's just get rid of them and then we don't have to pray
Yeah.
for them. They don't have to suffer any longer.
They put on those wristbands, pray for Haiti. And I'm like, you guys understand you can probably wear those every day for the rest of your life.
Right.
I
They're
know.
not doing okay.
Yeah, it's not. Why are you praying for Haiti now? You should have just put that on when they come out of the womb and leave it on the rest of the way because that shit ain't
Haiti.
getting better.
Aw.
I have to say, the idea of nuking Ecuador for no reason is very funny to me.
Yeah, but for some reason, like, they feel guilty. Like,
Right.
there's one remainder.
What did we do? Just tell us what we did. I promise we'll do
there's
better.
some guy on a mountaintop, and he's like, I know what I did.
Yeah, he's like, oh, there's some like shaman on top of a mountain in Ecuador. The nuke goes off. He looks down below and goes, oh, they must have heard about the goat raping.
Right? That was always coming for me.
Like, sorry guys, I think that was intended for me.
They missed him.
It's either the raping I was doing of all those goats or the old women I was killing and eating. One of the two.
The goats were like pleading for their death all this time, and it still misses them. Won't give them the sweet release.
Oh shit. Biden's like, all right, I just took some money out of the ATM, and all of his staff goes, oh my God, what happened? And they're like, we're tracking it in the sky. Where's it going? Everybody in Vegas gets to place bets on where Joe Biden just launched a nuke to.
Some poor little village in Africa with just little children.
All right, kids. Now
She's
remember,
gone.
now that we have the new well, we will not be getting sick anymore, and we will be able to learn our ABCs and our 1, 2, 3s. We are also going to learn that this man, Jesus Christ, is our immortal savior for our permanent souls. So that, what is that flash in the sky? But wait a minute, we just got away.
We just had mission groups over there
I know.
building homes and schools and medical facilities.
Homes and medical facilities.
and
and
a
now,
well.
oh no, it looks like Joe Biden needed to make a withdrawal. Where's this
He
one
actually
going?
takes out Taiwan.
Oh my God. He wipes out Taiwan, and the Chinese are like, what the fuck? We wanted that.
That was ours. You said we could have it.
You dick. Now there's no like Joe Biden nukes Taiwan and accidentally saves the entire world from World War III. He's like, now nobody can have it.
If I can't have it, nobody can.
Exactly.
Oh.
Joe Biden. Yeti Flyer says Biden nukes Sentinel Island. Yeah,
I thought about that one.
but
yeah.
all like the prehistoric people there just shoot it with nukes and
Right.
or shoot it with. You got from a bow and arrow.
I
You got the
agreed with
bow
you
and arrow
too.
nukes.
What the fuck?
They shoot it with arrows and they tip the head of it up enough that it cruises right past them.
just flies over their head.
Oh no, it's gonna hit Tafiti on the Moana Island. What are we gonna do? You're welcome. What the
Yeah, they're so hardened over there. They just live through it, actually.
Yeah, it's just like, just another day. We
What's
find
a
out
little radiation?
Haiti is like the Targaryens of the world. They can just live through fire because
Right.
their life is such shit.
They're actually vampires.
Yes, Haitians are vampires. And that's why they can live in eternal torment.
Squalor.
Yes. Rupert with $9.99 says starting World War III because Biden's short on cash is pretty on brand for this president. Right. I know. I think this is one of our best bits ever.
While he's giving all his cash to Ukraine, they always promised they'd pay him back a little bit, but they didn't.
I'm writing this down. Biden nukes.
Biden accidentally nukes the wrong Korea.
And now they both look like North Korea.
Just a wasteland. Oh, but
You nuke South Korea and they're like Harvey Dent. They're like, now both sides match. And they go, hey, North Korea, did you guys get nuked like South Korea? Like, no, we're just doing our best.
Now we're all starving and angry.
Yes. 115 away from today's goal.
What happened?
Thank you very much, buddy. Fuck my dick.
He takes out both of the polar ice caps.
Yeah.
And now climate change is really a problem.
Duncan Murdoch says Corn Pop turned his life around and became an African missionary. Yeah, only to get nuked the next day.
Oh, no.
Or Joe.
They finally cured Ebola and malaria over in Africa, and then he nukes it anyways.
Yeah. We'd like to announce that we found a cure for Ebola and malaria. I'm short by $60. Does anyone remember my code? No!
Moderna and Pfizer decide to sponsor the nukes, and they just cure COVID wherever it's running rampant.
All right.
See, now there's no COVID.
So I have my conspiracy theory.
Hey.
I have my conspiracy theory now that the news media is out to get Joe, like the left-wing news media is out to get Joe Biden because they're trying to get him out of there because they realize, oh shit, this guy's a loser. We're going to get Trump back if we can't lock him in jail. So they're trying to get rid of him so they can get like a Gavin Newsom type.
They actually just nuke Trump.
His jail cell.
It's his jail cell forever.
Well, this is Joe Scarborough talking about, and by the way, I like politics is so like high school where it's gossipy and people are like, hey, I want to tell you this thing in confidence. And that person then goes to the whole world and goes, hey, everybody, guess what this guy just told me?
Veronica Corningstone and I had sex.
Well, that is kind of Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski.
I'm going to shout it from a mountaintop.
By the way, Joe Scarborough married into the woman who's the daughter of the demon of the underworld.
Oh, that's right.
The guy, again, Mika Brzezinski's father is the guy who some people believe secretly runs the world. So there is that fun part. And by the way, you can have all your conspiracy theories about the New World Order and the Trilateral Commission and Zbigniew Brzezinski and George Soros and Klaus Schwab and the WEF and all that other shit. There is no better proof that Zbigniew Brzezinski is part of a secret society that runs the world and dictates policy. There's no more proof than Mika Brzezinski has a primetime morning anchor position.
It is weird, right?
Every war, every tax cut, every piece of legislation that looks hinky, I can let that go. Mika Brzezinski deserves a cable news morning slot? Okay, now there's a conspiracy of secret people who run the world.
Aaron's like, I didn't get that spot.
I'm more
Mika.
qualified, and my tits are bigger. So Mika and Joe are just having some coffee, talking about politics. And Joe jumps in. Again, this is the same day that CNN ran their big, he's a big liar segment. Let's take a look.
A lot about Trump, but when it comes to Joe Biden, people say, man, he's too old to run, isn't he? I mean, he's not really going to run. When I say every discussion, I don't mean 99% of the discussions. Every discussion. We got it. I asked Reverend Al if he was hearing it all the time on our show this past week. He's hearing it as well. So, well, then you can take that to the bank. I mean, if you're looking for an honest arbiter of what's going on, you talk to Reverend Al Sharpton. He's never lied about Tawana Brawley anything. Sorry, I got...
Not even one lie, huh?
Allergies.
Oh.
Allergies.
I hear you.
We often will complain.
Al Sharpton's never lied about a Duke lacrosse case in his life. So the guy's definitely trustworthy.
You are sneezy today.
It must be hay fever, I'm thinking.
About
it's
Republicans COVID. Who will say one thing about Donald Trump off the air and another on air.
Got to get a Trump
Let me just say,
in.
Democrats off the air will say Joe Biden's too old. Why is he running? On the air, they won't say that. So I commend David for at least raising the question. I mean, my question of...
So now we're being catty little high school bitches.
Sure are.
And we're going, ooh, you know what these guys tell me behind the scenes? These guys behind the scenes tell me that Donald Trump ain't, or that Joe Biden ain't shit and he's way too old to be doing this job. That's what they tell me behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. I have, again, this goes back to my conspiracy that they're digging in and they're going to get rid of this guy because they know he can't win.
Well, it would seem so, yeah.
I have a hard time believing that just this week people started telling Joe Scarborough that this guy's too old to be president and they're worried about him.
Yeah, what do you think the incident was? What did Joe Biden do where finally everyone's like, okay, we got to ditch this guy?
Go under 40% in the approval rating polls.
It's just the approval rating?
Yeah,
okay.
It's all about power. Like, they don't care what policies he passes or anything like that as long as he pretty much stays on point.
Wasn't he at 38% for a while?
Yeah, but now the polls are coming out like how he'd do against Republicans, and he's losing to... I mean, he's losing to Chris. He's losing to Chris Christie.
That's
if you
weird.
lose to Chris Christie, you shouldn't be allowed to be have a full-time job, let alone be a politician. Matt Melt with $4.99 says, speaking about Korea, did you read that last article I sent you on Snapchat? Great. Oh, the one about Putin and Kim Jong-un are meeting this week. They've been meeting and talking about getting Korean missiles to use for the war against Ukraine.
Shut the fuck up.
So now we're going to be dealing with like a China, Russia, North Korea union, which is just fantastic.
Isn't that just fun? Oh, God. I feel so good about things right now.
I'm so glad that Joe Biden could bring the world together. It's just really...
In the wrong ways.
Hobo Chili Recipe says Joe Scarborough is still upset that Trump did not give him a campaign contribution. Yeah, when you listen to Joe Scarborough's coverage of Donald Trump, you can definitely tell that there's a personal bent to it. Like he personally, like something happened between those two.
Well, do you think you could help him if he's bent?
I'm so scared that he'll never get put back together. Guys, also, if you're seeing video problems or having any issues with your stream today, it is not your fault. I hate this shit. We obviously need to unplug this and plug it back in. Our KBS is jumping all over the place today, so I'm very, very sorry about that. Stick with us, hit like, hit subscribe, the whole deal. This started last night, and I forgot to unplug. I'll take care of it. Over 600 of you in here so far. Let's bump up into the 700s today. It's really Rumble that's been dragging lately. So make sure you hit those thumbs up. Make sure you follow, subscribe, all that stuff. And we are also 115 away from this morning's goal. Thank you very much. We're not even halfway through. Plenty of time. Thank you for your contributions.
Thank you.
PayPal, Streamlabs, so on and so forth. Chip in, throw in a couple bucks. Well, actually, everyone just go on a little rally now. We'll probably have that thing knocked out. And then everything after that, half of it goes to Redbeard's family. So thank you guys very much. Philip C., let's go into the chat for a little bit before we go on to our next topic. We're done with all our Biden stuff today. We get to talk about Gen Z, millennials, and their thoughts on tits in just a little bit. We also get to talk about boomers being sad that apparently we're all picking on them. And,
oh, wow. They should definitely listen to the beginning of this show today.
You know, the boomers who told us all we had to stay in our homes for 2 years because they were scared they might get sick. Yeah, they're mad that we don't like them.
Seems strange.
Reminds me of that Barstool story we talked about yesterday where that girl totally buried 2 of her coworkers. And then those coworkers' views went down and they got fired. And then she's like, they won't talk to me privately.
Well, I wonder why.
You wrote a blog about what pieces of shit phonies they were, and now you're mad they won't be your buddies, you fucking sociopath. Well, boomers are the ultimate sociopaths. And boomers are apparently mad at millennials now because millennials keep shitting on them. Well, you guys kind of fucked up our kids, and you guys were responsible for locking us down and killing our businesses for 2 whole years because you were scared of getting this, a disease that would kill you but would only give us the sniffles. You made us all sit inside because of it. You used your power and influence to make us all sit inside. And now you're wondering why we're pissed at you.
Right. You have no sense of sacrifice for the greater good.
Right. You guys are all, Stevie J says 33 trillion. Thanks, boomers. Right. I mean, boomers answer to everything is, well, just throw money at it. And they keep saying this. This was my dad's favorite saying. Easy monthly payments. But that's the problem everything the millennials did was easy monthly payments.
Yeah.
Okay, look, easy monthly payments is great if you need to get from point A to point B and you don't have enough cash to buy a car, but you have enough in your monthly budget to buy a little used car. Yeah, you got to make easy monthly payments. But the boomers did it on everything. Like you go to a furniture store now and they're like, make payments on your furniture. It's like, no, keep the fucking couch you have for a little while.
But you could buy this one for like a $200 payment for like 8 months.
Everything.
Why not?
Like boomers made payments on everything.
Yeah.
You know? Oh, I could just, I could keep my cash and spend it on RVs and boats. And I could just pay you $15 a month for this rocking chair.
I would like to know who came up with the payment thing called Klarna, like Klara. No, NA. It's like you go buy like a sweater on some website and you could pay $49 for this stupid sweater, or you can make 4 easy payments on it. I'm like, if you can't buy a $49 sweater, how about we just skip that one?
Wait. Yeah.
How about we
wait?
I've never, if I can't afford a shirt, I'm not going to make 4 easy payments on it.
There's 3 things that I think easy monthly payments are good for. A place to live, a thing to drive, and emergencies.
Sure.
It's fine.
Yep.
And if you have emergencies covers pretty much everything
Huge
else.
medical bills, that's an emergency.
Emergencies where you have not prepared for this. You don't have enough saved up for it.
Didn't plan.
You got to pay it down over time. There's nothing else you can do. But the fucking somebody says the best is watching people finance a set of aftermarket wheels for a vehicle. Yeah,
Right.
do what I did and just buy
Buy
a
it.
vehicle that apparently already has aftermarket rims on it.
Right, and then that financing is rolled into the vehicle's financing. You can't see it. It's math.
Mr. Great Advice over here. Galford's dog says, Aaron, I'm younger than you, but you're crazy if you think don't think millennials participated in perpetuating the lockdowns. Oh, I'm not saying there weren't, Galford's dog, thank you. I'm not saying that there weren't millennials who were complicit in these lockdowns. They had the shit scared out of them. I'm talking about who was in charge for the lockdowns.
Who enacted it?
Millennials, when the lockdown started, were in their early to mid 30s. They had no power. I would say, even Gen X, who's in their 40s and 50s, they're kind of just starting to be in power. The world is still very much run by boomers, in my opinion.
Are my parents
Well,
Gen X?
How old are they?
50 and like 55.
Yeah, they're Gen X.
Okay.
They're Gen Xers. Do they like Metallica? They're Gen Xers.
Oh, I've been with them.
Here's how you find out what generation someone is.
like Metallica.
Hey, do you guiltily sing along to an NSYNC or Backstreet Boys song once in a while?
I have.
You're a millennial. Congratulations. Hey, do you like, do you think Dokken isn't the shittiest thing in the world? You don't have to like them, but do you think they're the shittiest thing in the world? No, I don't think Dokken's dog shit at all. Congratulations, you're Gen X.
In fairness, I've never heard either of them say the word Dokken.
And then here's how you know you're Gen Z. Do you see blue hair as a red flag? And they're like, no. Congratulations, you're Gen Z. Great. Awesome.
Wow.
Sweet. Do you believe your elders should be respected? No, fuck those people. Congratulations, you're a millennial.
Wow.
Hey,
Well, I respect my elders.
hey, those people are getting in a fight over there. Well, I'm just going to stay out of it and mind my own business. Congratulations, you're a Gen Xer. I'm not really sure about who or what I am. Hey, how you doing, Gen Z? Wonderful to have you.
Who am I? What am I
Yeah.
doing?
Exactly. Hey. Did you find Janine Garofalo unironically funny? Oh, yeah. Hey, Gen Xer. How you doing? So at any rate.
My favorite was, do they like Metallica?
Do they like Metallica? They're Gen X, for sure. For sure. No, better question to find out if they're a Gen Xer. If someone doesn't like Metallica, do you feel the need to punch them in the head? Yeah, I do. Oh, you're a Gen Xer.
Somewhere in the middle.
Philip Sears says, keep talking out of your filthy mouth. They are a national trespassing. I think you meant treasure.
I think I prefer Dokken to Dokken.
Yeah, I'd rather be docking than listening to Dokken. Are you kidding? And I'm circumcised. How are you? My name is Aaron. Johnny says, Aaron's hot takes stink. Listen, the fact that most people think they stink make my hot takes wonderful.
See,
I stir up emotion.
I think his hot takes are very funny. Like, all that stuff, in my opinion, doesn't apply to all. Like, I'm a young millennial, I think, and I still respect my elders in a manner of speaking. I love Metallica. Like, I'm disgusting. But, some days I'm like, what is life?
Packerbacker says, what's with Rumble just randomly pausing lately? It's not Rumble's fault. It is, unless it's been happening since before yesterday. It's our OBS's fault. We gotta, finagle some things, if you will. At the moment, everybody just hit like, hit subscribe, share the show, so on and so forth. And we're only, what is it? What are we? 115 away from today's goal. Let's bury that motherfucker. What do you say?
Chat's funny right now.
The chat is very funny. All hair metal is gay. I agree with Matthew Jenkins.
See, now you're gay.
I think all hair metal is gay.
I will listen to just about anything,
Best
including hair metal.
Best hair metal bands. The 20 greatest hair metal bands of all time. Okay, look, you don't think you're gay?
I don't care.
If that's your generation of music, you're not gay. You're
Actually,
gay.
a lot of them had straight sex, I'd say.
I'm not
a lot of
talking-
unprotected
I'm not
straight
talking about the band. Everybody can play a character. Gene Simmons has been playing a character for 60 years.
No, I'm talking about the listeners, dummy.
The fans are gay. If you look at this and you're like, yeah, these guys are cool. You have
I don't even know
AIDS.
if it's that. It's just like I listen to music.
20. Enough's enough.
I've never even heard of that.
That's because they're dog shit.
Those people don't exist.
19. Wasp.
Nobody listens to that.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
I'm telling you. You go to a county fair. Slaughter.
Some people listen to that.
Striper.
What the fuck?
They're dressed like Greg Gagne and Jim Brunzell, the Killer Bees. The tag team.
Ew.
Brittany Fox.
See, I don't claim these people.
LA Guns. I'm telling you, hair metal was
Why do they
fucking
all
gay.
have the same face?
Because they're gay.
It's all that same, like, sunken in cheeks with
That's
the big jawline.
Well, that's the cigarettes and the heroin.
It's all that Steven Tyler face.
That's the heroin. Kicks, number 14.
Ew.
There they are. There's gay-ass Dawkin.
Stop it. They're all wearing the same wig, too.
Faster Pussycat. Yeah, you're right. This isn't
heard of
gay.
this.
This guy actually, when their career ended, he got a job on that pirate ship at Treasure Island in Las Vegas. He was part of the show.
Yeah, now they even shut that down.
Yeah, poor guy. Hanoi Rocks.
I don't know if that's a girl or a dude. That looks like the lead singer of the
The lead singer. Oh, we're singing a very good song.
the Dixie Chicks.
The lead singer of the Dixie Chicks. Yeah. Vinnie Vincent Invasion. Ugh.
These people aren't real.
Skid Row. Sebastian Bach is a bitter old prick, by the way. Skid Row, number 9.
I've heard a Skid Row song or two.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. Rat. Oh, my God. I'm sorry. You're right. Hair metal's not gay at all. I'm unreasonable.
In my dad's childhood bedroom, there's a rat sticker in the bottom of the window. Like a see-through, like...
You see this? NSYNC and the Backstreet Boys would beat the shit out of these guys. That's how gay hair metal was.
Kind of a weird statement.
The hard rocker guys
I'm
from
sure
the
Eric
80s.
Church would also beat the shit out of them.
Oh, he'd fuck them up. That's for sure.
Okay.
Chris Stapleton, Eric Church, and fuck, I'll even throw Morgan Wallen in there. I hate him, but he says the N-word.
Well, yeah, Chris Stapleton and Morgan Wallen, leave them alone. We're just talking about Eric
Church
here.
would beat the shit out of Rat in a Survivor
I bet he
Series
would.
match.
I bet Florida Georgia Line would get these guys.
Let's not get too crazy. They'd probably get a steel chair, hit Eric Church and Morgan Wallen, and turn to Rat's side. But yes, I'm telling you, these guys were 5'6" and homosexual.
I want that guy's pants.
That's the problem. Quiet Riot, number 7. Oh, God.
Don't you want to come on and feel the noise?
Warrant, number 6.
You don't like a good cherry pie?
Yeah, none of these guys were gay. Cinderella,
See,
number 5.
I'm not really a Cinderella guy.
Thank Christ. Motley Crue, number 4.
I have nothing to say.
Again, if you like Motley Crue, you were gay. Twisted Sister. I actually like Dee Snider as a guy. And here's where I'll give Twisted Sister a pass. I mean, still gay or whatever.
I think you should be him for Halloween.
Dee Snider was very much playing a character. Like, Dee Snider is not that guy.
I think they all very much look like they were playing the same guy across the board.
They were all gay. Like, Bon Jovi meant it.
They very much all looked like the same guy.
Look at this. Bon Jovi meant that shit. Except this guy. This guy's kind
what
of
do you
a
have to say
standout.
for Kid Rock? He doesn't look good.
First of all, ain't nobody.
I like Kid Rock.
Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live.
That's Monster Truck.
I'll tell you that right now. It's true. You know what though? They're family.
Shut up.
I love how Bon Jovi put their realtor in the band.
The one in the white here with the stars kind of looks like your like aunt that's like too flamboyant that comes to holidays only and gets drunk.
Poison, number 1. Yeah, girls love Bret Michaels. Yeah.
God, that list is really weird. I haven't heard of half of them, and the other half, I'm like, okay.
All those dudes slayed puss,
Yes,
says
they
Johnny.
did. 100%.
I'm not talking about the bands who suckered the weirdos. I'm talking about the people who liked the bands.
Def Leppard wasn't even on that list. That's pretty strange.
I don't
right?
know if they're considered. I think they survived so many different eras that they're not considered hair metal because they made it. They kind of made it out.
Me.
But I'll tell you this: if you liked hair metal in the '80s,
and I got news for you, that means you're gay.
Sorry, guys. I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
You're a bad person.
But it's true. It's damn true. All right, let's talk about Gen Z, millennials, and tits for a little bit.
Yes, we're both qualified, obviously.
We're both millennials, and we both have tits. Gen Z women are embracing large breasts in the latest body positivity trend. Wow, so brave. I mean, this Gen Z, I talk a lot of shit about them, but I mean, the bravery it takes to say big boobs are good.
If they're talking about men, I'll be interested. But like, as a woman embracing large breasts,
you know what the big problem for women has been throughout history?
I don't.
getting positive attention for having massive tits.
Yeah. It's like,
It's really been a big issue.
it's been tough.
This is a headline in the lifestyle section of the New York Post.
Come on.
Gen Z women are embracing large breasts in latest body positivity trend. Now, why can't we have more body positivity trends like this? Let's ixnay on the at-fay. Let's get all the fat nonsense out of there and just stick to this part.
Yeah, the next thing is going to be, Gen Z women embracing, flat abs.
Yeah.
Like,
Gen Z women embrace tight vaginas. Like, you guys are brave as shit. That's amazing.
Gen Z women suddenly into Kegels.
Gen Z women sing the praises of swallowing cum. Oh, I tell you, the rest of us were so against it.
Right?
You just,
oh, God, we just hate that.
you guys are just, you stupid whores. Gen Z women are embracing large breasts in latest body positivity trend.
Hell yeah, hon. Get your tits out.
Wait a minute.
That looks like Amanda Bynes if she cleaned up and gained weight.
Yeah. See, there you go. I usually try and cover up my larger chest. Are you sure this isn't too much? Yeah, because, guys have been saying for years, Eki, I'm tired of seeing all these big boobies everywhere.
I have what used to be average sized tits. I have a nice 32C and I get yelled at when I wear things like this. You know what I mean?
Quit covering up your tits.
Exactly. I don't think this is a new thing. I don't understand.
This is what happens when as a generation you watch TikTok and you watch of a bunch of androgynous, non-gender normative people just have wood plank bodies. And then you discover that tits are okay. And then you say it to the rest of us as if we didn't know.
Right. Oh, you guys are just finding out the tits are great?
It's like when I started watching Game of Thrones, and I'm like, hey, guys, this show's pretty fucking good. And they're like,
Fucking
yeah,
tits.
dude, it ended a year ago.
Dude, there's tits all over in that show, too.
They really are.
Some nice ones.
God bless Queen Marjorie.
You think hers are the best?
She's the best looking one out of all the girls.
Except for those eyes trying to escape her head. You get to her face, she looks like there's something wrong.
She's still cute, though. There's like a cutesiness about Queen Marjorie.
I get it.
Even though she's kind of a ruthless bitch like her grandma.
I do like her.
Hell yeah, hon. Get your tits out.
Australian TikToker Cassie Brim is embracing styles that show off her large breasts. So brave.
This has
So brave.
never been done before. Ever. Not even one time.
I hope I die before these people take over.
I just don't want our kids to turn into these people. You know what I mean?
At least millennials were just naturally these people. They didn't act like it was some kind of accomplishment. They were just dumb whores.
I just don't want our daughters to get on TikTok one day and think that they're like changing the world.
Yeah. I have an idea. I'm going to smile.
Anytime you decide that you think you're changing the world with TikTok, just put the phone down, go outside.
This is another idiocracy step, by the way.
Yeah.
This is the unspoken that doesn't need to be said, getting said as if it's elaborate and amazing.
This is the new ow my balls. Look, my tits.
That's a different channel. That's going to replace Lifetime.
Hallmark.
You've got ow my balls and ooh my tits. Oh, okay. All right. That's enough. We can, dude, you don't need to be a part of this. She even gave her husband a chance to experience F-cups by stuffing a sports bra with 39 pancakes.
He also has makeup on. Now I just kind of feel like throwing up.
Yeah. I mean, way to ruin tits, weirdos.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, we're going to do a new trend where I show off my big tits. All right. I'm there for it. I've also gotten my husband in here. Stop. This was about tits.
I was just excited to talk about tits for a second.
You got to shove pancakes in a guy's shirt. And by the way, men, you need to stop enabling this behavior.
Yeah, why are you standing here for this?
You need to tell women. I think your dad said this at one point. He goes, at some point, a man does need to tell his wife, like, you need to chill the fuck out. Or something to that effect. He was like, you got to put her in her place every once in a while. You did. You told me he said that, and I was in full agreement.
What?
Yeah, you're like, your dad said, sometimes you got to put your woman in check, or you got to check her when she's being out of, yeah.
Well, he was referring to somebody else, not me.
But no,
he was using it as an example. He's like, sometimes as a man, you do just need to kind of check your woman if she's being crazy.
Right. That's what I mean. And that's what this guy's not doing. He passed a crazy checkpoint, and he just let her walk through it instead of going, I'll tell you why I'm not putting pancakes in my shirt. Because just saying that sentence sounds retarded. So no, we're not doing it. And then when she cries, you go, good.
That's what we call shame.
I'm glad that made you sad. Now you'll never do it again.
What is wrong with his face?
Will you? What's wrong with his face? He's a gay dude that doesn't know he's gay yet.
That's
his woman's
true.
made him gay.
These two are seconds away from being the couple from last night where the woman came out as lesbian to her
I'm
husband.
telling you, TikTok is just a road to queerdom. That's all it is. It's a new movie, by the way. The Road to Queerdom.
The Aaron M. Holt story.
All right. Wow, way to take a story about great tits and fucking ruin it by putting it. I'm skipping.
Women really do ruin everything, don't they?
Oh,
we
God.
suck.
No, not fat pussies. This wasn't about fat, ugly pussies.
See, now we don't have context.
That wear sizes 10 to 14? Come on, why don't we just skin a buffalo? Jesus. I'm sorry, but I'm more of a heroin chic kind of guy.
You're a heroin chic.
I don't size 10. I didn't even think those existed. I thought we got rid of those in the Holocaust.
I always do like, though, that men don't have standards for their own bodies, but say,
Right.
I'm into heroin chic women.
Yeah. I'm a big fat guy, but she'd better be skinny or I'm out of here.
Oh.
Ugh, stop. There we go. Now, see, now what about that? While in Hollywood, Gen Z stars like Sydney Sweeney are representing the movement.
She's smoking hot.
Wow. So brave.
Yeah, but that's been happening.
Yeah.
Like, even back in the day when, like, people wore those corsets and shit and the underbusts,
Yeah.
they got their shits popping everywhere.
Yeah,
Remember
when-
the movies, the popping tits?
Please name me the time when Hollywood was suppressing tits. Didn't their biggest producer just go to prison because he couldn't stop coming on women?
I believe Marilyn Monroe had huge tits.
Oh, fucking Mariska Hargitay's mom and that other, and
that picture.
Sophia Loren.
Yeah.
Where
Remember
she's
that
staring
picture?
at Jane Mansfield like she's the biggest whore in the world.
Right, she's leaning over and her titties are damn near falling out of her
Yeah.
dress. Ugh.
And that's back in the day where they had to have the titties they had.
Movies were like weird sexy back then. Like there was like really serious, strong sex vibes.
Now
but
you're
in a
basically
weird way.
watching Insertion. When you watch a sex scene in a movie, they have
Right,
to,
it's called soft porn,
they have
but you
to
see
hammer
it like
you-
going in.
Right, they have to hammer you over the head with it. Like get it? They're fucking. Whereas back in the day, they would do
Yeah.
that really lame, like, oh, and then it would cut to black. You'd be like, oh, they fucked.
We've got Heath Ledger spitting in his hand.
Oh, yeah, and then fucking a guy in the asshole.
But there's no way I know, I don't know what they're doing.
Well,
He
ladies
just
and
spit in his hand.
gentlemen, subtlety is dead. And we killed it. So
Tits.
I love how this story is like representing Sydney Sweeney like she's this brave trendsetter. She's like, guess what this girl in Hollywood is doing? She's showing her tits off. Wow. And thus fire was created.
The only brave thing I think this Sydney chick did in this picture is wearing that hideous bow on her head.
Yeah.
Everything else looks great.
It looks like it's humid out because her bow just went floppy.
It's limp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Millions of women are turning to TikTok to find representation from real life big busted fashionistas.
Can't you just walk outside?
Can't you just Google?
Like I'll show you some big tits. Like go to a local grocery store. There's some mom and there's some big old tits.
It just, do they have, like Gen Z just turns to TikTok for everything. It's their Google.
I hate
Like,
it.
you know,
I think-
millennials are like, oh, I can Google that and figure out what it is. Gen Z's like, oh, I can go on TikTok and find that.
And we
Yeah,
completely never cared, by the way, that it's a spy app for China.
right.
Everyone's just, oh, that's fine.
But then you're even like, it even fucks you up about, like, it even fucks China up because they're like, oh, we get to spy on Americans and see what they think. And then China goes and looks and they go, oh, I guess we didn't need this app. Just turns out they're dumb.
Right. It's like walking in on two dogs fucking or something. You're like, oh,
Yeah.
nope. I didn't need to see that.
It's like when women want to hang out with dudes and like, I finally get to go hang out with the guys and like, all they do is drink and talk about fantasy sports trades. It's like, the fuck. And they're having and
But
women
that's
get,
just so much fun.
and they get jealous because they're like, and they seem to be having the greatest time ever doing this.
You kind of flipped the script on me. You want to go hunting with me. Or
I
when
am.
I go
I'm-
fishing, you're like, can I come?
I like going fishing. I like going hunting, but I only like going hunting until about early to mid-October. It gets too cold for me after that. I'm a man of warm weather.
You know what? There is something about me that likes that about you, though, because you won't ask to go in the middle of winter and
Yeah,
then
fuck
complain
that.
and want to go home.
Right.
I don't need that from you.
I'm just here for the warm weather. That's it.
He's there to get a tan while he's in his tree.
Where's there were some Game of Thrones comments that I wanted to get to. John McClane's sign says Marjorie's tits were the worst. Whoa. Bro.
Shots fired.
What the hell?
I don't think so.
Wood Chippy says she's fine as fuck, but Khaleesi got a dumper.
Why do we call asses dumpers? I don't like that.
She's actually got both.
Khaleesi,
she had
Emilia
tits and an
Clarke
ass.
is a very beautiful woman.
She's a very compact lady.
I know it's very hack to say like she's the hottest or something, but like she's pretty damn close.
I'm a Queen Marjorie guy.
He likes the downsy looking ones.
Yeah, Optic Nerve says about that last story, and now I'm soft.
Yeah,
right.
you ruined it. It's like that TMZ article that I was reading earlier this summer that was like the 40 hottest bikini pics of the summer so far, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like getting to the middle. I'm getting to like pick 20, and they've all been smoke shows at this point.
And Lizzo
and they
shows
fucking put Lizzo in the middle. And she's wearing like dental floss.
Oh.
And
actually, that was Jim Rope.
Like,
it's just she's really fat.
if I had a boner, I visualized it going, meow, and then I got nauseous.
Yeah.
You know?
TVA Dan says, wow, so the hottest actress supports body positivity. Wow, brave.
So brave.
Oh, brave. I'm super hot with giant tits. I think I'm going to let people see them. Wow.
What the shit?
The sacrifice. The sacrifice.
It's like if Scarlett Johansson came out as body positive and like, you know, she decided to put her tits out there for once in her life.
TVA Dan says you don't like the term dumper, so he's going to help you. She has a ripe turd cutter. There you go. Is that better?
No. Can we just call it ass?
Well, not you. Well, we're
and
being...
the movie of the year was called Ass.
We wrote movies where we cared about whose ass it was and why it was farting. Coltrane says they are embracing big tits because they are fatter. That's not totally inaccurate.
Like I said, my tits are actually not average sized anymore. I think the average is a 36 double D.
It's because we're fat as fuck.
And it used to be a 34 or a 32C, which I'm a 32C here. And for me, it's like whenever I do find a shirt that makes these puppies look nice for a change, I'm like, oh, that is pretty great. But I don't think that's me announcing that I'm body positive, is it? You know what I mean? Like, it's not like the...
Body positivity is a made-up word for fat people.
Oh.
That's all it is.
Well, that whole article we just watched, we're, being positive of tits now.
Do you know where body positive came from? 230-pound women who didn't want to lose weight.
Can you imagine if I were 230 pounds?
You know what body positivity used to be? Eating irresponsibly and not going to the gym. But they found a way to repackage it and market it as... body positivity, and it's so you're a lazy fatso.
I ate before bed last night.
April fucked up my whole week.
It didn't have to be you too.
April fucked up my whole week because after the show, we got McDonald's, and you shouldn't eat before bed. Period.
You shouldn't eat after 7 p.m.
But you shouldn't definitely. I had a cheeseburger, like a McDonald's cheeseburger, and the saltiest medium fry.
Oh, you had a fry before I gave you mine?
I ate the last like 5 or 6 you had. But yes, I did order my own, and I ate them on the car ride home, so you wouldn't see that I got the fries. I was ashamed.
See, that's your problem. You've got to eat in front of people. You can't like hide your food that you're eating. That's when you know you have a problem.
But then how do I hide the shame?
That's part of your problem. If you would just eat it in front of people, you'd feel shame and then not do that.
See, I didn't know that part. By the way, the Sheila Aliens saying hello to April in the chat. Hello, Sheila Aliens.
Are you April?
That was fun. She said hi, April. Oh, I said hi back. I see what you meant. Go ahead, say hi back.
Hello, Sheila Alien.
Yeti Flyer with $2 says, Aaron, do you hate Masande's tits because she's black? I mean, look, let's not bring it up. I didn't find her to be the most attractive woman in the show.
I had a serious issue. Like I had her and Grey Worm. I fantasized about those two all the time, quietly. Yeah. Now that Miss Sunday was brought up, I think those two were like the hottest couple, but I wanted it to be more.
I was happy about that couple, and I'll tell you why. Not only did they stick to their own... I'm kidding. I'm joking. I was totally kidding. But also, he had his dick cut off, so he couldn't breathe.
That never bothered me. You know what I mean? Like, I like his
standards, ladies and
personality
gentlemen,
so
standards. He doesn't need a dick. You and Gen Z believe the same thing. A man doesn't need a cock.
But he wasn't into dudes, though. He was into her, and she's hot.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, you're out of your mind. That chick, the black girl, was fine.
It was fire. Yes, she was.
Oh, he said fire? I'm sorry.
Yeah. I hated that she got her head lopped off.
A lot of people didn't like that. A lot of people were not happy about that.
That was like a moment where we all heard that the last season was going to be horseshit, just coming in like a plane crash.
Right.
But that was like the start of it. That was the start of like the anger boiling inside me of like, this is ruined. It's all finished.
John McClane's sign. Masunde was fine as fuck. Distant second to old man. Call me granddad because I fucked your nan. But
I wish more of our friends appreciated that group.
Yeah, people don't like the
Why don't
Northern
they like
boys.
that? People like Bo Burnham, but not the Northern boys.
Semper Reloaded says that was season 8. Season 8 does not exist. That's a good point. And I think that the Jon Snow show, they should call it that like it's a late night show. The Jon Snow show. Ba-da-ba-ba-da.
There's another one out. The Targaryen, Aemon Targaryen. There's a show.
Are they going to do Dunk and Egg?
Dunk and Egg?
Dunk and Egg. Yeah, it's a story from the books about
No, it's called
Sir
like
Duncan.
Aemon Targaryen. Look it up. I saw it advertised on the TV.
Aemon.
On the TV.
Aemon or Aegon Targaryen? Because Aegon's the
I
guy
don't
with the
remember.
dragons who conquered Westeros.
Do show behind it.
Game of Thrones show. Maester Aemon.
No, it must
No,
be
I
the
think
other
you're
one.
thinking Aegon Targaryen.
Oh, it might be Aegon then.
Yeah,
But there's
Aegon
a
the
show
Conqueror.
coming out though.
Ooh, they're going to go do a show about Aegon the Conqueror? Cool. We're at our peak audience right now. We're going to lose them because who gives a fuck about Game of Thrones?
Is
I
there
get it,
anyone who
guys.
hasn't seen Game of Thrones yet?
I understand.
I've seen it. When we finally restart it, it'll be my 5th time.
We were up over 650 for a minute there. I want to kiss 700 today. So hit like, hit subscribe. It is working. Things are going up.
Bring it back to tips.
Sorry about the video quality shit. It's probably hurting us today.
It's his fault.
I apologize. Our KBS is jumping all over the place. But hey, small goal today. That's pretty cool. 115 away from today's goal. If you want to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, let's knock that out. We've been very lax on asking because, as you can see, it is pretty low. But let's go ahead and knock the rest of that out. Thank you guys for buying Chrissy Mayer tickets to the show we're going to be doing on Saturday, October 21st. That is awesome. That's going to be Saturday, October 21st. Chrissy Mayer, Lila Hart, Nick Ricada. They're all going to be here. Tickets are available on eventbrite.com. Search for Chrissy Mayer, Saturday, October 21st. We are over a month away, almost half sold out. I'm very excited with how those tickets are selling. So enjoy. Get your tickets today. Come hang out with us. If you're a Steel Toe VIP, let us know you bought tickets and you will get a free drink that night. Just a way to reward our VIPs for coming on out and supporting this time us booking a show, but the entertainment that we're trying to bring you here locally. Baby boomers are upset with millennials. We've been talking about this morning. They're saying that millennials and Generation Z are waging war on old people.
I mean, that's fine, right?
Yeah, I am. I'm in open war against baby boomers. This is actually one time I don't have a problem with boomers. It's the one.
Right.
I mean, it is them thinking about themselves as usual because they're treating themselves like the victims in this war.
But they've landed on a fact at least.
Yeah, I have one number for you guys that shows we are not the aggressors in this war. And that number is 33. As in, $1 trillion in debt. When can we say that the baby boomers took over? Like the early 90s?
Sure.
They've been running things, maybe not quite 30, 1995. Let's see. Baby boomers took over probably in the 90s. That's because they're in their 70s now, so they'd be in their late 40s, early 50s. U.S. debt history. Let's take a look. History of the debt.
I'm sure this is going to feel good, by the way.
This is going to be great. Let's go to usdebtclock.org and see where it was in different decades. So now we're at 33 trillion.
This is disgusting.
Debt clock time machine. Here we go. So they took over probably around 1990. The greatest generation was still running shit, right? National debt was $3 trillion. And our gross domestic product was $5.3 trillion. So in 1990, our debt was a little less or about 60% of our GDP. Okay? Mm-hmm. All right. 1990, 3 trillion. So then let's see where it was by 2000. Once the boomers really started taking things over.
Sure.
5.6 trillion.
We're adding
9.79 trillion gross domestic product. So it did actually come down a little bit. It was about 55%. So the Clinton era and the internet boom, the baby boomers were actually off to a good start.
Okay, fair.
Good job, guys. All right. Where were you in 2004? Let's see how you did. The baby boomers from 5 trillion in 2000. Let's check 4 years later. 4 years. We're about 10 years in now to baby boomer rule. How are they doing? $7 trillion. All right. So the debt's going up a little bit. We're back to about 60 to 70% of debt to GDP ratio. How about 2008? How are those boomers doing? $10 trillion. And now we're getting closer to 80% of gross domestic product. Okay. 2012. How are the boomers doing 4 years later? 2012. Oh my God, $15 trillion. And we've now hit over 100% of the gross domestic product. That means we have as much debt as we produce every year. So, okay, 15 trillion. We're at 2012. We're about 17 to 20 years into baby boomer rule.
I'm feeling demoralized.
Are you feeling demoralized? Well, why don't we
tiny.
take a look at 2016? $15 trillion in debt.
I feel like I need a whiskey.
$19 trillion in debt, and we're over 100% of gross domestic product, that in 2016. All right, baby boomers, but then, look, 4 years of Trump, good economy, how'd you do? 2020, how'd we do? $26 trillion in debt, and we're, oh boy, that's not good. Okay, but how about right now? 26 trillion, $33 trillion in debt. Isn't that something? Look at those baby boomers. What was it at when they took over?
Like 5?
3.
3? Oh, yeah, it went to 5.
$3 trillion when the baby boomers took over.
Let's just multiply that by 10. Tenfold.
And they've got a couple years left. Gen X isn't going to take over for another 5 to 10, so they got a little bit of time here.
These old like spending.
Semper Reloaded with a great point. He writes, with $5, says, I love how everyone still completely ignores us Gen Xers. Like our parents did. That's true.
No, Semper, why?
That's true. That's why well, also, Semper, wouldn't you agree that your generation is the kings of keeping their heads down and just not getting involved?
Again, that's my parents.
That's Gen X.
I would screw that up.
Yeah.
Okay. I would screw up Z and X.
The millennials watch their older brothers, Gen X, not get any attention by going like this all the time. So millennials went, look at me, motherfuckers, look at me. Give me attention, you piece of shit. Fuck all of you. And people went, wow, those millennials are loud and obnoxious. And we went, yeah, we watched our dumb retard Gen X brother get totally ignored and walk over.
It is kind of annoying to watch somebody who's like so broken and like internalized and like shy and like looks like they can't function. You just kind of want to shake and be like, can you have a little fun?
They're abused, the Gen Xers.
Oh, so we shouldn't be making fun of them?
Yeah, so Semper says, yeah, just leave me alone. That's what we're used to. Exactly. That's about how it works.
They don't know what attention feels like.
Exactly. So the baby boomers are now upset at Gen Z and millennials. They're saying that they're waging a war on old people. In an opinion piece, a former political reporter said younger people had drawn battle lines against baby boomers, making them feel like they're a looming burden on the country.
What? Oh. Gee.
Well, I mean,
for like a group of people who basically behave like that of like a small infant, you need your diapers changed, you need people to care for you around the clock. At least with babies, there's like a hope for like a bright future for that person.
Yeah.
Like you're spent. You're done.
And baby boomers have this thing where they're always the victims.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're like, everybody's picking on us. You added $30 trillion in debt to the inheritance you left the next generation is mountains of owed money. You guys were the Robert Baratheons of fucking generations. You just spent it all.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is there absolutely anything we can do to turn around that debt clock? Is there anything we can do?
Yeah. Stop spending more money than you take in.
I hear you on that. How would we ever pay off what we owe, though?
Oh, here, as the boomers call it, easy monthly payments.
Right. See, that doesn't seem feasible.
A 30-year mortgage on $33 trillion.
I don't believe you.
Should we look up what a 30-year mortgage... Here, let's do mortgage... mortgage calculator.
Probably doesn't even go out that far.
Here, let's go loan amount.
It starts at 240.
33... Where am I at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm at 330,000. Million, 10 million, 100 million. Billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. Trillion, 30 trillion. Okay, so 30-year term. 7.055 interest. Let me make sure I'm doing this right. 33, 330, 3,300, 33,000, 330,000. Million, 10 million, 100 million. Billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. Trillion, 33 trillion. All right.
This is disgusting.
So 30-year fixed mortgage at $33 trillion, include taxes and fees, 7% interest rate, and the United States has great credit, so let's put it up there. $270,000 a month the United States would have to pay back our debt in 30 years, while also not incurring any new debt.
Right, you can't do any more.
Yeah.
We can't pull this off, so what do we do?
Well, we just got to come up with, I mean, if you put it this way, it's what, $30 million a year for 30 years? That shouldn't be that hard.
Could we ask for $300 billion back from Ukraine and just make a lump payment?
Okay, but you don't.
Here and there?
Here's what you don't understand. We have to stop overspending by $1 trillion a year first. We have to get at least a $30 million surplus first.
Look, you got.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. No, it's
Got to start somewhere.
Hold on a minute. It's $270 million a month.
Oh, there is another comma there.
Yeah, the number won't fill out. So we had to go $270 million a month to pay back the debt. So we gotta come up with 270 million times 12. Okay, we gotta come up with $3.2 billion in a surplus every year. And then we can pay this debt down in 30 years. How's that?
How do you feel about it? Hopeful?
No. Not
okay,
at all.
so that was my obvious answer to that question. Like, we can't do it. What do you do then? Do you just keep racking up debt until the end of time?
Yeah, you just say fuck it until somebody comes to call on the money and then you go to war with them. I think that's basically how it works.
But even a war
if you have a
doesn't,
big
like,
enough
knock out your
military,
debt.
you can just bomb your debt out of existence.
Really? That's it?
Yeah,
Okay.
just find the people who owe you money and kill them.
Well, World War III
Or
is
that
on
you
its
owe
way,
money
right?
to. I guess so. Exit 343 says, seems the U.S. master of coin is garbage. The Iron Bank will get what it's owed. Right?
Yes, the U.S. always pays their debts.
Yes. So the baby boomers think that we're at war with them. So to surmise that, boys and girls, quick, hide. They're onto us.
Yes, they are.
Would be my advice.
They're quick movers. They're shifty.
Slip in Jamie with a good point. Just print more money. I mean, that seems to work, right? Just print more.
So, that brings me back to my argument of boomers behave like children because that's children's idea of fixing things. Oh, guys, we don't have enough money. Just print more.
Right.
It's paper, right? You can just print it.
Precisely.
Yeah. Do you know that one of the kids have asked me once why we can't just print money out of that printer?
I ask myself that question every day.
I've actually had one of the kids ask me, like, why can't we just print money?
We can give it a shot and then send one of the kids into a store, watch them get arrested, and then we flee.
Less bills for us, right?
You're on your own. We'll call you a lawyer.
We had nothing to do with that.
Exactly. By the way, 1:15 away from today's goal. Let's knock that out. We got about an hour and a half, but it's a low goal today. So thank you guys very much. But let's rally anyway. And let's hammer the damn thing out. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are the best ways to do it. Super chats, memberships, etc. Let's go ahead and knock it out. All right, on to some news, some local news, not from local here, but just some local news stories from around the country.
Okay.
Some guy decided to go killdozer in Gainesville, Florida.
A little too much meth, probably.
Could have been meth, could have been. I hope it was a righteous sense of justice. But seeing as this chase ended in the parking lot of a Walmart, I'm guessing not. I'm guessing it was probably just a lunatic. But some guy stole an excavator and went on a tear through town, damaging buildings.
That just sounds like fun.
It does sound like a good time. Like when I saw this story, I got a little jealous until I found out that he was arrested and faces years in prison.
Everyone likes a good demo.
Do you think this guy had some kind of principled code as to why he was doing this? Or do you think that maybe...
He might have had, a little something going on
maybe
in that
there's
brain of his.
something about debt and the economy, or maybe tattoo prices. I'm not really sure.
I promise you those ones were free.
I was going to say...
They were in a friend's basement.
I was going to say, those kind of look like he's been on the inside before, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, that's not like a...
Yeah.
We didn't set up appointments for those.
No. Well, we did, but it came with a butt fucking. Let's go ahead and see what this fellow was up to.
Gainesville police say repairs are needed after a man's joyride on a stolen excavator caused $2 million worth of damage. Officers say 47-year-old Jesse Smith of Trent.
So, in my opinion, 47 is too old to be stealing excavators. That's a young man's game. But I guess Killdozer guy was old.
Because younglings don't even know how to drive nice machinery anymore. Fuck them all.
Hot-wired an excavator at a work site on Southwest 47th Street. Police say he drove into multiple buildings at Storage Depot of Gainesville and used the boom arm to damage the roof. Officers say Smith then drove through fences and over a utility pole to the Walmart parking lot at Butler Plaza.
At Butler Plaza.
Fencing's pretty expensive, too.
Well, you know what? Look.
Sometimes.
We don't know why. I'm reading. It doesn't say anything about why he did it. I'd be fascinated to hear the one-on-one interview with this guy.
Yeah, isn't that the question to ask? Like, why?
Why did you steal an excavator? You know what I really hope his answer is?
He fucked a gator and it didn't call him back.
I'm really hoping the answer is, why not? You always want me to give you the reasons why I stole an excavator and damaged buildings. You give me the reasons why it's a bad idea. And don't count jail time, because I look at my tattoos. I don't give a fuck. Really, jail time doesn't bother me the way it does you people.
Right, it's cheaper than grocery shopping at this point.
He then knocked down a loading dock wall and drove through the south side of the building. This is the Walmart. Smith then jumped out of the excavator and entered the store armed with a machete, because, of course, a guy who hot wires an excavator has a machete on him. He dropped the blade before being confronted by responding law enforcement officers. While attempting to be handcuffed, he resisted officers. He don't go down easy. He ain't no bitch. Impacted businesses told officers the estimated property damage is about $2 million. Smith is charged with grand theft, property damage, resisting an officer, and trespassing.
Damn. That's a busy day for that guy. I really do hope he had a serious reason for that. Like, I know you're over there like, I just wanted to.
He looks like, honestly, I know you want like an elaborate,
sexy
good
answer.
No, he looks like a career criminal, and he was like, "Fuck it, I want to go back in, but I want to have fun."
What was his intent with the machete, though?
Kill some cops, more than likely.
Well, he pussed out. He dropped the blade.
Yeah, he thought better of it eventually. Oh, wow. People in the chat are still talking about money and debt and all this other shit.
It's because it's relevant.
Semper Reloaded says a real man would have driven the excavator into the Walmart. Exactly. He missed an opportunity there to go driving in with the... I mean, this doesn't seem like a guy who was that concerned about property damage value.
Probably not.
Exit 343 says no one younger could drive that machine because it's manual transmission.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody knows how.
Dave Man Brain says try $230 billion per month for the debt. No, I don't think so, because that would be $3 billion. That would be $3 trillion per year.
Yeah, but that number,
that would be 10 years.
We couldn't see the rest of that number. It kept going.
Is it really $230 billion per month? Hold on a minute.
With the
because with the interest, it's $420 trillion. So let me see. Or no, $42 trillion. I'm sorry. Divided by 30 years. That would be $1.4 trillion a year divided by 12. Yeah, it says $116 billion per month. So
That's
I think
still a ton of money.
Yeah, I think it is the billion. It's more the billion.
Yikes.
More than the... Oh, yeah, then he's right. It's $100-some billion per month. That's what I said, though, eventually, at the end. Now I'm confused. Now you've confused me. I have no idea what I just said. Here's what I know. $115 billion? Our goal is a bargain today. $115 away from today's goal in overtime. So go ahead, rally up on Venmo and PayPal. knock that thing out, and let's do a half hour of overtime today. We had a $130 goal today because the evening show audience was so generous. That's why we haven't been talking about it much this morning.
Yeah, that's true.
We figured we're doing a little test run here to see if you guys will just go ahead and knock it out because you love the show and it's not very big today. Let's go ahead and open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. And while we do, everybody hit like, everybody hit subscribe. We've got a lot of great stuff coming up. Pac-Man Jones's airport arrest. They got video of that. Lauren Bobert got kicked out of a Beetlejuice theater showing because she was raising a stink with the dude she was fucking. And also Corey Feldman, guys, is getting a divorce.
Wait, I thought he did that already.
No, this is a new one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's getting a new divorce.
Oh.
He got, I think, 2 divorces before that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's been through this a few times, so this one should be smooth.
Yeah. Cream Pie Mafia, I have to give him attention. Cream Pie Mafia says, hi, Aaron, do you like cream pies? I like baking them for people more than, say, taking them.
You and I really like cream pies, though. I would like to get either like a French silk cream pie or a peanut butter cream pie today. That'd be cool.
Tell me you at least know what he was doing.
Obviously.
Okay, good. All
really?
right. Semper Reloaded says...
I don't really think you like to bake, Aaron. I think you bake a batch for people.
Semper Reloaded says, does this mean Corey Feldman is going to write a new song? Ugh. Well, one man's ugh is another man's yay, Semper. I, for one, am very excited to see Corey Feldman's new, what do you call it? Album.
But every time you talk about Corey Feldman, we get like a strike or something on YouTube.
That's true.
I kind of don't want to talk about him.
Corey Feldman does not like people talking about him.
It's happened.
While we're getting ready to talk about all that stuff, let's talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Of course, Stoney's with a bike night tonight. It's bike night at Stoney's, so go on out there and remember that Stoney's has that outdoor patio with the garage bar. They are fantastic. The garage bar is awesome because if it starts raining, you can still have that outdoor experience, but you're covered. It's indoors. Also, every weekend they have live music on the main stage, the Fireball stage at Stoney's Bar. They have great Bloody Marys, awesome pizzas, and it's a great place to go watch the game Saturday. Gophers playing North Carolina. Or tonight, it's bike night and the Vikings are on. Go check it out at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Go see our buddy Cheetos today. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Our friends at All Care will come pick you up when you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, your car won't start, you have a flat, you don't have a spare. All Care's got you for everything, and they are there so quick, and the drivers are so cool. It's going to be an easy situation. I mean, look, nobody likes needing a tow, but they're going to make it as comfortable as possible at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Derek and Tracy, our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Handguns, rifles, shotguns, magazines, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, and much more. Our friends at Midland Armory have you covered. Order today and use the promo code SteelToe, and you're going to get a big savings on anything you order from Midland Armory. So if you're a firearms enthusiast, order online from Midland. It helps the show. It helps you. You save a little bit of money. You're going to buy gun stuff anyway. Do it with us and do it with Midland Armory. Downtown Foley, Minnesota. I believe this weekend they have another gun show coming up. I think this one is in Ramsey, Minnesota. So be sure to go see them at that one. That is Midland Armory in downtown Foley. And you guys better be picking up your Steel Toe coffee because that shit is good. Everybody loves their Steel Toe coffee from Crescent Mount Coffee. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. Whether it's April's Magic Bean, the Steel Toe coffee, they're in whole bean and ground coffee bags. They smell delicious. They taste delicious. This is very good coffee. And those prices you see, they include shipping. 16-ounce bags, 12-ounce bags, whatever you need, it's Steel Toe coffee. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. And what you're seeing right there, those are the bags. So that's what they look like. You're going to love them. That's CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. Go pick yours up today. Okay. We have to get... Guys, enough kidding around. we got to get serious. Black people are being victimized on airplanes. Do you not care? Do you have a blind spot for race relations? I'm just kidding. So Pac-Man Jones has been like a lifetime fuck up. He was in the NFL and he had this thing he used to do as a professional football player where he'd just get arrested all the time. That was like his thing. You know, everybody has a gimmick. You know, Chris Carter used to, point to God when he scored a touchdown. Justin Jefferson has the gritty. Pac-Man Jones used to get arrested a lot. That was, like I said, everybody needs a gimmick. Everybody needs a thing. Well, Pac-Man Jones was recently arrested on an airplane. He says it's all bullshit. He says that he didn't do anything wrong. This was a total misunderstanding, so on and so forth. The problem with that is when you've been a fuck up pretty much the whole way.
Yeah.
People tend not to believe you when you say, no, really, this time I'm innocent.
You don't think this is abuse of a black man?
I have not seen this yet, but when it's Adam Pac-Man Jones, I tend to think, you probably did something. It's like that kid in school who's always in trouble. Mm-hmm. And then there's that one time where he gets popped for something that he actually didn't do, but nobody believes him because he's always getting in trouble.
It's kind of like the whole cried wolf thing, but opposite.
Yeah. So we have the video of Pac-Man Jones on the plane, the incident. He was heading to New Jersey from the Cincinnati area for the New York Jets versus Bills game early Monday morning when he asked to change seats due to a faulty electric outlet. He wanted to charge a device or whatever it is.
As you do.
That started the argument. Now, trying to change seats on a plane is kind of like one of the biggest pain in the ass things you can do.
It's usually not possible either.
It's usually not possible. And also, if it's during the boarding process, there's no way to switch you seats because you don't know who's coming in yet.
Right. You don't know if anyone's missed, their flight or anything either.
Yeah. So already you kind of become an issue, but let's see how it gets handled.
Okay. Right. All the thing consumers understand that there's a behavior toward clients in here. I still don't know what it is. I don't know what inspired. So I just is right there once. I actually, I'm worried. No, you are doing every single one.
This is all, look, it's hard to understand them. We'll fast forward a little bit, but this is all literally, you see he's holding his charger. Mm-hmm. This is all over him trying to charge a phone.
Couldn't they have just plugged his phone in for him somewhere else?
I have another question. Can't you just go without charging your phone for one flight?
I agree. You can't really use your phone anyways in the air, can you?
I mean, if you have stuff downloaded onto it, you can watch it, yeah.
I guess.
So we're still arguing, blah, blah, blah. It's hard to...
Question.
Oh, here.
Who are these women? You can't even speak up. You got a fucking mask on. Speak up for me. Never said nothing to nobody.
Oh, now he's getting the person next to him and say, speak up for me. Say something for him. So he wants the rest of the plane to fight his battles for him.
Be inconvenienced on my behalf.
Yeah. Let's continue on here. I'm sorry about the audio, guys. This is really hard to hear. We might just have to do a rip and read on this one.
I wouldn't even listen. I was sleeping.
Y'all ain't the only motherfucking white folks that got them.
Oh, there we go. Why is it always motherfucking white folks?
It's always white folks' problem.
Yep.
Don't you feel guilty?
There we go. This black man can't find an outlet. It's got to be racism.
What did I do? Tell me what I did. What did I say?
So he wants to know what he did. And look, essentially what he did was just, here's what you can get kicked off. There's a thing you can get kicked off a plane for, and it's called being a pain in the ass.
Right. Like there's no room for that in a tin can in the sky.
Yeah. So when they're on the ground and you're bitching about your electrical outlet and your seat and you won't quit and you won't stop, and they're like, we can't move you to another seat. And then you start going, oh, white folks this and this and that, and you're bitching and whining and you're calling people over and you keep complaining about your phone and your charger. Yeah, there's going to become a point where they're going to warn you, sir, you need to cut the shit or we're going to have to ask you to leave the plane.
White folks probably broke that outlet because they knew he was going to sit there.
That's probably white folks stuck a fork in it. So now they're asking
why
him
would
to
I
leave.
not? Why would I not? Tell me why would I not? All right, shut the fuck up fronting me.
Oh, shut the fuck up and stop fronting me.
Oh, come on, man.
That, again, not the way you talk to that's not the way a man who wants to stay on a plane talks to airplane staff.
No.
Shut the fuck up and stop fronting me. All right, let's keep skipping because he is hard to understand.
Look at this poor little guy that was sitting next to him. He's probably like,
well,
can we just get through this flight?
That's why they remove people from planes, because there's a whole bunch of other people on the plane who are like, I just want to fucking go. And so the staff has to go, all right, let's get this guy off the plane who's causing a problem so that everybody else can just leave.
Well,
but this guy's kind of excited because now he gets a whole row to himself.
Right. And he clearly still having a problem with the COVID idea, so he doesn't want to be.
Right. He's got his mask on the plane.
Asking somebody to plug in the plug, but the motherfucking iPhone charges. They cool with that? It is a plug, you stupid fucker. It is.
Did he say it is a blunt, you stupid fucker?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, I do have drugs on this plane. Well, now we're really off to a great start. This is wonderful.
Like, you might not have been arrested before that point, I'm guessing.
Right. Well, and then Pac-Man Jones is saying that this video exonerates him, that this video shows that he was in the right.
Wow.
For like 3.5 minutes, and we've been jumping around because your speech is so terrible, we can't understand you. For 3.5 minutes, and they've been clipping this, so it was actually longer than this. But for 3.5 minutes, you've been a pain in the ass about your charger.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're yelling at people around you because they're like, will you just sit down so we can leave? Or would you leave if they're asking you to leave? And now he's like, yeah, it is a blunt, you stupid fucker. It's like,
wow.
Yeah, they're the stupid
And
fucker.
regarding the phone thing, why can't you be more responsible and charge your goddamn phone before you take off on a flight?
Well, you have to understand, April, you've been in an airport before. Where do they really have any phone charging stations?
Oh, you're right. They don't have them anywhere. Not on every single corner ever or at the bar tables or anything.
Right. They don't have a plug-in thing with 7 different connectors on it.
I don't know. I've never seen one.
Right there up under your foot. The fuck is you talking about? Somewhere ain't no plug. Look up under your foot. My only thing was I told him was the plug ain't working, bro. What you want me to do?
Not act like a complete dick on an airplane?
Could you just take a nap?
Yeah, maybe fall asleep. Do you have anything in your bag that might knock you out? Because you're being kind of a cunt.
That blunt would help.
That blunt might help.
Shut up.
Sure.
I did, but I don't know if they can do it. I don't know if shut up. Y'all white people,
Do you say y'all white people, cuz?
I think so.
I mean, that's accurate.
Y'all white people,
Yeah, y'all white people, cuz. Like, all right, Pac-Man, quit trying to butter me up by making a list of my good qualities. I'm tired of it.
Now, I have a charged phone, sir.
Mr. Jones, you are past being able to stay on this plane, so don't try buttering me up now.
It ain't all y'all, dude. Thank you, Bill. I appreciate it. It's a typical cracker. We can tell them.
Oh, so he called them a typical cracker. That's going to be...
I don't want to be a typical cracker. I want to be... What kind of cracker do you
want to be an exceptional cracker. I really do.
Nice.
Or an oyster.
Typical cracker. He telling me I'm wrong. Tell him what did I do wrong? Shut the fuck up. What are you talking to?
Who the fuck is you talking to? I don't know, a guy who used to be in the NFL?
Right.
I'm wrong because I'm black, ain't it? And I got a lot of money. Probably more than you.
Oh, he's black and he's got a lot of money, probably more than you. Pac-Man, you're talking to a flight attendant. I promise you, unless you've horribly managed your finances, you have more money than him.
He's not even in first class, though. I like how somebody's sitting here saying how much money he has, but he's sitting in economy, like in the back of a public plane, not even a private jet or something.
You shut the fuck up and don't talk to me. Let me talk. Wow.
I flex and coach, motherfucker. That's what I do.
You coach, that's the word.
So it does seem like he was being kind of a dick. The former Bengal believes the video proves he did nothing wrong. 39-year-old Jones was heading to New Jersey from the Cincinnati area for the game when he asked to change seats due to the faulty outlet. In the clip, Pac-Man is heard going back and forth with flight attendants about the technical issues, and at one point they explain the aircraft will be taken back to the gate due to his behavior. Throughout the argument with one attendant, Pac-Man defends himself, saying he was simply trying to relocate to a seat that worked. Yeah, but they don't do that. They don't.
No.
If if you're at a seat and you're like, I need to switch seats, they're going to need a damn good reason. And my charger doesn't work is not considered a good reason to them.
No, it's not their fault you didn't charge your shit.
Right.
Like, most people do that in preparation for a flight, right?
Yeah. Sources tell us that Pac-Man was hoping to charge his iPad so he could go over his notes for the Monday Night Football matchup he was slated to cover later that night. Who the fuck is Pac-Man Jones covering a game for? As the plane was heading back to the gate, Pac-Man sounded off over the debacle, cussing and bickering with pissed-off passengers who were upset about the delay. As you have a right to be. I mean...
Is there anything more mortifying than if a flight attendant looks at you and says, we are going back to that gate because of your behavior?
Right. You look like an asshole.
That whole... the whole plane turns and looks at you.
Exactly.
And, like, I'd feel this small.
In fact, Jones is heard referring to several travelers as crackers, bragging about his wealth and asking why no one backed him up. Because they all just wanted to leave. And if you would have just sat down and gone, oh shit, guess I don't get to charge my phone on this plane. You know, this kind of speaks to that Louis C.K. bit about how, like, entitled we feel to shit that just happened yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't charge your phone on an airplane where you're going to fly across the country and cut hours and days off your travel time.
That's my thought. I'm like, big fucking deal.
Yeah, big fucking deal. You can't charge your iPad.
Lean back, take a little nap.
Yeah.
And you'll be there in no time.
Go over your notes until it dies, and then there you go. You went over your notes.
Yeah, hopefully your notes are so boring they put you to sleep.
Jones was booked for disorderly conduct, alcohol intoxication, so he was fucked up, and terroristic threats. And he tells us the charges are bogus. Now, again, this is where I go to, yeah, that would be great if this was, I don't know. Again, I'll use Chris Carter as an example. If Chris Carter said the charges were bogus, I might give him the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
But Pac-Man Jones has been nothing but a fuck up his entire career. Jones was booked for disorderly conduct. He says, I did not threaten anyone. I was not drunk. And as the video clearly shows, I was the one who was mistreated.
No, you're being a problem.
Sources say Pac-Man feels disrespected with how he was treated and how things played out. And he's adamant that he didn't lose his cool until attendants threatened to kick him off the plane. Let's see what he says before he was arrested.
Everybody asleep. I'm on planet. You smell me? Dude just asked me right here, what happened to the Bengals? Where motherfuckers, if you go throw the ball 190 times per game?
He does sound.
He sounds slurry.
He does sound slurry.
But he also has enough juice on his phone to be doing this. So,
yeah,
I mean,
come on, man. Your device is dying. What are you doing?
I don't see the problem here.
And don't put Joe up under the center. Guess what? Everybody in the stadium know what we doing. It don't take a fucking rocket scientist to figure this out.
What?
Jesus Christ.
He's not even talking about the plane. He's talking about the game.
The what now? The plane? Oh, and now we have Pac-Man Jones fight video, the violent knockdown. When is I need to know when this is from, though. Because this could be a different one. No, this is an older video, I think. That's a little different.
Either way, he just seems like a problem.
Yeah, bro, you can't do that on a plane. You can't
do most things on a plane, okay?
It doesn't matter how in the right you are. You can't make a scene on an airplane. They're touchy about that kind of shit. Right. They're going to turn it around and they're going to get you off the plane. Hopefully that's all they do and they don't deplane everybody.
Oh, God, can you imagine?
Yeah, they're going to get you off the plane and then they're going to go on without you. And at your own, here's the key. If you get kicked off a plane, at your own expense, you can find your way to your destination. Mm-hmm. Coltrane with $5 says, I'll help. Good luck with bow opener this weekend, April.
Aww.
I'll be out early Saturday changing the dropped leaves to red.
Very cool. Good luck. Thank you.
110 away from today's goal. Let's go ahead and knock that out. We've got over an hour left, so plenty of time, and it's a very small one today. We haven't mentioned it much because it started at 1:30, so knock it out and prove to me, because remember, there are some people who come along, they're like, why do you put the goal up and mention it and try to knock it down? And I'm like, well, because when we don't, it doesn't move. Like, people, it just gets, we wouldn't be able to make it if we did it that way. But prove me wrong. We haven't mentioned it much today, and it hasn't moved a whole lot. So prove me wrong, knock it out without me, really even bringing it up that much, and we'll get rid of that $110 that we've got left. We've been kind of bouncing all over the place statistically today. I think the KBS on the OBS is fucking us up because we've had our lowest. We've been up in the 450s on YouTube and then down to 300, and it's bouncing all over the place.
What's going on today?
High 600s and then into the high 500s. So I'm not. Numbers this week have been down. Not gonna lie. I mean, numbers on YouTube have actually been up this week, but the Rumble numbers have been down. And that's a weird thing that happens. And I was getting Bucky yesterday, and the audience was getting a little. They're like, Aaron, don't. But I'm like, this happens every time we decide to start simulcasting. For like the first month or so, we have more viewers than we've ever had, and the Rumble is great. And then after a couple of months, it settles back down into that 200s level, and we'd be better off just bringing everybody over to YouTube, and then it's just the same number, and we don't have to deal with any issues or anything. So as far as the Rumble thing goes, go ahead and hit like, go ahead and subscribe, keep that going, keep that growing. And same with YouTube. Hit the thumbs up and knock out that 110 goal, guys. I don't want to be, if we end up playing the music for a 130 day, that's proof that I do have to kind of stay on the panhandling thing and, keep up on it, which I hate because it takes away from the show. But what do you do? All right. One more plane video today. And then we got to move on to other things. Some poor flight attendant got into an argument with someone about pronoun usage.
Okay, I'll stop you right there. This is where everybody who ever rants like that as guy or whoever about pronouns is right. Yeah. It's unnecessary. You're a problem. I don't care. Like, stop mentioning your pronouns for anything.
But I want to see if the airline would kick a guy off a plane. This is where Pac-Man Jones would have a point. The airline will kick a guy off the plane for bitching about a charger, whining about changing seats, and just overall bothering the staff.
Yeah.
If this guy gets in a flight attendant's face for not using the right pronouns and starts causing a scene on the plane, you don't take this shit. You just throw him off the plane. It's done. It's over.
I agree. I actually don't want this person on any plane ever.
So let's see if this issue accelerates. It's 3 minutes and 45 seconds long. So that should be long enough to kick somebody off a plane. I will applaud the airline if they do it, because to do it nowadays is to open yourself up to this person bitching on TikTok and shit. Mm-hmm. So let's take a look.
He'd probably be do not get up in my face like this. You do not want to be playing. We can't talk man to man. We can't talk man to man. I don't think.
I'm just judging by the octave of your voice. I don't know if that's what we're doing here.
We can't talk man to man.
Yeah.
Up in my face like this. You do not want to be playing. We can't talk man to man. We can't talk man to man. I don't think that's possible.
Good for him.
Yeah, good for that guy. I like him.
Good for
Give
him.
him a raise.
Yeah, so apparently the person filming this says that the flight attendant used the wrong pronoun.
Probably said, miss, can you sit down?
Said, miss, can you sit down? Because no offense, you look like a miss and you sound like a miss. So he called you a miss. Back when I was a kid, we'd call you a tomboy.
Yes.
That's not possible? Why? I don't think it's possible because there's only one man standing in this aisle right now. Now sit down, little miss. And before I go ahead and get, I'm going to go ahead and get TSA to come on this plane and haul you off. You want to make that big of a show about it? Why would they haul?
This man is like, look, man, if I'm a dinosaur, I'll die in the fucking tar pits. How about that?
God, I feel for that flight attendant, though. This person is not only a piece of shit, in my opinion, because you're this fussy over your goddamn pronouns, but like you can't function in society.
I don't like the people who act like it's obvious. I wish they would know that they don't look like what they think they are and that it's very easy for people to make that mistake. Like, here's a situation where I have no problem with either of them. If the guy goes, miss, would you sit down? He goes, oh, actually, I'm Mr. And he went, oh, okay, cool. And he's like, oh, no problem. I can see how you make that mistake. It happens all the time. Whatever, thank you very much. Okay, move on, done, finished, over.
Yeah, they want us to have patience and grace with them and everything they've got going on, but as soon as like we make a mistake, there's no patience and grace with us.
Everyone has to have patience and grace with them, but no patience and grace on the other side.
Call me off. You want to make that big because you're not confirming the docket that I have. You don't want to identify me as such? The government chose what to identify you when you were born in a hospital. They wrote M or F next to your birth certificate. Okay, it's my life. That was dictated by a power much greater than mine. And I don't feel that way. A higher power than me. I'm not the authority. I'm a man.
Okay. This is the part of the argument where it turns stupid and nonsensical, and it's nobody's making a point. Now we're just going in circles.
Right. This is exhausting.
Because now we're watching two people who are not qualified to have a deep conversation on this subject try to argue with each other.
Well, and it bothers me too when I can clearly decide that I think one of these people is right and the other's wrong, but they'll never get to that point of just agreeing.
I will say, as an airport employee, this guy is being a little too losing his cool about it.
Yeah, he needs to be a little more professional.
He does need to be a little more. He's getting a little Kid Rocky.
Even if he's right,
yeah,
he does need to calm down.
Sir, you do. Here's in a perfect world, here's what's going to happen. They're kicked off the plane. He's probably fired.
Yeah.
Because this is not like
it's just not for either.
If you're a flight attendant, you're in the hospitality industry. So being in hospitality means conveying a message that needs to be conveyed to someone without being a dick, no matter how much of an asshole that person is.
Like, if it was me being in that guy's shoes, I'm probably more like, oh, okay, my bad, sir. And then I'm walking away.
And then
and then I can let that person sit with that.
I'm not the authority that assigned you.
You need
what
to
you
get.
were assigned.
She need to get up out of his face.
Authority at all.
She need to get up out of his face.
I agree. Thank you, sir.
She need to get up out of his face. And then this person with a woman's face and woman's voice goes, he. I'm going to guess that this person has a TikTok account.
I like this person filming he's heckling a little bit.
She need to get up out of his face. I need to watch that part again.
I'm not the authority that assigned you.
You need
what
to
you
get.
were
She need
assigned.
to get up out of his face.
Authority at all.
She need to get up out of his face.
I agree. Thank you.
Yeah, that looks like a dude.
By the way, that's not how dudes don't give this look. That's not a dude look.
Are you sure?
You, sir. If you continue this display, if you cannot confirm what my docket says.
Here's what I want to do. Every time a white woman makes this move that this woman's in this here, I just want to look at her and go, shh, don't. Just, it's not worth, don't. Whatever you're going to say, I don't care whose side you're on. When you make this motion with your hand and you turn your chin up in the air, whatever you're going to say is not going to help the situation. Leave it alone. You know what you need to do, ma'am? You need to Gen X this shit and just put your head down.
She needs to be turning around and minding her own business. But this chick in the ponytail here, she's had her mouth agape staring at that guy yelling at this girl.
Whose side do you think she's on?
She's on the girl's side.
Okay.
Display, if you cannot confirm what my docket says here, that there are in fact two ladies sitting in this aisle.
There is.
Oh, so when you go on a plane, you have to say Mr. and Miss, like you have to do gender when you get on a plane. It's for security reasons. So this says there's two females in the seat and they won't confirm that they're female.
So he's actually trying to do his job for a security check.
Okay. Wow.
Interesting.
I'm sorry,
you're gonna have to leave.
Correct? There is one lady
You're gonna have to
and
leave.
one man.
Well, that's not what it says I need in these seats in order to fly.
That's his job.
So
You know what? If he's not a flight attendant and he's security, he can absolutely act like this. Because you're not in hospitality, you're in security.
You're right.
Okay, then he's right. Okay, because that's a plane safety thing.
It is, because you can't have somebody who's not supposed to be on the plane.
Right. Okay, this makes sense.
if you're going to continue to fight the facts that I'm looking at right here, then I'm going to have to haul you off because you could be a dangerous person. We don't know. We have no way of confirming
because
this.
I identify as a male.
Because you're not the person on my list. You're not the person on my list.
A man?
It's a simple one of two answers.
Are you mad because
There's
I'm
no
more man than you?
Nobody's mad. I love that. Nobody's threatened by you. Stop it.
I like that they make the reasoning for him kicking her off something that it's not. Like, he's going to have to kick her off because she's not who the paper says she is. But she's like, oh, is it just because I identify as a male that you're kicking me off?
Sort of, but I mean, actually, yeah, sort of we are, but we have cause to.
But it's not for the overarching reason that you're making it.
All you have to say is, yeah, I'm a female and that's my name, and they can fly.
Just say, yes, that's me.
So you know what this means? This means that they started filming this, but she's already run off a flight attendant because the security doesn't just come on the plane.
Right, a flight attendant was probably silently already walked the aisle and noticed that one didn't check out, so she went to get a man in case there was an issue.
They went to get security because the security has the flight log, and the flight attendant probably walked by and said, ooh, there's supposed to be 2 women in this seat, and this person's dressed like I'm not really sure. I should go get security.
There's no reason.
Is that what you're mad about?
Is it really that big of a deal?
You want to get up in my face right now? I don't need this job. Look, you
Uh-oh. That's not something you want to hear if a big guy stands over you and goes, I don't need this job.
That is a very dangerous moment when that guy is like, I really don't need to be here. I have no problem getting in your face right now.
When a guy says, I don't care if I get fired, That's called a man with nothing to lose.
This is great.
You want to play big and tough,
need
man?
this job?
You want to play big and tough, man? All right. Look.
What?
No, don't lose your job. Don't lose your job. Don't lose your job.
You're right. I'm better.
Don't lose your job. Don't lose your job.
You're better than that.
Don't lose your
but you're not
job.
good enough
Sit
to
down.
identify
Sit down,
me.
She's
ma'am.
scared.
Because in court, that's not gonna be in court. That's not gonna be a man. Don't lose your job.
Oh, good. That guy's a lawyer. I'm glad we have a lawyer on the plane.
No, this black man is the
Yes.
smartest person on this plane right now.
Well, I mean, look at the competition. But yes, you're right.
mean,
So far, he's been the most.
He is the most intelligent.
Don't lose your job, brother. Don't lose it.
That's a good point, bro.
In court, that's not a man.
Comply more if you just called him by his preferred pronouns.
Well,
Right.
Shut the fuck up.
You remember I said, ma'am, whatever you're thinking, let it go?
God, I hate you. You could have just sat there and been silent.
Because it's not about preferred pronouns,
No.
dipshit. It's about the log that he has for the flight. It makes sense.
Ironically, that man is doing this for your safety.
Right.
You stupid bitch.
Respectful.
I've got a pronoun right here on my docket, and that's non-negotiable. The person who bought this ticket needs to match the person that's sitting in the seat.
Right.
Otherwise, you're
and I am the
threatening every
person
other life
that
that's on this
bought the
plane right
ticket,
now.
And I am the man sitting in his seat.
Okay, well, scribbling out female and writing man on the ticket on your phone doesn't...
Oh, no, you didn't.
Can this be played everywhere?
You script. So wait a minute. When you bought the ticket, you wrote female. And in between buying the ticket and flying on the plane, you became a male like that. And you can't write on your fucking plane ticket. I don't know if you know this, but they're a little picky about security and procedure at the airport.
Right.
You can't doodle on your plane ticket.
There's no doodle. There's no place to check off where it says rather not answer. It's an either or situation.
Oh, shit.
change the thing that you were assigned at birth, all right?
Okay.
You can't just change that. You can't just make that up. You can't just go around.
That's not how I identify.
After that? Okay, what you personally identify, call yourself as, dress as, that's none of my business. I don't care. But when it comes to my job,
attaboy, he's like, look, and this is everybody's position. Identify however you want.
When it's not relevant to everybody else's life.
That's fine, but this is one of those times where now reality is slapping you in the face, and you need to we need to move this shit along. They're so getting kicked off the plane.
I can't think of anything more embarrassing to be kicked off a plane for.
Right.
I'd be mortified.
when it comes to my job,
Especially when you look like a high school softball player.
Misgendering me.
making sure that there are two ladies sitting in this aisle. I have a responsibility to every other life on this plane to make sure that they're safe, making sure random people aren't getting on the
Let
plane.
me help you with this little docket you got. There's one lady and one man. There you go.
That's not that's the problem. If there's a lady and a man, he has to make it fit what the thing says, and the thing says two ladies.
His current response then should be, okay,
Then you have to
if
go.
this is a lady and a man, I'm sorry, that's not what I have here. You've got to go.
Right.
That's it. That's
problem
the answer.
solved.
Then you
Move
need to
on
get
to
off
the
the
next.
flight right now.
I paid
because
for my seat.
No, a lady
I
paid for
my
this seat.
seat.
A
No,
female paid for this
no,
seat.
a male
That's
paid
not what
for
it
my
says
seat.
right here.
Go ahead and
It
cross
says
off
right
next
there
to
that
the
a
male
female
is
paid for
sitting
that seat.
in his
Let me
seat.
see. Pull your ID out again.
For what?
So you can see the little F next to sex.
It sounds like you're just a little fragile in your mouth.
No, he's fragile. You won't just say you're a woman so we can fucking leave. I'm on this plane right now, and I'm getting very upset.
They have a very hard time handling people like that.
Because they're not hearing anything.
They don't hear a word you're saying.
It's all reasonable. It all makes sense, but they're so wrapped up in them that they can't see anything else.
If I'm on this plane, part of me is feeling like, okay, I'm now exiting this plane because I can't exist in this space with you.
That you have to come at mine.
You know, I'm about to go get the air marshal.
Go get who you need to get.
You're not flying with us.
Get
again.
who you need to get.
Your
This
bag.
is a
You're
hot
I'm not
mess.
getting anything.
This is an absolute hot
not
mess.
flying
This
with
is
us
my
anymore.
seat.
You're
I'm
going to be
sitting in
banned and
my
blacklisted
seat.
from this airline.
Yeah, okay.
I love how
She sits in her fucking giant tits jiggle.
she sits down and her tits
You
jiggle.
stupid.
Getting anything.
This is an absolute
You're
hot
not
mess.
flying with
This is
us
my
anymore.
seat.
You're
I'm
going to be
sitting in
banned and
my
blacklisted
seat.
from this airline.
Yeah.
The tits just go.
Her giant tits just flopping all over
It's
the
funny
place.
because she actually looks like she might be a cute chick.
Shut the hell up. There's nothing
Like if
cute
she
about that person.
Gives it a shot, cleans up.
This airline really doesn't appreciate people like that. Like,
Shut up! Nobody cares.
I hate her too.
that's what I'm saying. Man.
Look, if he would have popped you in your face, that would have been bad. You need to chill.
Yeah, whatever, bro.
Hey guys, that was all a skit. Now in the situation.
Oh, motherfucker! Are you shitting me? God damn it. Who else got had by this? Who was this? It was Clown World. Clown World is usually so dependable. I thought that plane looked weird.
I'm upset.
Oh, I got had big time. That was good. That was good.
I'm really upset.
They got me. They got me.
What a fucking joke.
But okay, in my defense, is that not a believable situation?
Are you not the one who show preps this show?
What do I always say? I never watch these clips. I watch them when the show starts. I got it. Diesel Cat with $4.99 says, "Fly Eagles fly on to victory." Freedom's Lunch with $5 says, "Fly Eagles fight, score a touchdown, 1-2-3, 1-2-3." Thank you very, very much. Oh, I got Grank Nutterbutter says, "Chat was literally screaming at you." I do a show, so I'm not reading the chat while I'm entertaining you.
Right.
While I'm doing the show, I'm doing the show. I come and read the chat afterwards. But I trust, here's why I ran with that. I trust the people I got it from. Clown World on Twitter usually nails it. Like they usually, motherfucker.
There was only 1 second of that whole video that I thought maybe this seemed fishy.
What was it?
And it was when he started loosening his tie to like fight him, because I'm like, nobody's really going to do that. But then I was like, that person's being so ridiculous, you might be that annoyed.
Son of a bitch.
I don't feel right now.
Van Drexel says, "What is more embarrassing is thinking this is real." I got had.
And then you goaded me into it too. You brought that story to me and made me think it was real.
This is why we got no money and viewers today, because we're dumb. The Mood with $6 says, "Money, thank you very much. $95 away from today's goal."
Thanks.
The goal was 130s to start, so let's not do music today.
So wait.
No music. Brad A says it was entertaining.
Yeah.
Exactly. It was still funny.
Everybody listening and watching to us was probably like screaming at their phones, like, "You morons, this is fake. It's a bit."
Do you know
we're just so upset.
Do you know how entertaining it is that I got you to scream at me that whole time, and I didn't even realize how good of a job I was doing.
Wow, you are the look what I made you do guy.
I didn't even know how good I was making that. You guys are screaming at me, it's fake, you stupid bag of shit. And I don't even know that I'm retarding and bumbling my way into something classic. That is such a better bit now that it was fake. Me getting caught is way funnier than that just being a thing. Not the end of the vid, but the reaction, says the Mood. Exactly.
Wow.
I got fucked right in the butt on that one.
Yeah, I do feel like a gape down there. Like, I feel like I've been had for a while.
Skeezy says, "Get them an Oscar." It was pretty good, man.
It was good acting.
It was pretty good.
Because I would believe that somebody could be that obnoxious and that somebody could get that frustrated with them. Because I probably would.
I am I'm embarrassed. I'm turning red right
I know.
now.
I'm like really hot now.
I am remarkably embarrassed.
Isn't he pretty though?
I am.
He's a pretty girl.
I am a stupid man, Abel.
Who's a good boy?
Do you think God will reward you because you're stupid?
God, I don't feel good now. I just kind of feel like it's over.
Shut the F up, Karen says. Your reaction was the best. Yes. And like Freedom's Lunch says, still a fun segment. Still was great. I made it great.
I felt so much hatred for that person.
I don't have to be the smart guy or the good guy to create a good bit. I can be the retard and the bit is great.
It takes energy for me to go hate somebody, and you made me hate.
I gave you that energy.
You gave me that energy, and now it's gone from
now
me,
hate
and I'm
me.
exhausted. I could never hate you. You're so cute.
Ugh. Mr. Approachable with $2 says, "Donation to the Broadcasting Special Olympics."
That should be like right. Like, for us having to watch that video, somebody should be having to watch us react to that video and then watch till the end. We're assholes.
Wheat Diff says, "I'm denouncing my membership." You don't even have one.
Yeah, Wheat.
Yeah, Wheat Diff. You're not even a member
You're
on
not
this
even Wheat
channel.
Chaff.
Oh, shit. You're not going to let her crop slam you, are you?
I'll crop slam you all day.
Kraken slapping.
Barley's better.
Kraken Slappin' with a great point says, unfortunately, that fight has happened for real. I'll fall back on that.
Yes, we can rest that has happened somewhere.
BLN says, I believe you've lost credibility. If I had credibility for that, I'm a comedy show. I gave away all credibility that day I started shaking this bad boy for money. All right? There was no
I like how you shake your body with it.
That's, you got to get into it.
Yeah.
There was no credibility to be lost, my friend. I showed one real plane video today.
How do we know that's real now? You see, now I don't trust.
Maybe the Pac-Man Jones thing was fake as well.
You need to restore trust in us.
Either way, guys, 95 away from today's goal. Let's knock it out. We've only got 2 goals left today, and tomorrow is Rumble Friday. $95 away from hitting it. Wheat Diff says, I may have another screen name.
It's going to come back as Barley Chaff.
Yes, Barley Chaff. Freedom's Lunch says, I do news for a living. Try as I may, sometimes I get gotten too. How about the fact that me getting gotten is so rare that it's this big of a deal?
I know. That didn't feel right. That kind of feels like climaxing, but you feel guilty about it. Like you watched a nasty porn, but you still came.
You watched anal incest, and you were just jizzing all over the place, and then you're like, oh, that's disgusting. Anal incest is gross.
You know, like how quickly that example came to your
Well,
mind.
I just went with the most horrifying thing I could think of.
Chucky.
Fortunately,
Anal incest? Ew.
Anal incest.
I think only bestiality gets worse from there.
Kyle is now calling us the Steel Toe Misinformation Show. Oh, no. I don't want to be misinformation.
Oh, that was terrible.
Welcome to the future of fast food. McDonald's is getting rid of the soda fountain. They're done. The soda fountains are going away. The soda rows, the self-serve sodas.
Now I know what you're talking about.
Forget it.
Gone
They're
existed?
Done. Gone existed.
Why?
I haven't
Because
read
we're too
yet.
fat?
I haven't read yet. This could be a skit.
This could be fake.
This could be fake. I've been had before. People don't know that. This could be fake, but the reason is one of two things, and I hope it's the first one. Number one reason is terrible economy, inflation, and prices, and they don't want to be giving away all the soda.
$1 per refill.
I hope that's the case. Or number two, it's another idiocracy thing, and we've become so retarded that we're like messing shit up and leaving big disasters, and the staff doesn't want to clean up the soda fountains anymore.
But that's been happening since the dawn of time. Do you remember being a little kid and somebody spills like Tahitian treat all over the friggin' McDonald's counter?
Yeah.
It's just orange and sticky. Red.
The crew pour system, which will actually use automated beverage systems to mechanically fill drink orders, minimizes human contact, reported the State Journal. Crew pour also eliminates theft and emphasizes the brand's new focus on creating a more relaxed dine-in experience, complete with servers delivering meals to the table. That's true. McDonald's now does things where you order from a kiosk and then you go sit down with your number and they bring it to you.
Yeah, we don't want to have contact with other humans anymore. We're antisocial.
Well, they're people are against it. They don't like it.
But people, like there's something, usually when you go to McDonald's, you don't eat inside, right? But when you do, there is something about hearing the sound that your cup makes when you like push it up against the soda, the metal clicker arm, you know?
Yeah.
Like there's something about that sound and putting as much ice as you want in there.
That's going to bother you.
I will miss that.
Yeah. Well, get your sentimentality for McDonald's soda fountains out of the way because she's a going by.
But
thanks, Biden. So now all the things we've lost our good economy, we've lost our low prices, and now you're telling me we lose the McDonald's soda fountain? You son of a bitch.
But what if you want to like mix things?
Well, that's why you bring a flask in with you.
Okay.
Give you the beverage and you just do it yourself. Semper Reloaded with $5 says, I decided during that bit that I am never donating to you ever again under any circumstances.
As you shouldn't. I feel like a fraud.
Give me a chance to prove myself. I swear I can do better.
Taken away all of our credibility.
I've totally lost all of our credibility. Bug is pointing out, good, they're all filled with mold.
Oh, ew. Oh, that'll flip me instantly. If somebody could prove to me that there's just mold in there, fine.
Yeah.
But does that then mean that there's not mold in the one in the back in the kitchen? that they're filling it in.
That's true. There could be mold in all of them.
Mold here, mold there. What's the difference?
Where do you want your mold from? Front of the
Ew.
house or back of the
Now
house?
I kind of don't want soda from their machines.
Well, that's the thing about like beer taps and stuff at bars.
I don't want to know.
Right?
There are some times where I would rather not know.
What if they don't clean their lines very often?
You want to know something?
You could be drinking really shit stuff.
In my old age, at the ripe age of 28 here.
Yes.
I've
Me too.
Aaron's taken me to Benton Station locally a couple too many times.
I'm a gentleman.
It seems that whenever I have tap beer from there, even if it's only 1 or 2 drinks, I feel sick the next day.
Yeah.
And it worries me. I've now switched to getting things out of a can or a bottle.
Well, and
because I can see what's going on there.
People have told me, privately too about that bar. They're like, yeah, line cleaning is not their strong suit. Cleaning out the beer lines.
It does seem probably like a lazy thing that a lot of people would like skate over.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
like it's okay. End of the night. It's 3:30 in the morning. You just want to go home. You cleaning those lines as best you can. Something to think about.
I don't know.
Thank you very much to Bradley for $5 over on PayPal. Hey, that pops the PayPal cherry for this morning. Oh, no, it didn't. We had one early on in the show. Thank you very much. $85 away from today's goal. We had a 130 today. We had a really small goal, so we didn't have to really talk about it much. So let's make sure we knock the rest of it out. $85 away. You don't want to give MSO a victory on 130, do you? I certainly
that would be tragic. Not only would we have been had in a day, but we didn't make her goal.
Capybara at 2 a.m. says, hey, Aaron, I think your viewer count is down this week because of all April's friends being back in school. Yeah, our YouTube has been in the mid 400s like all week, and that's fine. That's good. That's solid. And usually Rumble's in the 300 to 400s.
All my friends.
And that's great. But Rumble's been way, way down this week.
All my friends that are in their 30s are definitely back in school.
They are. They
must have gone back to college for that doctorate.
$5 from Hobo Chili Recipe over on Rumble says, breaking news, Kirk Cousins was caught in a Turkish bathhouse as the Lucky Pierre alongside Jeff Garcia and Carl Nassib. Reports say Cousins' hole was permanently damaged and he will never play again. You got to hate those gay sex injuries.
Nobody clipped that.
Those are the worst kind.
Victor.
Do you know what a Lucky Pierre is, April?
I do not. I'm not blessed.
Really? You don't know what the Lucky Pierre is? So when 3 men decide they're going to have butt sex.
Sounds like an Eiffel Tower.
So far, so good, right? So far, so good. When 3 men are going to have butt sex together, there's obviously one at one end, one on the other, and there's a gentleman in the middle. His name is the Lucky Pierre. That's the guy in the middle. You didn't know that.
See, I've only known the hetero version.
The man in the middle of the gay sex is the Lucky Pierre. I guess if it was an Eiffel Tower situation, you'd still be the Lucky Pierre. I don't know if it's just gays. I'm not sure. They get pretty possessive about their shit and they can be bitchy.
I don't think girls get called Lucky Pierres.
Okay. Lucky Piettes. There you go. Cheetos from Stoney says, we get ours cleaned monthly. There you go. You actually get your beer lines cleaned to make sure it's done well.
Just
good.
If you can afford probably to have like a professional just come in and do it for everybody, like all the lines in there, it's probably easier than like relying on yourself to do it, right?
Yeah. You make sure it's done the best. 3K says, Aaron is so well read. Yes, I just know things.
So
I'm
why
sorry.
do you know that?
Artie Lang taught me what the Lucky Pierre is.
Did he show you too?
No, I think, was it during that Joe Buck show he said it? I think he said it when he was on the Joe Buck show. He told the world what a Lucky Pierre is.
Like, if anyone ever mentioned an Eiffel Tower to me, of course I know what that is. But
sure.
like,
Well, I mean, what are you, a prude? Symbolic Mind says girls are just called champs when they're in the middle. Oh, okay. That makes a whole lot of sense. Girls are just called champs.
God bless.
Matthew Q with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. 75 away from today's goal. I think you guys are on a little bit of a roll here. Let's knock out the rest of it. Thank you very much. Grank Nutterbutter says, tell us more about the community, Aaron.
Why do you know these things?
Look, man, I drink and I know things. Do you remember Big Kahuna? The guy who said that we've been harassing him for 2 years or so, and
the email guy.
Yeah, he emailed me again.
Okay.
The Big Kahuna guy.
All right.
He says, You might be a grog-brained gay F word, but that coffee is pretty good. The Bigger Kahuna bought Steel Toe Coffee.
Woo.
Thank you. Thank you, Cardiff. I appreciate
Wait.
that. I mean, Big Kahuna.
So wait,
whoever you are.
is that all he said?
Yeah.
That was it? That was the whole email?
He loves Steel Toe Coffee.
That's absolutely Cardiff.
I'm still a grog-brained gay F word, but the coffee is very good.
That potato's gotten uppity.
That potato's really getting to be super cunty. He actually called earlier this week, but we were in the middle of a segment and I didn't want to disrupt it because I knew a Cardiff thing could take for fuck ever.
What is that tuber doing now?
I don't know, he's just bouncing around streams and stuff. I think that whole universe is kind of going through a valley, like it kind of peaks and valleys, it goes up and it's down. I think that whole universe is kind of down now because there's no... It all kind of runs on what the next high school drama is, and I think they're out of high school drama for a while.
You should really invite him to the October 21st gig.
I try. I always invite him to things, and he never shows up.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know you
I
invited him.
invited him to the anniversary show.
What a prick.
Yeah. What a piece of shit. Fuck that guy, am I right?
Yeah, I guess stop inviting.
Lauren Bobert got kicked out of the Beetlejuice musical after causing a disturbance. I tell you what, man. Colorado elected and then reelected like your basic college drama chick into Congress. Like she's been having fights with Marjorie Taylor Greene where they're calling each other bitches on the floor of the House and, you know, just basically getting in those y'all can't tell me what to do kind of shit, but like doing it in the most prestigious house in the United States.
Right, where there should be some decorum.
Yeah. Now she's on Broadway. She's at a goddamn theater musical at a theater in Denver, so not Broadway, but you get the idea, like a big theater performance, and she fucking causes a problem. She's just...
I'm going to take you to the Orpheum sometime and see if you two can get kicked out.
Yeah. Representative Lauren Bobert was tossed out of a musical over the weekend over unruly behavior throughout the show. The 36-year-old Bobert. Now, see, that's why she shouldn't be in Congress.
Whoa,
she's my age.
She looks way older than you.
Really? You think so? Well, she's got like 4 kids, doesn't she?
You've got like 3. What is your point?
That's true. I'm better looking than Lauren Bobert.
I would have put her at like at least 44.
Ooh, shit.
She looks aged.
She was attending Beetlejuice the musical at the Temple Hoyne Bell Theater in Denver on Sunday evening, along with an unidentified male. Lauren Bobert's getting some dick.
Are you jealous?
I mean, good for her.
He's jealous of the dick and the musical.
Lauren Bobert using them hips, getting on a nice little theater date and then taking a nice stovin'. Maybe she's dating a cop and his name is Derek Stovin. That vagina.
And the sex lasts for 8 minutes and 49 seconds, was it?
Oh, no. It's 8 minutes longer than it needs to be. Sunday evening, along with an unidentified male. What?
Oh, go on.
Close, right?
Oh,
49 seconds.
Don't make people think I don't have sex for that long.
I mean,
I love
what?
a good long sex session.
What can I tell you? 49 seconds. What are you doing? Wasting time?
Aaron does have things to do.
Yeah, I mean,
get in and out.
I got a list. So to speak. So Sunday evening, Lauren Bobert and an unidentified male were at the show. Fellow audience members complained that the two were being loud. Well, that's why you don't jack people off in the popcorn thing at a theater show. You do that at a movie theater.
That's where okay, good. If you had not said the theater part, I'm like, well, that's where you and I will part ways. Nothing wrong with a movie theater.
Movie theater, not a theater. Theater employees accused the two of vaping, singing. You hillbillies, you goddamn white trash. You don't go to a fucking musical and sing along. It's a performance.
How much do you want to bet, though, that she 100% pulled a "Sir, do you know who I am" moment when they tried to kick her out?
Now I'm starting to think she might have just been shit-faced at the theater.
Well, hold on,
just singing some Beetlejuice songs.
If
Wait,
you
are there songs in Beetlejuice?
Well, probably in the musical. It's literally called a musical.
I know, but how would you know the songs?
You insert them.
I guess.
If you take me to Wicked, I might be singing along a few songs.
Theater employees accused the two of vaping, singing, recording. Yeah, you can't do that. You can't record to fucking play. And causing a disturbance during the performance. So again, Lauren Bobert's just acting like white trash at a nice theater show.
She's got a Krispy Kreme donut flavored vape, just blowing clouds and shit.
She's drinking Windsor and just fucking out of
Oh, maybe it was Gino.
Yeah, Lauren Boebert.
He was cosplaying as Lauren Bobert.
I know she's a congressperson, so you're not supposed to do this, but I will say this is on brand for Lauren Boebert. Like
I didn't picture that.
I can picture Lauren Boebert just vaping and singing and being a general honky at this kind of thing.
It's actually Aaron's greatest fantasy these days.
During intermission, the two were confronted by ushers. There's two? I thought there was just one. Who warned them about their behavior and said, hey, we're not just going to let it burn, all right? You're going to make a confession. And then,
Go on.
See, it's usher.
Yeah.
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 The outlet reported that the security received another complaint about the patrons being loud at the time. They were recording 5 minutes into the second act. So in between the first and second act.
She got hammered the first half.
Yeah, in between the first and second act, the ushers came and said, hey, you got to cut the bullshit. 5 minutes into the second act, the bullshit has started. They told me they would not leave. I told them they would need to leave the theater, and if they do not, they will be trespassing. The patrons said they would not leave. I told them I would be going to get the Denver police. They said, go get them. They were fucked up. They were drunk. They definitely were drunk.
Absolutely drunk, or what was in that vape.
Right.
You know, it's
crack.
It's
She was
legal,
crack cocaine.
technically.
Bobert, the second-term congresswoman serving Colorado's 3rd district, and her guest were again approached by two security workers and escorted away from their seats during the show. So she just got divorced. So she's with some guy, and they're just drinking and fucking and watching a theater show. Like, she's in total, like, go-get-it mode. And she ain't letting anybody tell her shit.
Because when you're in go-get-it mode as a woman, you take a man to a musical.
People get it in different ways, okay? Some people get really sloppy juicy for fucking Beetlejuice.
I'm guessing that was a gay friend.
You think so?
Yeah.
You don't think
I'm
that
not
was
taking, no offense, like, I'm not taking a man on a date to a musical.
Well, maybe he took her to Beetlejuice because he knew she'd love it. We do have video of them getting ejected, and I'm gonna say this. Lauren Bobert, when you see what she was wearing to this Beetlejuice show, you're going to say, Lauren Boebert. Am I right? Huh?
I want to quit twice today.
All right, let's check it out. Where are they? Oh, you dummy.
I'll be right back.
Oh, okay, so there they are. So there's Lauren. Oh, sorry, guys. There we go. There's Lauren Bobert and her dude. They're right there. She's got her phone up. Now, wait a minute. Was she filming or was she? That looked like she may have just been checking texts. That's checking texts right there. That ain't filming. Oh, now they're asking her to leave. They're saying, let's get up out of here. Come on. Before the play starts again. That is a packed house for Beetlejuice, by the way. Beetlejuice doing very well. This is surveillance footage, by the way, guys, so you're not going to see... Or you're not going to hear anything. Let's see. So we're 50 seconds in. They're still trying to get these two to get the fuck out. There we go. Now they finally get them out of there. How are they walking? I want to see if they're like super drunk. How's the walking going?
Okay, so he looks svelte.
Yeah, she's getting some pipe.
I think you have a thing for Lauren Bobert.
I think she's probably the most attractive woman in Congress. I mean, I know that's not a high bar, but...
I do not like her face.
Wait until you see what she's wearing, though.
I don't like her face. There's something... Her eyes are too close together. She's really nasty in the face.
Nice to see Henry Paul from Blackhawk still working. That's good. So let's see them come out of the theater here. As they come out, here's Lauren... she's filming. Oh, she's doing white chick shit. There you go, asking him. Look at fucking Lauren Boebert over there. Just
I
letting
don't know, the guy's hands covering her.
Just letting it all hang out. Hey, wait a minute. Bring her back. Where is she? Here she comes. All right, they're coming up the stairs. Getting kicked out of the Beetlejuice show. This is a big moment for a white girl from Colorado. You have to try to have a nice theater night. You wear your nice titty dress, and you got your dick next to you there. And you get kicked out of the
dress
theater.
up.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Oh, yeah, she's being slutty.
Look at slutty-ass Lauren Boebert.
Look at him, too. He's pretty hot.
Oh, man, there is some... Well, they got to fuck earlier now.
Are they waving at people?
I don't know. Watch, unfortunately, that's the guy she's on the date with.
Oh, I'd be so devastated.
This is actually the security guy.
I'm going to have to go to that theater and check out the security man.
I didn't know Lauren Bobert had tits.
They have to wear like blazers and shit.
I guess, yeah. Lauren Bobert's fucking, she's got her, give it to me sideways daddy dress on.
Well, and also like people do dress differently off like the clock.
What?
Like I definitely dress nicer sometimes.
What?
You know.
This. So there she goes. She's going to go get finger popped in a town car now. That's where she's heading. Look at this. I'm telling you, she is such like a ghetto white chick.
She's being cunty though. Like that guy was embarrassed to be with her in that moment because he like hung his head and he's like, ugh. Yeah, if you back that up, he's hanging his head.
This is like this is what you were saying though. This is where kind of the do you know who I am shit comes in. Like I'll say something to
and it's also like, oh, hot chick, but they come with a side of crazy. Stop sticking your
crazy.
dicks in crazy.
She is nuts. Stop electing it too.
Yes, that's more important.
She just flashes her tits at all the people at the voting events and they're like, I'll vote for you.
That dress is like almost too much tits. Like she's being really slutty.
It's a lot of tits for a theater night.
It is. Like I can see that.
That's a hooker
really,
dress.
Las Vegas, you want to have your whole tits out? Fine. You know.
You're saying that ain't a going to theater dress.
That's not a theater dress. This is really disrespectful.
She's still yelling at the guy. You're saying that's too much titties for theater night?
It completely is. I don't think those are real either.
What? How dare
They're
you?
Sitting up pretty nice.
They are sitting up. They are defying gravity. I mean, usually when the tits are defying gravity that badly, there might have been some work done.
Well, at
God
that
bless.
at that size, yes. When they're that heavy, typically they're hangers a little bit.
Yeah, she's got some nice up under her chin titties. Not much for an ass though. I'm not much of an ass guy, but not much of a caboose on old Lauren Bobert. Definitely Lauren Boobert.
As the girl or the woman who spends like all her time with you, like I do hear you like judging other women. And I do worry what you think about me.
You're here. You're good.
I'm here,
Don't worry.
but
You're
you
safe.
know,
You're safe.
is it just out of convenience?
No. I could get Lauren Bobert anytime I wanted. I choose
know.
you. I'd say, listen.
I'm a better cook, so that was
exactly.
He was thinking with his stomach when he got me.
This bitch can't make food.
Lauren is single now, though. She wasn't single when you found me.
Okay, okay, they're a little drunk. She's twirling and shit in the parking lot. Watch this. Here we go. It's like, oh, come on. Now we can go. Oh, I'm spinning. Oh, she really is a basic bitch.
She went and gave a little slop top in the parking lot.
Yeah. There you go.
God, that looks
steps.
like a nice theater, too.
I know. A nice theater, and you're vaping and singing and filming.
And your whole tits are out.
What an embarrassing
There was
shit.
probably children at that event, too, and then her whole tits.
Yeah, just tits all up in the face and everything else. I will say this. If politics doesn't work out, OnlyFans will be a good option for her.
I wouldn't doubt that she's like dabbled with that idea before.
Yeah, just been like, maybe I could be the first congressperson with an OnlyFans. Her screen name would have to be Lauren Boobert, though. If it's not Lauren Boobert, it doesn't count. Derek Fitzpatrick says road dome received. Yeah, I'm thinking so. I'm thinking she was pretty easy that evening. She was distraught over her treatment in the theater, and she needed comforting.
Right.
Hidden Figures says the cheeks still clappable.
He was hot too, so she like picked some nice.
Fauci's Pangolin says she can sizzle a hot dog.
God.
Derek Fitzpatrick. Now it's just getting disgusting. Derek Fitzpatrick says she loves dry anal. Dead Game says she's already got sexy pics.
Okay.
Oh, Union Jack calling her Lauren Hobart.
Lauren Hobart.
Lauren Bobert.
Sexy pics.
Sexy. Images.
A lot of them are probably AI.
We've got, the cum glasses don't work for her.
I don't like her in glasses. That's what makes me think her eyes are too closed.
Yeah, see, I think the non-glasses pictures are better.
I agree.
Than the slut glasses. Now, we got to find out if these tits are store-bought, because did she always have them? Yeah, she always had them. They're pushed up.
You can get tits at any age,
Yeah.
Like she could have got them in her 20s.
Yeah, see, the glasses, the cum on my face glasses aren't working for her. Oh, that's AI. There she is with guns on her butt. There she is with guns on her hips.
See, that picture makes her look completely unsavory to me. She looks like a mouse.
She has always had the tits, I think. Every picture I've seen so far, she had the tits. She's got them pushed up real nice and high and tight for our theater night.
There's one of my close friends I just found out the other day has fake tits, and I would have never known. I guarantee you.
Should we
should
we see what the husband looked like and see if she upgraded or not?
Sure.
All right, Lauren Bobert, husband. Let's take a look.
Oh, he was cute.
Oh, he could probably fuck up the other guy,
fuck
though.
Me.
This guy would fucking kill that dude. Oh, my God, would this guy just headbutt that guy to death?
That guy is pretty hot, though.
That other guy, if there's a problem, I feel that this is the problem. Oh, God.
Wow.
Fucking Trace Adkins over here is not fucking around.
Got a fucking Sons of Anarchy guy over here.
You got a fucking cowboy mafia over here. Oh, his hair needs to work.
Yeah, way hotter with the cowboy hat.
Are you saying keep the hat on?
Keep the hat on and we're in business.
He looks like Kane when he takes his hat off.
Looks like, I don't like him without a hat.
Looks like Glenn Jacobs. But
and
he's
people make fun of your hair.
But he's a big motherfucker. That's a big hoss.
That
right
is
there.
a big dude. You know what they say about big men?
They beat the shit out of your new boyfriends. BLN says, looks like the best night ever. It does. I bet you those two recovered. I bet you those two ended up having a pretty decent night. If you catch my drift.
Oh, fine, yeah. And the new guy she's with too, whether he's just there for the night or like a boyfriend, like he's pretty hot.
Yeah.
Like not as hot as the first guy, but still.
Sean says, how much did the fake boobs cost, April? Asking for a friend.
My friend apparently got cheap ones, but they look pretty good. I don't know how much they were. She says they're cheap.
Everything I've heard, I think anywhere from $6,000 to $12,000.
It was one of those moments where like she just kind of told me that she had she told me she was saying in passing that her tits were cheap one day, and I'm like, what do you mean by that?
She just meant that she fucks easy. That's all it was. She was saying, yeah, my tits are cheap. I just show them.
I just kind of figured that if somebody had a tit job done and I couldn't tell that they were fake by looking at them, I was like, that's a good job.
It's a good tit job.
Like,
right?
I don't want to know they're fake.
Yeah. $75 away from this morning's goal, so we're almost there. We had a real light one today, so we didn't really have to bust balls about it. Go ahead and finish her off. We got about 15 minutes until we rattle the offering plate and see if we can knock it out. 2 goals left. We got today and we got tomorrow, and then it's a successful week of Steel Toe. We are going to get the KBS issue fixed. I do think it cost us today a little bit because we were high up into our close to our 7, and then all the way down into the high 5s whenever that KBS would fuck up. YouTube sent me a bunch of warnings and shit when I would be over here. Hate that.
Warning, you're a fraud.
Yeah.
Warning, you play videos and pretend they're real. Warning, you're a giant dipshit.
Warning, you had a career, you fucked it up, and now you're begging for money. All right, YouTube, we're getting a little too close here.
You're losing them.
Warning, the audience keeps dwindling, dipshit. Sorry.
Warning, they're screaming at you in your chat and you're not looking.
Union Jack says, what's the overtime tease today? More than likely, Corey Feldman getting another divorce. That could lead to us checking out the old Corey Feldman videos and the entire 8 and 9 o'clock hour story. So we've got an ample amount of shit left.
Did we not make it through more than that?
No, we got a lot of stuff left for today's show.
And the Vikings play tonight. What a weird day this is.
Vikings play this evening, that's for sure. $75 away from today's goal. There's the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo link in both chats, Rumble and YouTube. Death Beholden says, what about the Chatterbait Senator over on Rumble? We did do the Chatterbait Senator yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
The one who's running in Virginia.
She's been covered. In more ways
we
than one.
didn't see a money shot, though, in that one.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when they stop to check their chat all the time for, like,
no
requests,
money shot.
I don't think you ever get a money shot because you stop your momentum.
Right.
I don't think anyone comes in that situation.
Coltrane says, Lauren, I'd smash, not sorry. Well, I think if all of us were single, I think we'd...
I just don't like her face.
You'd throw Lauren
She's
Bobert a
100%
fuck.
Butterface.
Packerbacker says, Bobert is fine as fuck, y'all nuts. Oh, I said she's the best looking person in Congress. What do you think? Marjorie Taylor Greene's better looking?
I don't think she's, like, ugly, but I don't know if she's the best either.
You know it's a curve in Congress.
Yeah, she's very brawny. You know?
Yeah, she's got
like,
that big
she's like
face.
a She looks kind of like a linebacker a little bit.
You got to use proper terms when you're talking about Congress. Most attractive Congress
anyone
members.
says AOC, I immediately lose respect.
She's probably.
For your
I bet you they
decisions.
rank her in the top. Like,
I know they
5.
will. Her horse teeth are disgusting. She's obnoxious.
30 most beautiful and elegant women in Congress. All right, Alina Kabiva. That's not a real name.
Kabiva.
That can't be. Alina Kabiva cannot be a real name. She's Russian.
She's Russian.
That's not
they're
ours.
just coming up with like political figures.
Yeah, it's got to be American. 10 sexiest members of Congress, but that's from 2015. At least there were hot politicians in 2020. 3 years ago, is
Don't
that
ask
okay?
my permission.
February of last year, Lauren Bobert did win the hottest woman in Congress award.
See, now she's getting a big head on her. Now that she told her that.
And big tits. Pushed up right in Beetlejuice's face while she vapes in the theater. She really is
That
trash.
does sound like a fun night, though, kind of.
They're putting guys in this one, so it's kind of gay, but John Ossoff.
He's okay.
Hey, there's your girl. There's AOC.
She's not my girl.
One of the hottest in Congress.
She's ugly.
Ayanna Presley.
What
Come
the
on.
fuck? I can't get out of here. This is
Knock it
a
off.
bunk site. Get
Joe
out.
Kennedy, he's a ginge.
I've never had a problem with that.
Kamala Harris.
Where's she been, by the way? Is she sleeping? Is she dead?
Pete Buttigieg. Jacinda Ardern.
She kind of looks like Jennifer Connelly with bad teeth.
Right. Well, not bad teeth, just big teeth.
This
not
is her.
What's your impression of Jacinda Ardern?
Nyeh.
She has cancer, you know.
Does she really?
No.
I don't think it has anything to do with her teeth.
Cory Booker, I hate that guy. Julian Castro, why are there guys in here? Make it girls
Or like Julian
only.
castrated, am I right?
So if he's a dirty lib. Yeah, they don't have a
Well, you don't Google correctly. You're old. You don't do it. It should be most attractive women in U.S. Congress.
Hottest women in Congress.
You didn't even put women in that search.
There. Lauren Boebert, 20 most powerful female. I don't want powerful. I want
No, we don't
hot.
want powerful women.
I don't
here.
care how much power they have. I want to know what that puss be like.
We could just do the top 10 hottest female politicians in the world. See what everyone else has
That's
got.
going to beat all of ours, though, because there's,
That's true.
All right, let's see him. Toriasa Faris. Nah,
No.
I'm good. She's got weird buck teeth, too. She's born in 1980. She's 40-some. Come on, guys. Orly Levy.
She's kind of cute.
She's Israeli. I'm out. You know what my problem with Orly Levy is?
The list runs long.
No, my problem with Orly Levy is that when you drive to her, she's always dry. My Chevy to the
I'd like to
levee.
quit for the third time
The
today.
levee was dry. Nikita Klastrup. See, if she's Russian, I'm rooting for them in the war because at least they know to elect good-looking ones.
Sex pot.
Danish. Okay.
Danish, I'm even more in.
Viking blood in this one. So she's a mixture of all the hottest women in Europe because that's how the Vikings used to breed them.
I'll eat her Danish.
As long as it's apple. Elizabeth Halseth. Who the fuck is this broad? She's American. She's a Republican.
Really?
She was in office in 2012. That doesn't count.
She's pretty, though. She's like older Gal Gadot.
I was just going to say she's got a Gal Gadot thing.
Gal Gadot, for as annoying as she is, she's gorgeous.
Angela Gerikou. No, she's Greek. Greek women are fat and gross. If I may be racist for a moment. If I may be casually racist for a second, fat women are Greek.
Casually.
Or Greek women are fat and dumb. Maria Carfagna. I'd like to get in a car and fagna her.
She looks like an American actress, actually.
She looks like an old 50s actress. She's Italian.
She is hot.
She's an Italian bird. Alina Caballé. Oh, this is Alina Kabiva.
Oh, that's
Alina Kabiva. She's 39.
Russian.
She's Russian. Why? She should slow down a little bit. Eva Kiley.
She looks like a problem.
She's Greek. She's going to get fat. You got to worry about that. And look at these big-jawed Mediterranean bitches.
Too
Can we
much
knock it off?
baklava for you?
Yeah, there's
really
going to be
just clogs up the arteries.
Eventually, there's going to be a beard. Greek is unsightly in general.
Tasty, though. I bet she tastes good.
Ugh, she tastes like a sugary tart. Najat Valaud Belkacem. I said that wrong. She's Moroccan and French.
She's kind of cute for a short-haired chick.
Yeah, grow out your hair, you fucking dude.
Some of them can pull that off.
And number 1, Kalinda Grabar-Kitarovich.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Meow, am I right?
They put that at number 1.
Oh, and she's 53.
Ew.
Knock it off. The hottest one is clearly the Danish bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Nikita Klæstrup. She's the hottest one.
I like how the Danish language has letters that merge together, the E's and the A's. Do you notice that?
Yeah, they don't talk right. That's why they've never been the world superpower. You notice all the world superpowers, a lot of them English speaking. Why? Because it's easy to read. Actually, they say that English is like one of the most fucked up, difficult languages in the world.
We have multiple spellings, multiple definitions for all sorts of words.
Yeah. Bam Bam with $20 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, Bam Bam. I appreciate that. Well, boys and girls, we're only $55 away from knocking this thing out. Sorry about the poor video quality. I apologize. $55 away. Let's hammer out the rest of it. Otherwise, about 7 or 8 minutes before we take out the offering plate and knock this thing out. $55. What do you say you finish it off for us on a smaller than usual crowd?
Ooh.
For the old steel toe, because somebody forgot to unplug their shit this morning.
Yeah, that is bothering me that now I feel grimy that we've had a smaller audience today and you've sent them fake stories. You've given them a shitty, choppy feed.
What a really shitty performance I've given today.
It is really bothering
on
me,
a small goal Thursday, right?
Right? This morning I woke up and I'm like, you know what? My second morning show this week, the tiniest goal in the world. The Vikings play today.
It's going to be easy.
I mean, it's going to be fun.
What did I do? I fucked it all up. We're at 1710 KBS when we need to be up at 5200. That's going to fuck up everybody's viewing. They said Rumble's been choppy today.
Now, does it record
It makes sense
nicely?
because YouTube's been in the 450s today, and it's been down to 300, and Rumble has not been nearly as high as it usually is. That makes sense if it's choppy.
Does it record nicely so their playback will be good? Or is it just...
That's a good question. I hope so. Theodore Roosevelt says, I worked for a day and they sound like warlocks when they speak. It is a weird language.
In my senior year of high school, we always got exchange students, and we did get a Danish one. His name was Sloth Ober something.
Ew.
He was a really cool dude.
And his name was
like
Sloth?
6'8". He was huge.
They still name them like Vikings, too.
Yeah.
Semper Reloaded says it's literally the shit show. It really is today. RP says 308, we're doing it. Yeah, we are fucking buried today
What
under
happened?
shit numbers.
Babe, I'm scared.
Look.
Excuse me, boss, I'm scared.
Show goes up, show goes. We're also up at 450 today, and then 300 over on Rumble. You know, so it's been way up, it's been way down, it's been feast or famine. Here's what happens. People tune in their nice big numbers, and then the video starts going all fucky, and we start chipping and chopping, and they go, well, I'm not fucking sticking around for this shit.
What's our height, our high point been today?
450 YouTube and probably about 300, 320 Rumble. So in the mids, almost 800.
Is that
been our
way
peak
lower
today.
than usual?
No, we're usually between...
Do I need to
No,
feel like, offing myself?
I would say our average is anywhere from 650 to 850.
Okay.
Is our average. So thank you guys for sticking with us while we're having our technical difficulties today. Packerbacker says, I went over to YouTube, which I never do. Yeah, Packerbacker's always on Rumble. He says, since Rumble kept pausing and being stupid. That's not Rumble's fault.
Well,
That's our fault.
Is there not a point where restarting the show would have made sense then? I don't know. I know that if they miss the first 2 minutes.
Here's what I know. I know that we got to give these people a fucking show because we got to knock out we got to knock out our goal today, and we got to give these people entertainment. So let's not worry about it. A man was arrested in alleged Auburn assault that sent 2 to the hospital. This was a fight that circulated online. He body slammed a chick.
Ooh.
Which is always going to net you a bit of a problem. Let's go ahead and check this one out.
Auburn police have arrested a man that they say beat up 2 people and sent them to the hospital Sunday night. Auburn police arrested 22-year-old DeAndre Hartwell and charged.
So he's getting involved in a fight between 2 women.
Yep.
So there's 2 chicks fighting, and this guy decides, you know what? It's a good idea when 2 chicks are going at it to put hands on them.
Big mistake.
Yeah, because now whatever legal problem there was going to be between these girls, which was going to be cops going, you go this way, you go that way, now you're going to jail.
It's your problem now.
Because these dumb drunk bitches, even if you're trying to help them, they're going to go, he hit me, he hurt me,
Right.
he put his hands on me.
Assault.
It's
Going
to be bad. Let's check out what he did.
Charged him with second-degree assault. Police say Hartwell is the one
Oh,
pictured in this
shit.
video, repeatedly punching a man in the face.
Oh, that's a
and
man?
slamming a young woman to the ground.
She never
Hartwell-
moved.
Auburn police have.
That was a man. So there was a man and a woman on the ground.
The woman never moved after he potty slammed her.
And he
so.
decided to fuck both of them up.
How much has he had it with those two?
Look, when one guy is unconscious on the ground, the other one's a woman.
Yeah.
And you're a shirtless black dude body slamming bitches. I just think that the cops are going to see the video and go, I think I know who to target on this one.
When I kind of wish they would have been like, you know what? Problem solved. Because those two aren't scrapping anymore.
Right? He did stop the fight.
Arrested a man that they say beat up 2 people and sent them to the hospital Sunday night. Auburn police arrested 22-year-old DeAndre Hartwell and charged him with second-degree assault. Police say...
If I may, the body slam is to end more with her face down by his knee, so she doesn't know how to work.
I don't care. Like, that was impressive to me. That's a big bitch for that guy.
I mean,
like as big as him.
I'm just saying, if we're going to work, then work. You know, you fuck up and you don't execute the move right, you're going to hurt somebody. And that woman clearly she gave too much on that body slam. She needs to control herself better.
You're very nitpicky.
Look, man, in this business, if you're going to make money and draw together, you need to be
Hartwell
safe.
is the
She
one
doesn't
night
know how to
Auburn
use, she
police
doesn't know how to
have
work.
arrested a man that they say beat up 2 people and sent them to the hospital Sunday night. Auburn police arrested 22-year-old DeAndre Hartwell
There he goes.
and charged him
My
with
God!
second-degree
My
assault.
God!
Police
And
say
then like, and then
Hartwell
I'm
is
going to
one
punch the
pictured in
unconscious
this
guy just
video,
for good
repeatedly
measure.
punching a man in the face.
You know what it
and
is?
Slamming a young woman.
He was just trying to wake him up.
Wake up!
Get up! Come on!
Get up! I put her down.
The cops are coming. We gotta go. Come on, buddy. Let's do this.
Just a finger up the butt next time. That'll do.
Yeah, you get arrested for what? For trying to help? That woman was attacking that poor man, and he was just trying to wake him up.
That's the argument he should use.
Yeah.
Actually.
Man, this is what a black man gets for trying to help some white folk. Shit. Auburn man is arrested. Video of the alleged assault shows 2 young men, college age, fighting in a parking lot. One gains the upper hand, pins the other down, guess who that was, and slams his fist into his face repeatedly. The man on the bottom eventually stops fighting back. At this point, a young lady who has been watching from the side tries to stop the fight by pushing the man off the person on the ground. However, he picks her up, spins her in the air, and slams her to the ground while she lies motionless.
He tried to pinwheel her.
Yeah.
It's comical to me. Like, if I saw video footage of some dude pinwheeling me like that, I would never stop laughing.
So she was trying to stop the fight, and again, I'll say the same thing to her that I said to him when I thought he was getting involved. Don't try to stop. If you're a little woman, don't try to stop a fight between 2 large men.
The only time I've ever done that, I really didn't feel like I should have even been there, and it was when you and your buddy was choking you out, and I did one of these.
It wasn't choking me. All right, we got the video, the wedding story. Yeah, we got my buddy grabbed me by the neck when I fucking beat him in a rap battle, and
Sorry, is there a problem?
I got that. So I've heard that story 900 times since the last wedding, and it's like it wasn't that big of a deal. It was a little he chimped out for a little bit, and then I just went like that, and it was fine. Was not a big deal. $55 away from tonight's goal, or today's goal, excuse me, the Thursday morning goal. Derek says, see, I can't read that word now that I know what it is.
I'm not convinced it's a real word.
I can't. No, Derek.
It's on Urban Dictionary. It
but
might not
if
be
it's
real.
on Urban Dictionary, it's basically real at that point.
Yes, if it's on the internet, it's gospel.
All right, guys, we got 5 minutes left. We got to knock this thing out. It was a 1:30. We didn't say much about the goal today because we kind of thought it would just get taken care of. Let's finish it up. Let's get this thing taken care of. We need this offering plate.
Quickly.
$55 away from today's goal and 5 minutes left. Fill this bad boy up. If we can't, we've already had a high crowd and low crowd at different times. We got to make sure we can at least knock out this 55. Half of everything we go over goes to Redbeard's GoFundMe, our listener who passed away. So if you'd like to chip in, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, the whole deal. Super chats, memberships. 55 away. Let's knock this out.
Let's talk about Corey Feldman.
Absolutely have to knock these goals out to keep the old steel toe going. So who's going to start the rally today? MSO says you need a win this morning because you ain't getting one tonight. Oh, the
lies, all lies and slander.
Oh my, I hope not. We can't lose a 130.
No,
we can't. Mick KM says let's choke out this 55. Yeah, I got it. It chokes me. It was very funny. $55 away. Let's do this thing. Here we go. 5-10 at a time. We'll knock this thing out. Do it on Streamlabs. Do it on PayPal. Do it on Venmo. Just do it. There we go. Kraken Slappin' says pity money for the day. It really is. Like, we can't even knock out 130s anymore.
Thank you.
45, thank you for the pity bucks as we try to fill up this offering plate. Lots of stories still left to go. Yogurt Pants says flicks my cigarette into the donation ashtray. Keep moving. Well, don't put ashes in the donation tray.
You'll burn the money in it.
Yeah, come on. I mean, at least just walk by and look pitifully at us begging.
Maybe we should try the old music sometime.
No, it's been ruined at this point. We got to find new music. $45 away from tonight's goal. Dead Game says twerk and see how fast. No, that's
twerking's gay.
Twerking is kind of gay. It wasn't a choking out. Stop it. That's enough, hobo. It was not. It was a couple of buddies. I embarrassed him in a rap battle, which we're drunk having a rap battle at 35 years old, and he decided to throw a little temper tantrum.
Aaron wasn't supposed to be the bad-looking one in that story.
Yeah. Thank you to Sid Saraf for the $9.99. $40 away from today's goal. You guys have got it. Texican Marine gifting a membership. Johnny gets that membership. 40 away from knocking it out today. Here we go. Not much longer left, and we got 2.5 minutes left to go. Hank Danger with $20. New VIP Hank Danger says, look at Nancy Mace and Anna Paulina Luna for hot Congresswoman. That we will.
Thank you.
25 away from today's goal. All right, not far away. 25 from getting this thing all KO'd. 2 minutes left in the offering plate here. All right, 10 from, let me get this right, Ashes to Ashes with $10. And Richie C with 5. There's 15 down. We are $10 away from today's goal. Just about have it knocked out of the park. Thank you guys very much. RP says we got this in the bag. I think we do. $10 left. Scruffy D says here's a $5. $5 away.
Thank you.
I think this thing is just about knocked out. $5 to go. And then everything else after that goes to our boy Redbeard's family. Okay. 1 minute and 10 seconds with 5 left.
Gotta be done.
We'll just finish this thing up real quick and then get on to your overtime, if we will. I think we should find new music because this woman's annoying the shit out of me.
Well, it's extra annoying on like a really tiny goal day.
Yeah, this woman's screaming is really bugging the shit out of me.
Yeah.
All right, 50 seconds left, $5 to go. Let's make this a nice and easy one. Who's got the 5 to finish us up and head to overtime today? It's a mere formality, but who's going to be the formality? Derek says cheeks clapping is hot, especially if she can do it with you inside her. Everyone's got their preferences.
So animalistic.
Veldrain with $5, and there it is. Thank you, Veldrain.
Thank you.
We knocked it out. Good work. And everything after that, half of everything after that now goes to the Redbeard GoFundMe. Thank you, everybody. Very cool to knock out a nice, easy one today. And really not have to mention it much until the end. Thanks a ton for your generosity.
Thank you.
Union Jack with 10. There you go. Perfect. $10 into tomorrow / Redbeard, if you will. All right, guys. I mentioned this earlier. Poor Corey Feldman is getting divorced again. I have to be honest with you. I didn't even know that he had moved on from the last divorce. If I'm not mistaken, I think Corey Feldman, this is his 3rd divorce.
Yeah, I thought he'd just been divorced.
Yeah.
Like, I thought it just happened.
Right. Mr. Mature with $20 says Vikings 0-2 to start the season. Typical. Now, how is that helpful?
It's really rude.
How is that helpful? Thank you, guys. $25. $25 to split between tomorrow's goal and our buddy Redbeard. Anything you throw in after this now goes half to him, half to the goal. I need to look up Corey Feldman divorces. How many times has Corey Feldman been divorced? How many times has Corey Feldman been molested?
But
has he been molested or married more?
Well, it depends. Like, he won't tell us who did it, so I don't know how many people there are.
He was married to Vanessa Marcil from 89 to 93. Susie Feldman, that was his crazy vegan wife, for 12 years, 02 to 2014. And then he was married to Courtney Ann Mitchell for the last 7 years. You know, he does hang on to them for a decent amount of time.
Well, and I'm looking at them, and I don't know how he gets ones that cute.
He's probably got a little bit of money left.
I guess if you're a money-grubbing whore and you don't care about looks. I mean, I'm not marrying Corey Feldman. There's not a whole lot of appeal there for me.
Dead Game says, be respectable. Show your ass for money, damn it. I think that goes against the...
Do you want to show your ass?
Respectable part. I show my ass on a daily basis. Optic Nerve says, molested 100, married 3. Johnny 1.0, he's had his cheeks split way more. All right, well.
God.
He did do quite a few movies.
Stop touching Corey Feldman, everyone.
Yeah. You know, every time he needs more money, he just threatens to tell everyone who butt fucked him.
I'm going to say you molested me.
Yeah. I'm going to make a movie saying that you guys molested me, and then I'm going to get $300,000 in an offshore bank account. Thank you, Mr. Spielberg. I mean, X. I don't know who touched my butthole. Turns out I forgot.
You forget a lot.
I'm going to make a movie talking about who touched me and Corey Haim in our buttholes. Oh, that's, Corey, we'll give you a $400,000 check. Guys, I lost the master print of the documentary. Corey Feldman wants to make his split from his wife, Courtney, official in the eyes of the law because he's filed for legal separation. Now, it's one thing to be married to Corey Feldman.
Terrible, right?
But to be left by Corey Feldman.
Oh, yeah, you should be doing the leaving, right?
Yeah, Corey Feldman is the dumped. He's not the dumper.
Well, I wonder if he leaves her, does she get anything extra? No, that's not how that works, right?
I don't know if Corey has enough to fight over.
I mean, I don't want to fight over anything related.
Yeah, I don't know if Feldman has enough money. Bug with $9.99 says this is to enter the Corey Feldman new wife contest, right? Maybe we'll give away Corey's dick.
I'm rooting for Bug.
Yeah, Bug, I can give you Corey Adam, but I can't give you Corey Feldman.
That could be fun. You could be in the RVs with the walrus.
Yes, you could be trucking with the walrus.
You can hold the camera for him.
Let's see what we've got on the phone here. There we go.
Call from Corey Feldman.
Oh, really? Oh, hello, Corey Feldman. How are you? Good to hear from you today.
Hey, Aaron.
Hey, Corey. What? I hear you're going through a tough time with this divorce. What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, Daddy's doing bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look.
I just wanted to call because I heard you were hacking me in real time.
No, Corey. Stop it, Corey. I have not been hacking you in real time. Not in the least. You use that excuse for your documentary. I have not hacked you.
I don't want to get litigious with you.
You don't need to sue me, Corey. I swear to God, I'm not hacking you. We all just wanted to know who's been in your butthole.
Well, it's a long list.
Well, I know it's a long list, but we were wondering because, like, for 30 years now, you've been threatening to name names. But it seems like every time you get close to naming names, you all of a sudden clam up. No pun intended. We were wondering what the deal was.
Well, it's the usual suspects.
Right.
You know?
And those usual suspects.
Hollywood Jews.
Oh, Hollywood Jews. Well, no, Corey, we thought you were going to name names, not just say Jews. I mean, that doesn't really narrow it down.
It's insensitive, really.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of Bergs and a lot of Steens and some Silvers.
I know, but again, Corey, do you understand how in Hollywood that may not be as specific as you think it is?
I would figure that'd pretty much nail it down, bro.
No, but if it was Pueblo, Colorado, yeah, it'd be pretty easy. But in Hollywood, that's a long list we have to go through.
There's not Jews in Pueblo, Colorado.
No,
that's pretty anti-Semitic, man.
I'm sorry, Corey. Look, Corey, we wish you all the best. We hope the divorce goes well, and we hope.
Hey, before you go, I got a little business proposition. Man.
Ooh, all right, I'm interested.
So April, I don't know if you've heard, but I'm kind of looking for a new mangel.
Oh no, Corey's looking for a new Corey's Angel. April, your thoughts?
I'll keep it in mind. We'll talk. How's that?
Wow.
I mean, who wouldn't want a vegan lifestyle playing road gigs for 32 people? That's two more than Ted Zumach sells.
Oh, now see, Corey. Now, Corey Feldman, don't you think it's a bad sign for your career?
I couldn't help myself, man.
I know, but
I couldn't help myself, man.
Corey,
I really like that guy, though.
Corey, isn't it bad for your own career to even be comparing yourself to the crowds Chad Zumach draws? That seems like a step backwards, in my opinion.
Have you seen my career?
That's a good point, Corey. Thank you very much for your time, bud, and good luck at the.
They'll be hacking me. They'll be hacking me still, Toe. I don't want to have to go on Twitter.
I won't hack you, Corey. I promise. Take it easy, buddy. There's Corey Feldman checking into the program.
I do think I'm going to let this divorce cool down for a little bit before I make a decision.
RP, you are incorrect. It was not Stevie Lou. But it was Corey Feldman.
I don't know who that was.
Oh.
It's Corey Feldman, obviously.
It was Corey Feldman. Yeah, what do you mean? He told you who it was. You know who it is. So Corey Feldman's going to get another divorce. Hopefully, Corey Feldman getting divorced means we get new Corey Feldman music.
But she was way hot compared to him.
What's your favorite Corey Feldman song? Is it Take a Stand? Is it Ascension Millennium? Or is it... what's the other one?
I don't play this game.
Oh, God. Take a Stand, Ascension Millennium. Or what's the other one he did on the Today Show? It's
That's the one I can't remember the name of.
Oh, shit. Corey Feldman songs. Today Show. You got to go for it. Do you like Go For It, Take a Stand, or Ascension Millennium?
Is I don't an answer?
Oh, you got to pick one. Okay, so here's...
Notice them, they check your life again. Make you pick from us, and still nobody notice them.
These the Angels. You couldn't be one of the Angels?
Last time you played this, we got a suspension.
Oh, no. That was him playing Ascension Millennium in a minor league ballpark. I think we're safe here.
Just when you think it's all over, no hope in life, so what you gonna do?
Literally, all he has to do to get on the Today Show is say, I'm going to say that all your producers fucked me in the ass. And
honestly, like for as much dick as he gets, he must sling some good dick too. Look at his backup dancers. Look at his wives.
Okay, in fairness, these Angels have since come out and said that they're all like runaways and addicts. And he would just bring them in and feed them, but he like wouldn't let them leave the house and shit. Yeah.
For real.
Oh, yeah. These are all problems.
That's insane. They're very hot problems.
Well, a lot of runaways and heroin chic bitches are hot until
I guess
they're not anymore.
I'm just saying, like for the ladies he gets and the way he looks and sounds, he must have something.
A little bit of money left over.
I don't know.
And you get to use Hollywood producers as an ATM machine because you just threatened to say that they fucked them. And they all did so much coke back then, they don't remember if Corey's one of the people they fucked, so they're just like, let's pay him just to make sure.
Jeez.
Oh, the hood rip. I forgot about the Feldman hood rip.
Look at him.
He has the look of someone who's about to play Madison Square Garden. Like, you cannot tell Corey Feldman that this isn't going
He's
well.
about to, yeah.
Yeah, he has the look of someone who's like, my music career is about to fucking go.
He's about to have a residency at MSG Sphere.
This guy, he is ready for anything. You never know when they could be calling me for the next big tour.
He's going to go on tour with Sting.
Yeah. I'm going to come on and do the Muslim guy in Desert Rose. I can do that. Halali lali lay la la.
What the fuck? No, you don't
Holly
disrespect
Gobby
Cheb
Gooby.
that way.
Holly Lalaga Gooba Lobby. I can be just like Chileb Mommy. Or whatever the fuck his name
Cheb.
Is it Chaleb?
It's Cheb.
Cheb Mommy.
Yeah, Cheb Mommy.
Is it Mamie Mommy?
I don't know.
Mamie Mommy Moo.
Is it Cheeb?
Is it? It's actually pronounced Greg. Greg Wilson.
Oh.
That's like the actor who plays Lancelot, Mr. Fantastic and the Titanic guy. That guy's name isn't Jan Griffiths.
It's Mr. Fantastic.
It's Eoin Gruffudd.
No, it's not.
But it's pronounced
Jan
Jan
Griffiths.
Yeah, but look at how it's spelled.
I've never.
Eoin Gruffudd.
Eoin.
Yeah. Jan Griffiths'
Like an
name.
Ewok?
I think he's Dutch. I told you, they're fucking goofy. What nationality is...
Just say Mr. Fantastic.
There we go. Here. Yeah, look.
Joan Grufford.
He's British. Oh, he's British?
Oh, it is an I. It's
Why
not
do you
a
have
J.
such a fucked up name?
Eoin?
Eoin Gruffudd.
Who are you?
Here. This is how you say his name.
No. Johan Griffith.
No.
What? That's not what they said. How to say... It should just say how to say...
We are looking at how to pronounce the name of this Welsh actor whose name's doesn't read like it's spelled at
Thank
all.
you.
But it's pretty straightforward. Johan, that's his first name, Johan Griffith. Pretty straightforward once you know.
It's so straightforward.
It's so straightforward.
Stupid asshole.
I haven't heard Johan. I've heard Jan. Is the way I've heard people say it.
Oh, really? I have heard Johan, but I just call him Mr. Fantastic.
Sean Penn rails on Oscars for dissing Zelensky and embracing Will Smith. Oh, that's right. Sean Penn's a good buddy of Vladimir Zelensky. A lot of show hosts and stuff are starting to really piss off the striking writers because they're running out of time and they're like, fuck it, I'm bringing my show back. This is what happens to these big strikes. If they don't get settled quickly,
yeah,
then the bigger names start to go, well, shit, dude, I make like $8 million a year. I'm going back to work.
And people like that might get forgotten, too, if they don't get their show out there.
Right. So apparently Drew Barrymore is starting her show up again.
Okay.
Her daytime talk show.
People like her.
Yeah, I'm fine, but I get it. Oh, Semper Reloaded with $5 says, if I don't get to hear Comeback Kid, I'm never donating again. Oh my God, I forgot about the Comeback Kid.
Comeback Kid.
Corey Feldman, Comeback Kid. We'll get back to the strike busting in a little bit.
I thought it was King. Yeah, it is King.
Oh, it's Comeback King. I'm sorry. Here you go. What? I remember this one now.
Why? My ears hurt.
Know what time it is?
He really is the worst.
It's a comeback. I'm the comeback king. I am missing nothing.
Now we're getting copyright.
If it's going to swing, you better make it sting, cause I'm the comeback king.
That's true. You better make it sting. And what he means by that is the sodomy.
This is what he's singing the next time he goes out with a lady after his latest divorce.
Hey, it was really nice having dinner with you here at the Taco Hut. And I'm not trying to show off or anything, but I think this could be our song.
I'm disgusted.
Plays his own music. So why don't we just go for it and take a stand? He's like,
you're a piece of shit.
A woman loves it when a guy sings to her, but he only will sing his songs. She's like, would you stop, Corey? Could you I don't know, sing me a love song or something? He's like,
don't
The Comeback King is a love song.
How do you wake up to that voice in the morning? How?
He throws $100 bills at you until he runs out of them. Then
he has one of those dollar guns,
right.
But it's hundreds.
Get you down on the floor and they're gonna keep it. They just kick you some more and treat you like spit. Cause when you reach for the door, they're gonna close it. You're a beautiful soul, but no one knows it.
Somebody has trust issues.
There's something seriously wrong.
Oh, no, there's cum on his chin.
There's something seriously wrong with this voice and this image saying you're a beautiful soul and no one knows.
Yeah, Corey, who you singing about?
Yeah, I'm really worried about this person.
What happened to his chin, though?
It's cum in the black light.
That's got to be cum in the black light. Oh, boy.
Either that or somebody stepped out his chin.
And by the way, the dance moves, yeah, Michael Jackson totally didn't molest him. I'm just
It's Michael Jackson's fault?
No.
I don't know the lore behind
Michael Jackson was probably like sloppy eighths, but what I'm saying is Like those dance, he used to hang out with Michael Jackson when he was a kid.
I know this is going to be a hot take on this show and that nobody will like me after this, but I do not like Corey Feldman in the slightest.
How dare you?
And therefore, I've never looked into the lore behind him. I don't know who touched him.
He used to hang out with Michael Jackson when he was a kid, which I think he's like
fine.
He's like Macaulay Culkin. I think he admitted to the sleepovers and stuff. So,
Well, don't be sleeping over.
Yeah. Actually,
Where'd you sleep over, in his mouth?
my first time in New York City, I was walking down the street with my friends down Times Square, and it was like 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, and a homeless man walked up behind us, and he goes, "Hey, don't go to a sleepover at Michael Jackson's house, because you'll fall asleep and you'll pay with your ass."
I bet that was a true story.
And we were like, "Thank you, sir. That's a fair warning. I will not go into Michael Jackson's house for a sleepover." And then Michael Jackson died 2 years later.
We all have sadness and moments that we lost. Is when we must look inwards.
N-words? Oh my God, Corey, have you lost your mind?
Them who is boss.
Who's boss? The Comeback King?
I'm the comeback king. I am missing nothing. If it's going to go.
Oh shit. Is this a song about a guy becoming a school shooter?
It looks that way, right? Yes. The next Dahmer right here.
This is supposed to be a celebratory song about how you're the comeback king, not the bullied kid gets his revenge.
Oh.
To swing, you better make it sting, cause I'm the comeback king.
There's nothing less threatening than watching Corey Feldman throw mock punches.
Yeah, the punches, they're cute, aren't they?
Comeback king. You know what I mean.
This reminds me of like when a stripper gets on stage and she's like 50 and should have retired a while ago, and you're just like, why are you doing this? Have you seen a mirror?
Can somebody get him like a headband or a bobby pin or something? Get that out of his face.
No, that's his Michael Jackson.
Is that just edgy?
Yeah,
bro?
It's fucking bad, dude.
This is the worst, and we're gonna get a copyright issue.
No, not for the Comeback King.
For some reason, we're doing this for Corey Feldman.
Fair use and promotion. I'm doing it for Semper.
Oh, that's right.
When I'm gone, it's end of scene. Like a blank screen, you can never count me out.
Did he say like a blank screen, you can never count me out? No,
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's typically when you count a TV out. You're like, well, it's obviously done for the night. It's a blank screen.
I can't imagine why some girl. Well, wait, he's divorcing her.
Yes, remember,
Whoa.
Corey Feldman did the divorcing.
I don't get that. He's just decided that she's not enough for him.
SH says, Corey asked to sleep over at Michael's house. Mommy needs a new car and a facelift. Yeah, that's about right.
Oh my God.
Yeah. In the business, they call that foreshadowing. Thank you, the mood. Hank Danger says, I'm the comeback king. Fuck you. Fuck recycling. Yeah. So the comeback king was basically pulling the recycling bin away from that kid who was trying to recycle some cardboard. So the comeback king is basically a dick.
Nothing makes sense.
Are you saying that song isn't good? Wow.
That's even insulting for the sentence. It's not good. Like it's something below that. I don't know.
How dare you? Yeah. The Saint Anger album would like to say, hey, how dare you call that shitty?
Is there any Corey Feldman song that you like unironically think is good?
Long answer. It's very complicated, and you'd have to define non-ironically, because I feel anything that entertains me is technically I'm enjoying it.
Yes. Okay.
Short answer, no, I don't like any of his songs.
Okay, so there's nothing that entertains you.
Well, I don't want to break kayfabe here.
Okay.
But, yeah, Corey Feldman's music is utter dog shit.
Okay, good. So
Yeah.
we can agree on that.
Can't believe you
musically.
didn't think that I thought that.
Well, I don't know. You like Matchbox 20. It's not far off.
First of all,
it's not.
She says it's cold outside, and she hands me a raincoat. She's
Raincoats
always
aren't warm.
worried
by the
about
way.
things like that.
They only keep you dry, so that doesn't make
Worried
sense.
about the rain, bro. Semper Reloaded said, is someone talking smack about Comeback King? Exactly. RP says Ascension Millennium is good. There are people saying that it's...
No.
Hold on.
No. You don't have to do this.
It's saying Ascension Millennium is good. Let's take a look. See. Let me just ask you.
aging.
Do you have high hopes for this?
Not at all.
Okay. Oh, his video production is still the same, I see. You don't think Ascension...
Somebody said this is good.
Yeah. RP says this is great. Oh, he's showering. Ooh, a Corey Feldman shower scene. No?
I'd rather watch Fallout Boy, and that's gay.
Was this worth getting this video demonetized?
No, I'm upset about this.
At least he can get chubby chicks in his video.
Does it ever change from what he's saying right now?
I don't think so. Oh, the Angels. Oh. Oh, look, he had to put on his Michael Jackson outfit.
Yeah, he straight up is Michael Jackson, but less talented.
So you don't think Ascension Millennium was good? That was 9 years ago, by the way.
Not even a little bit.
The Angels were in that one, too.
That only has 9.4 thousand thumbs up.
What?
By the way.
That should have way more than that.
That's too many.
Way more. RP says, wait for the chorus. Come on, man. We did. We gave it till Ascension Millennium.
I think that's a shameful thing. Like, if it's anything Corey Feldman related, maybe just don't mention that you like it.
Mad Max Mardigan, he's a little behind in the chat. He says, get it right. He's fucking Welsh, not British. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. $5 from Hobo says, first of all, April, how goddamn dare you? He is Americana. Secondly, it's not comeback kid. It's come in my back kid. But at least now you know that.
Thank you for setting the record straight, Hobo.
Hobo, thank you for just making sure we had that correct. All right, so back to the strike busting story. I can't resist a good Corey Feldman story.
Clearly, and it makes me wonder why.
Drew Barrymore is coming back to her show. People are pissed at her for it. She's trying to be like, there's like 9 shows now that tried to fill the void when Ellen left. I think Kelly Clarkson, Jennifer Hudson, Drew Barrymore,
Sherry
Shepherd, like a bunch of people are just trying to it's definitely a quantity over quality thing to try and replace, because Ellen replaced Oprah and surprisingly did a really good job.
She did.
She held a lot of those numbers. And then she left and they went, well, time to just throw all the shit at the wall and see what sticks.
Is Wendy Williams still going?
Nope. She had a mental breakdown and I think she's out ski. I don't think she's
actually doing drag on the Las Vegas Strip now.
I'll be very honest. Like, Wendy Williams having a mental breakdown was like 8 years after I had predicted it. Like, she hung in there a lot longer than I gave her credit for. She
fair point.
Like, every time she spoke, her eyes were bugged out and she was stressed. And I'm like, that's gotta snap in the next couple of days, right? And it was just, nope, year after year. Wendy Williams losing her mind. Apple's Adam, Adam's apple, Appalachian moonshine crazy. Anyway,
gay.
I had a good line for that, but it's not worth going back for it. So now Bill Maher is probably the biggest name so far to announce that he's bringing his show back with no striking writers.
Well, you can't have a striking writer. They're not there to write because they're striking.
Right, but he's going back on the air, and this is seen... Like, whenever this happens, people see this as a great betrayal. I remember when I think Letterman worked through the writer's strike, or Leno, one of them worked through the writer's strike, if not both of them. And that they got a lot of heat for that because you're supposed to, stand up for your writers and fight for what they're fighting for and everything else, especially in this one, because this one isn't necessarily about money or anything like that. It's about fighting the AI trend. Like, the actors are striking because the studios say, we reserve the right to make an AI version of you and use it forever after you die.
And us get the money.
The writers are fighting because the studios want to use their ideas, plug it into AI, let AI write the script and give them all the credit. And the writers are like, fuck no, we're not doing that. Well, Bill Maher's coming back. He's going to do his show. And he's obligated as a Writers Guild of America member to follow the strike rules and not perform any writing services. So I don't know how he's going to do his show without violating that rule. He's probably, I guess he's going to. It's difficult to imagine how Real Time with Bill Maher can go forward without a violation of WGA strike rules taking place. So the Writers Guild announced they will be picketing Bill's show because he's going back on the air. But, you know.
What's he worth at this point?
Bill, I would honestly
he just knock it off.
I would say Bill could be done, but he doesn't want to be done. You know, he wants to do his.
Why doesn't he just go on X or something like that?
Because he's too old to do new drugs. Oh, Twitter. Because you still need writers. It's not a strike of like networks. It's a strike of using working writers. The writers aren't working. Bill Maher net worth. I bet she's worth probably about 50, 60 million bucks, right? 140. No fucking way. 190.
And how old is he?
God, you know, this makes me sad.
He's old.
Bill's probably pushing 70. 67. Whoa. That's fucked up.
That's not enough money at that age to go do something on some other platform and just kind of fuck off for a while.
Do you guys look? I'm 36. So those of you who are around my age, do you remember fucking baby-faced, fresh-faced Bill Maher on like Comedy Central and ABC doing Politically Incorrect? You're like, hey, there's my hip new comedian. This guy, and now he's 67 years old. Shit. BYB podcast. Hey, the Backyard Boys. Watch them when they're on YouTube. Guys, plug the link and everything, please. 199 says Hollywood sucks, writers suck, Vikings suck, Skol.
Thanks.
It's not very nice, sir. We need that win tonight.
We absolutely do. I feel like there's a bit of a depression coming tomorrow if we don't win tonight.
Yeah, they're actually starting to talk about now, like the movies that are out there, like just pulling the plug on them and being done and them not getting released because they can't work right now. I read yesterday the Beetlejuice movie has 2 shooting days left. They can't do them. So, and if they lose those 2 shooting days, like, you know, it's not like Michael Keaton is the youngest guy in the world.
No. And think about all that money wasted that you've already spent shooting.
Right. So are they going to just eat it? Are they going to tap out and just eat the cost and, you know, just call it a day?
God, I don't know. Why would you do that?
Yeah. The writers are winning like the Vikings, says Semper Reloaded.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't think the writers are necessarily doing well in this.
I understand why they're upset, though. I'm really against AI, actually. I am. I don't like anything about it. And I get why they're upset, because then all their families won't make any money off of like their future likeness.
Yeah,
So.
I understand why they're striking, but also actors and writers, these are also the people who have been writing brainwashing poison.
Yeah.
And have been trying to manipulate children and manipulate the public and push agendas on people.
Yep.
Tell us all how stupid we are. Tell us how you know, we don't get shit and we need to be told what to do and everything else. So I kind of feel like fuck these people.
I don't really care. Obviously, I'm not into it. I just don't like the topic of AI. I don't like the existence of AI.
Yeah.
It's not for me.
Need Trump says the Vikings will lose tonight. There's a new meaning to Purple Pride. They're part of the rainbow. See, now this is not helpful.
Hey.
This is not helpful.
This
you
isn't
guys.
making me feel good.
I'm looking for a W tonight.
Yeah.
We're 0-1. We should have beat Tampa. Kirk Cousins in prime time. Philadelphia, pretty much solid at every position. But we need this one. Let's see if our desperate need to start off one, because I had us going 1-1 to start the year. It's just that I had us winning the first one, losing the second one. If we win this one, season's back on track. We're good.
It feels good.
If you start 0-2, now there starts to be a few teams that you got to climb up over.
Got to worry about it too.
Yeah, and then I don't think it gets that much easier for us. I think we have the Lions coming up. We got
The Lions are on fire, by the way.
The 49ers at some point this year. Vikings schedule. You got the Eagles. Then you got the Chargers, and they're kind of dog shit. They can't stop anybody.
Hear that, Gino?
Yeah, Chargers are dog shit. Panthers are dog shit. But then we've got the Chiefs.
Oh, God.
But then we get the Bears. That's a nice one. But then you got the 49ers. Then you got the Packers in Lambeau, and the Packers, like, Jordan Love looks good now.
Yep.
But then you get the Falcons and the Saints and the Broncos and the Bears and the Raiders, and that's where we got to make the playoffs this year, is in that run of teams right there. Then it's going to Cincinnati to play the Bengals, at home against the Lions, at home against the Packers, on the road against the Lions. So that's a tough schedule.
I'm a little bit worried.
Yeah, if we lose tonight, you're going to have to beat a lot of teams you're not supposed to.
Well, and I feel like morale is going to be down if you lose 2 in a row too, start the season that way.
Kirk Cousins last year of his contract. Like if we win, we'll extend him because we're competitive.
We need some positive momentum here.
And then think about this. If you're not competitive, you're not going to bring Kirk back at $40 million because you only bring him back if you can, compete. Justin Jefferson now going to start over with a new rookie quarterback, or is he going to want to leave Minnesota?
I think he's out, and
Right?
I hate that because he's my boyfriend.
What are
I
you
need him
gonna
to stick
do?
around.
What are you going to do? BYB Podcast says, I'm telling Boltman you said that. You tell Boltman he can suck my dick. How's that? He's actually one of the funniest characters out there. Guys, thank you very much for knocking it out today. Thank you for putting us, I think everybody made, between Redbeard and going over for the goal, everyone added about 20 for today. So thank you guys very much. Awesome, fun show to do. Sorry about the technical difficulties. We'll get that. In fact, I'm going to unplug right after we're done here. Thank you, April. April, thank you very much for being here this morning.
Thanks.
One more, Rumble Friday. That's it.
Oh, that's right.
Hey, Skull Vikings, we're going to beat the Eagles tonight. I'm going to come on here tomorrow with my Kirk